Have you ever thought about how one book can spark big changes and touch people's hearts all over the world? Come along with Greatest 100 for an exciting journey through the most important stories ever shared. Discover the stories behind each amazing artwork, from how they started to the difference they make around the world. Get ready to see how words have changed our world, and maybe they can change yours too. So, without wasting any time, let's dive in one. Absalom, Absalom, by William Faulkner. Think about a person creating a big dream, a huge house, a good reputation, but not being nice or caring to the people who could help make that dream happen. This story is about a determined man who moves to a big piece of land and builds a mansion, dreaming of starting a strong family legacy. At the beginning, his plan looks like it can't be stopped. But under the surface, hidden secrets and old mistakes start to come out. A secret from the past is about a marriage and a child he decided to leave behind to chase his big dreams. This decision comes back to bother him later when his grown kids find out about the complicated parts of their family story. Various characters come forward to share their memories of this man. Some people talk with anger because they feel let down by him. Some people just have stories they've heard from others. Their voices come together, making a blend of ideas that don't completely match up, turning his story into a mix of truth and legend. A big idea in this story is how being too proud and wanting to be important can really mess up someone's life. The man who is in charge seems to care more about making a good name for himself than about treating people fairly. He wants respect, but he doesn't show any understanding. As time goes by, the mansion turns into a place of sadness instead of a beautiful home. The war that comes to the land breaks his dreams, spreading people and wealth everywhere. The real sadness comes from how family ties can get tangled and broken because of secrets and things left unsaid. Kids carry marks from decisions they didn't choose. And friends can turn into foes because of old fights. In every quiet talk, we notice how the past won't stay hidden. Every time the story is told, we learn new things. But it also makes us wonder who is really at fault. Even with all the mystery, the message is simple. Big goals can fall apart if they don't have kindness and truth. The desire to be strong can ruin what it wants to create. In the end, pride has created a mess where love could have blossomed. The sadness of this story stays with the people who are left. They struggle with feelings of guilt, sorrow, and the memories of a dream that was not very strong. This novel shows us that the past is always with us. It stays alive in the stories we share and the regrets we hold on to. If we don't have empathy, even our biggest dreams can fade away, leaving us with just questions and silence in empty places. Romance of the Three Kingdoms by Luo Guanzhou. Imagine a land divided into three big groups, each led by strong leaders, clever advisors, and brave fighters. This exciting story shows a world where being honest and loyal fights against trickery and wanting power. Armies fight near rivers and in fields, making and breaking friendships as they work to bring the land together under one leader. The story is all about the strong friendship between brave generals who promise to look out for each other no matter what, even until the end of their lives. Their promise stands out as a great example of loyalty when lots of people break their promises for their own benefit. At the same time, a smart planner uses his cleverness to outthink whole armies, showing that being smart can beat just being strong. This story isn't only about big battles. It has parts about friendship, love, and sadness. The characters use swords and come up with plans, but they also follow their own sense of right and wrong or deal with feelings of guilt. Sometimes, they put everything on the line for their responsibilities. Other times, their pride gets them into trouble. Again and again, we notice that trust is a valuable thing, often given up for quick benefits. The story also shows the problems that come from always fighting. The land is hurting because of the war. Towns catch fire, families are torn apart, and thousands of soldiers lose their lives. Even though readers might enjoy clever tricks and exciting battles, there is a sense of sadness in every win. Heroes can feel overwhelmed and wonder if all their fighting will ever lead to real peace. In the middle of the chaos, ideas of togetherness and kindness shine through. Some leaders really want to support their communities. Some people just want power. As time goes on, we realize that just using strength doesn't work for every problem. Leaders who are strong but also caring earn the most loyalty. But misunderstandings and stubborn pride keep pulling the land back into chaos. Romance of the Three Kingdoms shows that people can change their fate by the choices they make. A tiny act of being mean or nice can change the future of a kingdom. The heroes in the story show us that being truly great means having courage and being honest. Fighting enemies on the battlefield can be simpler than dealing with your own greed or anger. In the end, this story is a mix of battles, plans, and friendships. It encourages us to be amazed by exciting battles, but also to think about how trust and honor can either fix or break the dreams of a whole country. Winning can happen through fighting or smart thinking. But the biggest lesson is that coming together takes more than just strength. It needs kindness and respect to really grow. 3. A Passage to India by Yem Forster. What if two people who didn't know each other, from faraway places, wanted to become real friends in a place where people were often suspicious and had old hurts? This story is about a group of curious people who come together in a country that has both beautiful sights and some hidden problems. They want to break down the walls between them. But a scary event in strange caves shatters their dreams. A friendly local doctor, eager to show off his hometown, takes two visitors from another country on a fun trip. Everything looks good until one of the visitors gets really scared and confused inside a cave. She blames the doctor for doing something wrong, but she isn't really sure about what actually took place. Suddenly, distrust and anger spread quickly through both communities. Some people in the town are standing up for their friend because they think he didn't do anything wrong. The visitors gather together, believing that the accusation has to be true. Hidden tensions came to light, showing strong feelings of prejudice and fear. Some people who think fairness is important begin to doubt their neighbors. Gossip spreads quickly, making it really hard to have a calm talk. During all of this, some people are still asking for understanding. A woman thinks about whether true friendship can connect people from different cultures. A caring teacher works hard to stay open-minded, believing that being patient can help fix the problems. But the upcoming trial is making everyone feel really intense emotions. Neighbors are dividing into groups, and even friendships that have lasted a long time are at risk of breaking apart. The weird echo in the cave stands for confusion. People often listen for what they think they will hear or what they are afraid of, instead of paying attention to what is actually being said. This weird sound shows how misunderstandings can control what we do. Little bits of fear can turn into big problems. And when doubt starts to grow, it's tough to regain trust. In the end, the situation makes people choose sides. And even if it ends with a legal decision, the deeper hurt stays. The land looks like it's watching over the sad separation. It has amazing views, but it also shows how different cultures can be from each other every day. The story makes us think about how two communities can really connect when there are things from the past and unfair beliefs blocking the way. This book shows that friendly smiles and simple chats can't make up for years of unfair power differences. Real acceptance means being honest and respectful in a way that goes deeper than just being nice on the outside. In a world where sounds can change what we hear, finding true friendship takes bravery, a clear understanding, and the readiness to deal with tough truths directly. 4. The Lord of the Rings by J.R.R. Tolkien. Picture an ordinary person who is unexpectedly picked to bear a huge responsibility in a world filled with magic and risks. This exciting story starts when a simple hobbit gets a small ring that has the scary power of an old enemy. If this ring isn't destroyed, a huge darkness will come and take over all the free people in the land. A group comes together, including a wizard, a dwarf, an elf, and a few humans, along with the hobbit and his buddies. They have a job to keep the ring bearer safe on a dangerous trip to the spot where the ring was originally created. The journey is tough. They encounter high mountains, loud caves, and huge enemies. They also fight against their own doubts, as the ring tries to change how they feel inside. A big lesson is how important friendship and loyalty are. Even when the group breaks apart, everyone keeps fighting against evil in their own way. The battles are really scary, castles being attacked, groups of creatures made for fighting, and powerful magic that challenges their bravery. In every corner, there can be feelings of hopelessness, but small acts of bravery stand out like bright lights. A strong idea is that temptation can change even the best people. The ring is tempting because it gives power, but it gradually takes away a person's strength to resist. A weird character called Gollum, changed by having the ring for so long, shows what can happen when someone gives in to bad desires. His sad situation shows everyone that being greedy and obsessed can lead to disaster. At the same time, hope stays alive through kind actions. A faithful friend helps the ring bearer when he can't climb anymore. A secret kingdom gathers its riders to fight against tough challenges. Even a king who is promised can feel unsure about himself before he takes on his real job. When the final battle comes, their togetherness in tough times really matters. In the end, the heavy ring leads to a big confrontation right at the edge of disaster. Many lives depend on one important decision. This story shows that a brave person, even if they're small, can stand up to evil much better than someone who just wants power. Even though stronger fighters have big battles, the hobbits' teamwork and determination are what really help save the land. The Lord of the Rings shows important ideas about friendship, sacrifice, and the bravery of people who don't seek fame, but still do what needs to be done. It helps us think that kindness can last through tough times, as long as we have hope and stick together. 5. Dead Souls by Nikolai Gogol. Picture a traveler going from door to door with a surprising request. He wants to buy the names of peasants who have passed away but are still listed in official records. This strange request makes the landowners he visits feel curious, suspicious, and even a bit amused. Everyone reacts in their own way, showing their unique traits and hidden things. At first look, his plan seems confusing. After all, a dead soul can't do any work. So why would anyone want to buy something like that? The traveler tries to fool the system by counting these souls like they are real people, which might make it look like he has more money on paper. In a world where people care more about forms than what's real, someone can get wealthy if the math works out, even if those numbers are linked to people who have passed away. As the traveler goes from one place to another, he meets owners who are greedy, silly, or just uninterested. People see his idea in different ways. Some are excited to make quick money, while others are unsure and concerned about the rumors that could start. The traveler's charm and smooth words help him make deals that leave people confused. Underneath the jokes, there's a message about how people can be vain. Some of these landowners seem to focus more on showing off to their neighbors instead of dealing with actual issues. They worry about how things look, not paying attention to the unfairness of treating people like objects. This way of thinking helps the traveler do well in his unusual job because people don't really think about the right or wrong of it, only if it seems proper. As news travels about this strange buyer, the people in town come up with all sorts of crazy ideas. Some people say he could be a spy, while others believe he might be a grand lord hiding his true identity. People's imaginations can go crazy, showing how rumors can change what everyone thinks. At the same time, the traveler keeps working quietly, finding it funny how easily people believe what they want to believe. The main idea is simple. When people in society focus too much on status and numbers, it allows others to take advantage of the system. If people don't care about honesty or look for the truth, lies can easily take root. This buyer of dead souls travels around, using a world where paperwork covers up the truth instead of showing it. In the end, this strange journey makes readers wonder how easily looks can trick us, and if a person's value disappears when they are just a number on a list. The traveler's plan might seem smart, but it also shows a society that has lost its way, forgetting that real people can't be bought or sold, especially those who are no longer with us. 6. At the Call of the Wild by Jack London. Think about living a calm life in a sunny spot, then suddenly being taken to a cold place filled with snow and ice where the toughest people are in charge. Buck, a big and gentle dog, is facing a tough challenge in a world filled with freezing nights and hard work. He is taken from his warm home and sold as a sled dog in the tough Yukon, where gold hunters push animals really hard. At the beginning, Buck feels scared and doesn't understand what's happening. The soft beds and kind voices he used to know are gone now. Instead, he encounters mean owners who hit dogs that don't listen to commands. Some dogs argue about bits of food. Buck soon realizes that having good instincts and a strong determination are the keys to staying alive. Every day in the freezing cold challenges him, showing him how to move heavy things over dangerous ice and deep snow. During these challenges, Buck feels something stirring inside him, a deep urge that pulls him toward a more wild way of living. He feels it in the breeze and the forests lit by the moon. It talks about being free and having a connection with the wild land, even though he sometimes wishes for the comfort of being with people. The urge to keep going gets stronger with each tough situation he encounters. He meets a kind friend who shows warmth and real care. This friendship is a special bright spot in a tough world. But even this connection can't hold back the strong pull of nature. Buck encounters wolves, harsh storms, and the unkindness of people who don't care. As time goes by, He lets go of the easy ways from his past. He becomes aware of every danger and learns to use his teeth, claws, and sharp senses to keep himself safe. In the end, Buck faces a tough choice. He can either stick with the few things left from his old life or jump into the wild and start fresh. The thick forest and its animals are pulling him in like never before, urging him to follow old instincts that are part of him. From Buck's perspective, we can see that nature is sometimes harsh, but also really beautiful. We can see the strong spirit that comes out when everything comfortable is taken away. This story shows how staying alive can uncover strengths in both animals and people. We see Buck change from a spoiled pet into a wild animal, responding to a deep call inside him that sounds like a faraway drum. In the cold quiet of the Yukon, he discovers that real freedom can mean giving up everything we used to know and bravely facing what comes next. 7. Bel Canto By and Patchett. Imagine a big event with fancy guests, all coming together in a different country to listen to a famous opera singer sing. Everyone is really looking forward to music and having a good time. Suddenly, out of nowhere, armed strangers came in, changing what was supposed to be a happy event into a scary hostage situation. But instead of chaos and constant fear, something surprising starts to grow in this house that's all locked up. The captors wanted to catch a strong person, but he wasn't there, trapped with people they didn't want to be with. The intruders need to come up with new ideas. As days go by, the hostages and guards find little ways to live together. Music is like a bright thread that connects them all. The opera singer's voice fills the hallways, making people feel calm and helping them relax their busy thoughts. A language interpreter uses their skills to help people talk to each other, connecting different cultures and ways of speaking. As time goes by, it becomes harder to tell who is a friend and who is an enemy. People tell their stories, cook meals with love, and unexpected friendships grow. Even the captors, who are mostly just teenagers, feel touched by the strength of art and kindness. The hostages learn from the young rebels, and the rebels show a kinder side to them. Little sparks of love show up, brought along by the quiet of the singer's practice. People who used to be busy going after their own dreams now find that they feel more alive, even though they are stuck at home. Music, laughter, and deep conversations stand out even when things feel a bit tense. But everyone understands that this piece is delicate. The world outside is waiting eagerly, getting ready to solve the problem. In the end, the joy of making new friends comes with the sad truth that this happiness won't last forever. The memories of the times we spent together stay with me, the music that filled the tense moments, the important lessons about caring for each other, and the friendships that popped up when things got tough. Every person changes in ways they didn't see coming. This story shows how art can bring out our shared humanity. Even when things are scary, when we really listen, we can understand each other better and see that we are more than just names like hostage or villain. A group of strangers comes together for a little while, creating a special connection through music, kindness, and understanding. Their experience shows us that real human connections can happen even in the toughest times, if we let ourselves feel its kind power. 8. Gone with the Wind by Margaret Mitchell. What would happen if everything you loved, like beautiful dresses, fun parties, and cozy moments, was taken away by war? A determined young woman sees her calm life in the South fall apart when trouble starts around her. All of a sudden, she only thinks about staying alive, for herself and the family she cares about. Before the war starts, she is the favorite of high society, having a great time at parties and dreaming about marrying the guy she thinks she loves. But when the fighting starts and everything changes, she has to deal with hunger, being poor, and the broken pieces of the great life she once had. Her special home stands for hope, and she promises to keep it safe no matter what. Some people think she's selfish because of her strong decisions, but she will do whatever it takes to make sure her family and friends are safe and have enough to eat. In the middle of her hard times, there is a brave and funny guy who understands her completely, seeing both her mistakes and her bravery. Their relationship is full of tension because he pushes her pride and jokes about her dreams. At the same time, she holds on to her old wish for someone else, which makes it hard for her to see what she could have if she looks at what's happening now. War affects everything. Lots of families lose their money, and the land they used to love is now in bad shape. Freed slaves look for their own ways, while soldiers who lost come back with wounds. The colorful dresses and fun parties are gone, replaced by tired faces and a tough struggle to get by. This young woman keeps holding on to her determination, even when it makes her heart feel tough. When the battles are over, she has learned important lessons about how being stubborn can be costly and how real love is truly valuable. Her determination helps her stay strong when most people have given up. But this same feeling can push people away, even the one who might care for her the most. She has to choose whether she can fix what she broke or if she will continue on her own. This story shows how one person's strong determination can face big challenges. It also says that having too much pride can make us feel alone and separate from the people we really need. Amid the ashes of a dying era, the hero of this tale finds her greatest power in refusing to give up. Even if she loses a lot, she keeps her determination, thinking that tomorrow will bring a new opportunity to create the life she has always wanted. 9. Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad. Picture yourself floating down a twisting river, heading to a place that not many have visited, lured by stories of a strange person who is both brave and a little scary. A man goes on a journey to find out the truth about a strong ivory trader who is hiding in a wild area. Every mile he travels pulls him away from what he thinks is civilization and brings him closer to a darkness that lives not only in the land, but also in people's hearts. At first, the traveler listens to amazing stories about this ivory trader, a man whose name is famous for returning with great wealth. People talk about him like he's almost a legend. As the traveler's boat moves deeper into the thick jungle and quiet, he notices signs of fear and hurt among the local people. He thinks about how this well-known trader has become so powerful. When he finally meets the man at the heart of these stories, he discovers someone who once had big dreams, but has been taken over by his own power. The difference between worship and fear gets unclear. The trader has made people believe he is almost like a god, but he lives in a world filled with dark ceremonies and strict rules. Little by little, the traveler understands that the true darkness comes from people who forget their morals when they think they are invincible. The jungle feels like it's full of life as you go through it. It wraps around the boat, closing in from all sides, showing how the traveler feels inside. Sometimes, the soft buzzing of bugs and the thick line of trees seem scarier than any kind of attack. As the boat goes deeper, the traveler starts to see that what he believed was civilized might just be a thin cover over wild instincts. When the traveler tries to bring the trader back, he sees the awful price of that kind of power. The last moments show a broken spirit, leaving the traveler with words that suggest sadness, fear, and a truth that is too dark to explain completely. When he gets back, he tells his story to people who might not believe him, thinking about whether they can really understand what he found in that strange place. This story shows how quickly people can forget what's right and wrong when they think no one is watching. Even the strongest beliefs can go bad if we don't keep an eye on them with our sense of right and wrong. The journey shows that darkness isn't just in faraway places, but also in hearts that can be cruel when they have the chance. It tells us that if we don't pay attention to ourselves, we might get taken over by the darkness we are afraid of. 10. Madame Bovary by Gustave Flaubert. What do you do when your daydreams feel more real than your regular life? This story is about a young woman who hopes for love and adventure, but instead feels bored in a small town. She reads love stories and dreams of exciting adventures. But her everyday life with a kind country doctor feels boring and small. Wanting excitement, she looks to fill the empty space with stylish clothes and shiny jewelry, hoping they will give her the fun she desires. This spending quickly gets out of hand, leaving her with debt she can't handle. At the same time, she searches for fun outside her marriage, thinking that a big romance will finally make her feel less lonely. But every relationship ends, and she feels let down. When we look through her eyes, we notice a world where real life doesn't match the bright stories we read in books. She feels stuck in her everyday life, and with a husband who doesn't notice how unhappy she really is. In her quest for fun, she starts to be reckless with money, tells lies, and loses track of what's right and wrong. Even so, she keeps thinking that the next big change will finally give her the happiness she thinks she deserves. As her debts get bigger, her desperation increases too. She moves between pretty dresses and worried nights, not able to accept what's real. Her friends don't get why she's feeling so down, and she doesn't share just how low she's really feeling. Her life takes a turn for the worse when the bills she can't pay start piling up. She feels trapped, with no way out of the dreams she created on unstable ground. The story teaches us that wanting a life that's only in our dreams can be a mistake. The main character gets stuck in a loop of disappointment and makes quick choices because she ignores what is real. Her quest for constant excitement and joy leads her to make choices that can't be taken back, causing pain to those around her. This story shows how social pressures and strict rules can trap someone who really wants to be free, even though people often think she is selfish. We can also feel her sadness as she tries to find something to be happy about in a world that doesn't live up to her big dreams. Her story makes us think about the risks of going after dreams that aren't real and the price we pay for living beyond what we can really afford. In the end, it shows that true happiness can get away from us if we focus too much on shiny dreams instead of dealing with life honestly and fairly. 11. The Count of Monte Cristo by Alexander Dumas. Think about being really close to a great future, but then having it taken away because of other people's jealousy. A young sailor's life is full of good things. He has a job he enjoys and a girlfriend who is ready to marry him. But jealousy creates a false accusation, and he ends up trapped in a dark prison, feeling sad and angry at the people who let him down. While he is in prison for many years, he meets a smart fellow inmate who shares book knowledge and tells him about a secret treasure. This secret gives him hope and helps him come up with a plan to escape and get back at the people who ruined his life. After a clever escape, he finds the legendary treasure and becomes incredibly rich. He is no longer the innocent young man he used to be. Now, he takes on a new name and identity, the Count of Monte Cristo. With a lot of money and cleverness, he goes back into high society, ready to make his old enemies regret what they did. As he goes on his journey, he creates clever traps that make his enemies show their own guilt or lead them to failure. He is also kind to people who were nice to him before, helping them with what they need to be happy and successful. But as his plans develop, the Count understands that seeking revenge doesn't lead to true happiness. He starts to wonder if what he's doing is right or if he's become as mean as the people who hurt him first. It's really intense to see him deal with the price he has to pay for his revenge. Every plan goes further into the lives of the people he chooses, sometimes hurting innocent people who didn't do anything wrong. This story shows how one unfair thing can make someone feel really angry and lead them to a bad place if they let that anger control them. The Count has to make tough choices as both a judge and a punisher, but he feels guilty and unsure about what he's doing. Just because he becomes rich and powerful doesn't mean his old wounds go away. Instead, they seem to take over and define who he is completely. In the end, the story makes us think about what is fair and kind. Getting revenge might feel good at the beginning, but it usually hurts the person who does it in the end. Real healing can mean moving on, even if you're still feeling angry. The Count's journey from a sad prisoner to a clever avenger shows how far someone will go to get back the life taken from them, and if it's possible to find peace after experiencing so much hurt. 12. Midnight's Children by Salman Rushdie. Imagine a child who is born right when a country becomes free. Each of these moments influences the future of the other. A boy is born at the same time his country is starting a new day. He quickly finds out that he has a unique ability. He can mentally link with many other kids who were born at the same time, and each one has their own special talent. As he gets older, he sees the dreams and worries of a place, trying to figure out who it is after being ruled by others for a long time. Political changes happen all around him, and his family moves between busy cities full of people with different beliefs, languages, and customs. Throughout everything, he listens to the voices of the other, Midnight's children, who have a special connection that could shape the future of their young country. But having great powers can cause a lot of confusion. The kids have a hard time deciding what to do, even though they feel like they are part of something important. Fights break out between them, showing the stress happening in the real world outside. At the same time, their home country is going through wars, new leaders, and tough times that challenge everyone's bravery and togetherness. The boy at the center of everything deals with his own problems, like family secrets, friendships, and crushes. He wants to understand the voices in his head and the confusion happening around him. The more he works to change what's ahead, the more he thinks about whether destiny is really in charge. He tries to use his special ability to help others, but he often faces challenges, just like the country does. As we go on, reality mixes with a bit of magic, showing that the difference between what we see and what we dream up can be really small. Unexpected things happen, like crazy accidents or characters who seem larger than life, showing the dreamlike feel of a country that is changing quickly. Even in the toughest times, you can find little bits of laughter and amazement. The story shows us that a country's future depends on the people living there, their decisions, dreams, and differences. It also shows how one child's life can reflect the history of a whole nation. Even though he is a tiny person in a big world, he feels the happiness and sadness of many people around him. This story shows us that magic can come from real challenges. Sometimes, the most unbelievable parts of a story can show us important things about who we are, our families, and the connections that bring communities together. It encourages us to think that even when things are tough, each person's voice can be heard, helping to create a future that mixes dreams and real life. 13. The Jungle by Upton Sinclair. Picture getting to a busy city, excited to find a new and better life, but instead facing crowded neighborhoods and tough jobs that really test your limits. This is the story of an immigrant who is hopeful and comes to work in big meatpacking factories. He dreams of having a steady job and a home for his family. He quickly realizes a harsh reality. The factories don't really care about their workers' well-being. Workers are in dangerous, slippery places, dealing with meat in ways that can make them ill. Lots of people get hurt or sick, and some can't even pay for the right treatment, even though people work really hard for many hours. The money they earn is just enough to pay for rent or food. The loud noise of machines and the terrible smell of killing make every day feel scary. The man feels really sad as he sees his family struggling with sickness and not having enough to eat. He feels stuck because his unfair bosses say they will fire anyone who speaks up. Sometimes, he holds on to little bits of hope, like maybe a simpler job will come up, or a nice neighbor will give him some tips. Every time he tries to move forward, he runs into another problem: tricky loans, unexpected job losses, or pay cuts that make things even harder for him. During the tough times, he discovers that the factories not only hurt the workers, but also put the health of people who buy the meat at risk. There isn't much checking to make sure the products are clean or safe. Sometimes, bad meat gets sold because people care more about making money than about keeping others safe. As he falls further into sadness, he gets mad at a system that feels unfair to honest, hardworking people. He searches for answers in various places, talking to other workers who face the same struggles, listening to speakers who talk about change, and wondering why making money seems to be more important than treating people with respect. As time goes on, he understands that workers need to come together if they want to stand up against the strong owners who benefit from their pain. This story shows how trying to make money fast can hurt families and break people's spirits. This shows how important it is for workers to stick together. When people join forces, they can ask for better pay and safer workplaces. The journey has its sad moments, but it brings up important talks about treating workers and customers fairly. In the end, it reminds us that every job should respect a person's basic needs and value. If we overlook this, we might create communities where only the richest can live easily, while regular people have a hard time just getting by each day. The lesson of the book is simple. If we don't show kindness and work together, even our best dreams can get lost in the busy world around us. 14. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Think about looking back at your life from when you were a kid to now, seeing all the tough times and happy moments like pages in a diary just for you. This is a story about a boy who starts off being cared for by his loving mother, but then he has to deal with a mean stepfather who sends him away. He goes through a tough school, then ends up working in really bad conditions that are too much for someone his age. Even when things are tough, he finds people who are kind to him, an aunt who helps him when he really needs it, a good friend who stands by him, and honest teachers who guide him toward a better future. On this twisting journey, he discovers that real family isn't just about blood relations, but about the people who support you during tough times. As he gets older, he works hard for a good education, reading and studying with the eagerness of someone who really wants to succeed. He meets mentors who help him think about his future career, even though he isn't sure what he wants to be at first. As he takes each new step, he encounters characters that feel really big and interesting. Some brag a lot and make you laugh, while others seem nice but have a sneaky side. One of these faces belongs to a sneaky person who pretends to be modest. He says he is humble, but deep down, he is planning to change things to benefit himself. The young man learns that just because someone seems nice, it doesn't mean you can trust them. He learns tough lessons about betrayal and deception that help him grow up and see how complicated people really are. He feels love and goes through heartbreak. Some friendships grow into stronger feelings, while others make him wish for what might have happened. Through all the good times and bad, he learns that being kind and caring is often more important than having money or being smart. Wisdom is gained by getting through tough times while keeping your spirit strong. When he becomes an adult, the people he has connected with and the challenges he has faced will have influenced his journey. He thinks about his journey with both thankfulness and sadness for the innocence he has lost. But there is hope in every memory, as he sees how his struggles helped him become someone who cares about others and takes responsibility. This story reminds us that life is full of challenges and little wins, and each one helps us grow into who we are. It shows how important it is to stay true to who we really are, even when things seem unfair. In the end, the boy who became a man looks at his life with clear eyes, grateful for every person who touched his heart and every challenge that made him stronger. 15. Life of Pi by Jan Martel. Imagine being stuck in a little lifeboat on a huge ocean, and you have to share that small space with a big, scary tiger. A young boy faces the tough reality of surviving a tragic shipwreck. The boy comes from a family that had a zoo, so he knows a bit about animals. Even so, he was not ready for the experience of being lost with a scary animal. At first, he feels really scared. He needs to find a way to keep the tiger fed and relaxed, so it doesn't attack him. Looking for food and water is something we have to do every day. The boy makes tools to catch fish and gather rainwater. Every day feels like a struggle for him, but little by little, he starts to create limits with the tiger. In these tough times, the boy's belief gives him strength. He has explored different religions, discovering the beauty in everything around him. By himself on the ocean, he thinks and prays about how beautiful and strong nature is, even when it makes things hard for him. The tiger, surprisingly, helps him get through his sadness. Having a friend on the boat, even one with sharp teeth, helps him stay focused and keeps his spirits from getting too low. Sometimes, you see weird things. A floating island that looks like it could keep you safe, or groups of fish swimming under the boat. These moments show that the world has many mysteries that are hard to understand. The line between what is real and what is imagined gets fuzzy, making the boy confused about which one is really leading him. After a tough time on the ocean, he finally reaches the land. But when the authorities ask him about his story, they wonder how anyone could live for so long with a tiger next to them. He gives another idea that doesn't include animals, saying that the tiger might stand for something more serious inside human nature. Which version is correct? In the end, the boy's adventure is about discovering hope when it feels like all is lost. The ocean is like a stage where he faces his fears, feels lonely, and questions his belief in something bigger than himself. No matter if the tiger was real or not, the lessons are still important. Survival can help us find courage we didn't know we had. And having faith, whether in something greater, in nature, or just in ourselves, can help us get through tough times. 16. In Search of Lost Time by Marcel Proust. Think about taking a tiny bite of cake and then remembering all the fun times from when you were a kid. This is the kind of moment that makes this big story special, where little details help us remember important things. The story is about a narrator who thinks about his life, trying to figure out how his memories make him who he is. He remembers growing up in a calm town, amazed by how some sights, sounds, and especially smells and tastes can make his memories come flooding back. As he grows up, he meets different people in fancy places, goes to parties, and pays attention to the important rules of politeness and chatter. He discovers that beneath the friendly smiles, many people keep secrets, feelings of jealousy, and things they wish they could say. A main idea is how time goes by and changes everyone. The people the narrator used to look up to have some imperfections. Some close friends drift away, while others who didn't seem important become really special to him. He starts to realize that his memories aren't always perfect copies of what really happened. They change and show different colors based on feelings, sometimes making him see the past in a new way. Love and wanting someone are really important too. The narrator really cares about some people, but sometimes misunderstandings and jealousy can break those relationships. He thinks about whether true love can ever be without jealousy or the fear of losing someone special. He also discovers times when two people really connect and understand each other. This work explores how our feelings influence everything we go through. Talking casually can show parts of someone's feelings that they usually keep to themselves. A nice walk in the countryside can lead to lots of thoughts and ideas. Some readers think that focusing on thoughts and memories is calming, while others find it tough because there isn't a lot of action happening like in other stories. The story has a special strength that comes from looking at the simple moments in life. It shows us that even the tiniest things, a faraway bell, a special kind of flower, can help us understand who we are. The narrator realizes that our memories, whether happy or sad, come together to shape who we are. In the end, this long journey through the narrator's thoughts shows us that even though time passes, it doesn't completely erase what we've experienced. Memories can make the past feel real again, helping us learn about ourselves and the people we used to know. Even though a lot has changed, the memories of our past happiness and sadness still stick with us, helping us understand the world every day. 17. Wuthering Heights by Emily Bronte. Imagine a quiet, open field where strong winds blow at night, just like the intense feelings of the people who call it home. This is the setting for a powerful story about two people connected by a deep, sometimes harmful love. Catherine and Heathcliff are their names, and the way they relate to each other affects everyone else around them. When Heathcliff first shows up as a dark-haired orphan, the family at Wuthering Heights treats him in different ways. Catherine becomes close to him, discovering that he is a wild, kindred spirit. But differences in social class and the pressures from society pull them away from each other. Catherine decides to marry someone else, thinking it's the smarter decision, but her heart still holds on to Heathcliff. Heathcliff can't handle the betrayal, so he disappears. Later, he comes back rich and ready to get back at those who hurt him. The boy who used to be weak has turned into a tough man, determined to make everyone he thinks is responsible for his hurt pay for it. He takes control of land, defeats his enemies, and brings sadness as he tries to satisfy the anger inside him. Even with all the anger, the connection between Catherine and Heathcliff is still really strong. Sometimes, it feels more like a bad thing than a good thing, making them hurt each other even though they really want to be close. The Moors show how they feel, sometimes wild and fierce, other times quiet and spooky. Neighbors feel the impact of their strong bond, causing sadness for those who find themselves in the chaos they create. When something bad happens, the next generation has to deal with the complicated problems that are left over. The kids from these fighting families are stuck together because of old grudges they don't really get. As they try to escape the anger that has taken over their parents, they find out that love and forgiveness might be possible. This story is really about love and hate, and how they can mix together so much that it's tough to see which is which. It asks if having passion but no kindness can really make someone happy. The stormy setting, strong feelings, and strange moments make the story feel spooky. In the end, the wild Moors see both pain and a delicate feeling of calm. The story shows us that wanting something too much can make people really unhappy. But even those who seem really mean can find a little bit of hope if they decide to be kind instead of seeking revenge. Some people think of Wuthering Heights as a great love story, while others see it as a warning. But no matter how you look at it, the strong feelings of love and sadness stick with you. 18. Fahrenheit 451 by Ray Bradbury. Picture a world where people are so scared of books that firefighters don't put out fires. They actually start them to burn every single page. That's the strange idea here, where a man named Montag has a job as a fireman, and his job is to get rid of books. In this future, people are always entertained and hardly ever think for themselves. Big screens take up space in their homes, playing silly shows that stop them from thinking about anything. Having books is against the law because they can make people curious, question things, and think about complicated ideas. But Montag starts to feel uncomfortable about his work. He thinks about whether there might be something important hidden in the words he is supposed to get rid of. A surprising encounter with a curious young neighbor makes him question things. She talks about fresh air, nature, and a time when people had real conversations. Her questions about happiness and purpose make Montag feel uneasy, bringing up memories of a deeper life he didn't realize he wanted. Soon, he ends up hiding a book instead of burning it, which is a risky first step toward standing up for himself. As Montag becomes more curious, he looks for people who still care about reading and remember a time when ideas were important. But the people in charge do not accept that kind of disobedience. His wife and her friends choose to look at their screens instead of facing hard truths. And Montag finds himself being chased. Fire represents both destruction and a chance for new beginnings, as everything he trusted turns to ash. The book shows what can go wrong when people stop thinking for themselves and let fun stuff take the place of really paying attention to what's happening around them. In a place where books are destroyed, learning becomes something very special. If people don't have it, they can't ask questions or challenge how things are done. They float through life without really noticing the freedom they have lost. Montag's journey shows that realizing there's more to life can be scary. It means standing up to leaders, neighbors, and even friends who expect you to just follow orders. But it also has times of amazement and fun, as he finds the joy of learning again. In the end, he has to choose if he is ready to risk it all to keep the light of knowledge shining. This story reminds us that if we give up our ability to think for endless fun, we might lose the deep and meaningful parts of being human. Books represent the strength of ideas and the importance of asking questions. Montag's journey shows us how important it is to protect our curiosity. When we let it grow, it can light the way to real freedom. 19. The Trial by Franz Kafka. Picture this. You wake up one regular morning, and out of nowhere, you're being arrested, but no one tells you why. A man named Joseph K. is in a confusing situation. He tries really hard to find out what he's being accused of, but nobody will tell him clearly. Instead, he gets caught up in a confusing mess of never-ending paperwork and mysterious court processes. At first, Joseph K. thinks it's just a silly mistake that will get sorted out soon. He tries to explain clearly, showing how silly it is to blame someone without saying why. Every time he tries to explain himself, he finds himself getting more lost in a confusing place filled with endless offices, tight hallways, and people who talk in circles. He meets people who also feel stuck in this confusing mess. Some just go along with it, while others try everything they can to push back. But nobody really gets the rules of the system. Judges disappear behind closed doors. Papers go missing, and even the helpers seem unable to provide real help. Every day, Joseph K. feels more unsure. Is the charge something from his past or his present? Is it possible that this is more about a moral or spiritual issue instead of just being a crime? The more he looks for answers, the more mixed up everything gets. Like the system really likes to keep things confusing. Meanwhile, life outside the trial keeps moving forward. Joseph K. continues to go to work, meets people he knows, and acts like everything is fine. But he can't shake the feeling that someone is always watching him and judging what he does. The big question is, will the trial ever finish? Or is he stuck wandering these confusing hallways forever? In this story, the main problem isn't about being guilty or innocent like we usually think. It's about someone looking for sense in a place where it feels like there isn't any. As he tries to keep his pride, the system keeps pushing him down. Readers often see this as a way to show how today's life can take away people's humanity if they get caught up in too many rules and impersonal authority. In the end, the trial makes us feel uneasy because Joseph K.'s fate shows that justice can sometimes get lost in pointless rules. It makes us think about what law and order really mean, and how strong a system can be when it's too big for one person to fight against by themselves. 20. Journey to the West by Wu Qing'an. Picture a playful monkey who can talk, change his shape, and fight like a martial arts expert as he journeys through faraway places filled with demons, spirits, and gods. This story is all about a big adventure that mixes myths and funny moments in one exciting journey. The monkey, brave and smart, is really the Monkey King. At first, he goes against the rules of the universe, getting called a troublemaker. He only agrees to help a kind monk on a special journey to get important scriptures after being controlled by a powerful god. This journey takes them through deserts, mountains, and magical places, where danger is always nearby. As they travel, they meet new friends. A silly pigman who really enjoys eating and sleeping, a quiet but tough river ogre, and a faithful horse that used to be a dragon prince. They work together to fight off monsters that want to eat the monk, thinking his pure flesh has special magic. With the Monkey King's clever ideas and his magic staff, the team gets past many tricky traps. But problems come not just from outside enemies, but also from their own mistakes. The pigman, for instance, often gives in to temptation, while the Monkey King's pride can lead him into tricky situations. The monk tries hard to keep everyone together because he believes in being nice and showing kindness, even to those who hurt them. Sometimes, he gets mad at the Monkey King for being too forceful, not understanding that sometimes being tough is necessary to keep them safe. As they face challenges, Each character learns important lessons about being patient, working together, and finding the right mix of bravery and kindness. Even the angels keep an eye on what they do, sometimes helping them out or giving them more challenges. Journey to the West is full of amazing things to see. Trees that talk, mountains that are on fire, and castles high up in the clouds. But under its amazing surface, the story reveals that our own problems can be just as big a challenge as any monster. Pride, laziness, and anger can hold people back even more than the strongest monster if they don't learn to control themselves. In the end, the adventure is about more than just getting important scrolls. It's a way for everyone to grow spiritually. Every test helps them grow, learn, and understand themselves better. The Monkey King goes from being a wild troublemaker to a faithful protector. The Pigman discovers how to be more disciplined, and the monk deepens his belief in doing good. This story is loved for its fun characters, exciting adventures, and important lessons about making things right. It shows us that real success often comes from fighting not only the challenges around us, but also the problems inside ourselves. 21. The Odyssey by Homer. Think about coming back from a really bad war, only to discover that home is far away, hidden behind years of storms, scary monsters, and tricky gods. This is the story of a smart hero who tries to sail back to his kingdom after a battle. He faces many challenges that fate and powerful beings throw at him. His trip is long and has many surprises. He tricks a giant cyclops that has captured him and his crew in a cave. He hears enchanting songs from sirens that try to attract sailors to their fate. He even goes to the land of the dead, looking for advice on how to get through the next challenges. At every stop, he has to use his cleverness, his men's courage, and sometimes get help from friendly gods. At the same time, trouble is starting at his house. A lot of greedy men have come together, thinking he is gone for good. They take his food, drink his wine, and push his loyal wife to find a new husband. His son tries hard to keep things in line, hoping that his dad might come back one day. But many people believe the lost hero is probably dead, and they are getting restless to take the kingdom for themselves. Even through storms at sea, cursed islands, and changes caused by a strong enchantress, the hero keeps chasing his dream of seeing his family. He feels a strong desire to go home and has the determination of a warrior. On his journey, he discovers that just being strong isn't enough to keep him safe. Wits and respect for the gods prove just as crucial to outsmarting the dangers he faces. After so many years, when he finally gets to his land, he discovers that taking back his throne is the toughest challenge yet. He pretends to be a beggar and watches the people who remained loyal and those who turned against his family. He has to show who he really is by doing something amazing, using his special bow, before he faces the intruders and fights to bring back peace in his home. This amazing journey shows themes of loyalty, never giving up, and being welcoming over and over. Storms can be real weather events or represent tough times in life, testing a person's feelings and strength. The gods show that even they have flaws. Sometimes they help us, and other times they get in the way, reminding us that life isn't always easy. The Odyssey shows that no matter how far someone goes, the dream of home can be the brightest guiding light. It also shows us that the best rewards usually come after we show our honesty, bravery, and respect for those who support us. In the end, the hero's journey teaches us that believing in ourselves and being smart can help us get through tough challenges, guiding us back to the ones we care about. 22. The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Picture three brothers who are quite different from each other. They share the same dad, but each one is following their own interests, dreams, and ideas. This is the story at the heart of a tale that looks at love, faith, guilt, and whether people can really be good. The dad is a rough and selfish guy, more focused on drinking and causing trouble than taking care of his kids. Each brother responds to how their dad acts in a unique way. The oldest one is passionate, brave, and usually guided by strong feelings. The middle brother is calm and kind. He relies on his faith and really cares about how others feel. The youngest thinks a lot, but has a hard time with some ideas. He questions the right and wrong of the world he sees. Things get tense when their dad's careless choices lead to fights about money, relationships, and family pride. A brother gets blamed for a really bad crime when their dad is killed. Rumors fly around, and the whole town turns into a place where people talk and judge each other. At the same time, each son feels a mix of guilt and doubt inside them. making them think more about what it means to be responsible and how to make things right. In the story, the brothers meet many different characters. Some are looking for deeper meaning in life, while others just want to have fun or escape their problems. Every time people interact, it shows how delicate trust is and how quickly pride or jealousy can break relationships. A main idea is the struggle between believing and doubting. Is there a greater force leading us? Or are people alone in a confusing world? The middle brother really cares, but his siblings aren't so sure. This causes them to have long conversations about pain, fairness, and whether it's possible to forgive even the worst actions. As the trial for the murder goes on, the story makes us think about how we decide who is at fault. Are we only responsible for what we do? Or do we also have to think about the hurtful things we might cause in other people? The trial gets more intense, but the real battle happens inside the characters as they think about love versus anger and hope versus despair. In the end, the brothers Karamazov shows how important compassion is, suggesting that really understanding others can help fix hurt feelings. Even during tough times, little acts of kindness and helping others can shine brightly in a world that feels dark. The book makes us think about what influences our decisions, like believing in what is right or the bad feelings that can lead us off track. 23. The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri. Picture walking into a dark forest when you're halfway through your life, feeling lost and unsure, but then being led on an adventure through places that are hard to understand. A poet goes on an amazing journey. First, they travel through a hot and scary underworld, then climb a tough mountain to get clean, and finally reach the bright and beautiful paradise. A wise person guides him at first, helping him see the truth about sin. They go down through different levels of a pit where souls face the consequences of their mistakes on earth. Each punishment fits the kind of wrong they did. Some cry in rivers of hot rain. Others run after dreams that never come true, and many are stuck in ice. This tough journey is meant to show that the choices we make in life can have lasting effects, even after we're gone. After seeing a lot of pain, the poet goes to a place where people try hard and find hope, working on their mistakes to become better. They climb a mountain, going through different stages that show every type of human weakness, like pride, envy, anger, and others. The poet believes that change can happen, but it needs real thinking and a wish to improve. Finally, with the help of a bright friend, he journeys into a place filled with shining light and calmness. At every level, he encounters souls that glow with love and wisdom, no longer trapped in darkness. As he gets up, the sight becomes brighter, and words just don't seem enough to explain how beautiful it is. The main goal here is to be one with the highest power, which means finding true happiness and understanding. During these steps, the poet meets well-known people from history and myths, picking up lessons from their tales. Some characters talk about how bad false pride can be, while others share how faith and being humble can make you strong. Even though the setting is different from ours, the experiences are similar to the challenges regular people face, like dealing with temptation, feeling guilty, seeking redemption, and finding grace. The Divine Comedy is really about a journey of discovering one's spirit. The poet's journey shows how someone can deal with sadness, learn from their errors, and gradually move toward understanding and love. It shows that every person can overcome their past if they have the right support and are ready to improve. In the end, the poet sees a light that goes beyond words, a connection that brings everything in creation together in harmony. This important idea reminds us that even when things seem really dark in our lives, there is always a way to rise above it, if we decide to take that path with bravery and kindness. 24. Moby Dick by Herman Melville. Picture yourself on a whaling ship with a captain who is obsessed with a giant white whale. He is determined to find it no matter what it takes. This story is all about a journey where the sea is a place for strong feelings, friendship, and fights against the biggest creatures in nature. The narrator is someone who loves to explore and decides to join a whaling ship to experience the world. His crew members are from different places, and each one has their own special qualities and reasons for being on the ship. But none are more noticeable than the ship's captain, a serious person with a missing leg, lost in a past battle with the famous whale named Moby Dick. Every day, they travel across the big oceans, looking for any sign of water shooting up that could mean there are whales nearby. The captain's focus on finding Moby Dick becomes stronger, making him care less about money or safety. The crew feels the danger in this never-ending chase, but they can't escape the captain's strong control. As storms batter the sails and huge waves try to throw them into the ocean, the men tell stories about distant lands and unusual happenings at sea. These stories show how people can come together and rely on each other to stay safe and survive. Some people dream of getting rich from the oil they collect. Others wish to go back home. And at least one is looking for a bigger purpose in the sound of the ocean winds. The white whale turns into something greater than just a creature. It represents the secrets and worries that live inside people's hearts. Some crew members look at it with wonder, while others feel scared. The captain views it as a personal foe, a symbol of his anger towards things he can't manage. The narrator feels both curious and scared as he sees the hunt getting closer to its big showdown. When the time comes, the ocean churns with waves, splashes, and incredible strength. The captain stands up to the whale with a strong will that almost seems crazy. The result changes the lives of everyone on the ship forever, leaving the narrator by themselves to share the story. Moby Dick shows how being obsessed can take over someone, making them ignore what makes sense. It shows the big and uncaring beauty of nature, reminding us that people are small compared to the vast oceans of the world. Some people might think of the whale as just a simple animal, while others see it as a big symbol. The story teaches us a lesson about how letting anger and pride take over can be dangerous. It reminds us to be careful, to have faith, and to show kindness to others who are in trouble too. 25. Jane Eyre by Charlotte Bronte. Imagine a girl without parents who has a tough childhood living with relatives who don't pay much attention to her and going to a strict school. Despite this, she becomes a strong person with a lively spirit. This is about a strong woman who discovers how to value herself, even when others don't see her true worth. From a young age, she experiences unkindness and a lack of support from the people who are supposed to take care of her. She goes to a strict school where things are pretty basic, and there she makes her first true friend. This friend's calm and strong presence helps her see things differently. Little by little, she learns how important knowledge and self-respect can be. Even though school can be hard, it gives her an education that helps her become independent. When she grows up, she works as a governess, teaching a child in a quiet manner far away. There, she meets the owner of the house, a man who holds many secrets. She is attracted to his complicated personality and starts to fall in love, wishing to be accepted even though they come from different backgrounds. The quiet halls of the estate have some scary secrets, like weird sounds and ghostly lights at night, when a surprising find puts her trust to the test. She has to choose between staying with the person she loves or keeping the respect she has worked so hard to earn. The surprising news makes her think about who she is, making her choose between love and what she believes is right. She picks being honest and respecting herself, even if it means going through being poor and alone again. But destiny reveals new ways. She discovers kindness in surprising places and reconnects with family members she never knew she had. Every meeting boosts her confidence and shows her how different life can be for women, whether they have money, status, or strong will. In the end, she goes back to see the man she used to love, noticing that he has changed because of his own struggles. Now that they are more equal in spirit and fortune, they can finally come together as real partners. Even with all the challenges she faces, she believes deep down that she deserves respect, freedom, and the chance to follow her heart in a world that often takes those things away from women. Jane Eyre shows us the strength of a calm and strong person, someone who stands up for her self-respect in the face of social judgment and unfairness. The story explains that for love to be real, both people need to be themselves. It shouldn't make one person change just because they are scared or need something. This strong heroine shows that a good relationship can only happen when people are honest and believe in themselves. 26. Les Miserables by Victor Hugo. Picture a man walking out of prison after a long time, holding on to the heavy memories of his tough past and a small hope for a brighter future. This story is about a man named Jean Valjean, who used to be in prison. He wants to start fresh and live a good life, but people keep looking down on him because of his past mistakes. He discovers kindness in a surprising spot, a simple bishop who offers him mercy when no one else does. This one good deed changes Valjean's heart and leads him to care for others and seek what is right. But his old identity sticks with him like a shadow. Javert is a determined officer who thinks that someone who breaks the law can never really change. He spends years chasing Valjean through the streets, Their chase happens in a France dealing with poverty and social problems. All around, people are having a tough time, workers facing hard situations, kids living on the streets, and families broken apart by money problems. During all this chaos, Valjean meets a young mother who has been abandoned and had to give up her child to harsh caregivers. When something bad happens, Valjean promises to take care of her daughter, Cosette. This promise gives him a new reason to live, and he puts all his effort into keeping her safe, making sure they stay hidden from Javert's watchful gaze. As Cosette gets older, the city of Paris is filled with thoughts of change, especially from young dreamers who want freedom and a better life for those in need. These dreamers create barriers in the streets, wanting to inspire change with bravery and giving up something important. In the middle of the chaos and sadness, strong friendships grow. Cosette wins the heart of a young man who feels deeply, and their love brings hope to a world filled with fear. In the story, characters reveal both the good and bad parts of being human. Some people act selfishly, hurting others just to make money for themselves. But we also see a lot of courage, friendship, and kindness. A street kid stands bravely on the barriers, putting everything on the line for what he thinks is right. A serious police officer finds out that his ideas about why people commit crimes might not be as clear as he used to believe. This story shows how important mercy and redemption can be. Valjean's journey shows how a single act of kindness can change a tough person for the better. Even when rules and society feel tough, understanding others can still start a big change in a person. Hope can be found even in the darkest places, showing us that people can change for the better, no matter how tough things get. 27. Great Expectations by Charles Dickens. Picture finding out that a secret helper wants to help you escape poverty and make you into a true gentleman. A young boy named Pip, who used to live a simple life by the marshes, gets an exciting surprise. He suddenly has the chance to leave his old home and move to the busy city to improve his manners and education. When Pip was younger, he helped a convict who had escaped. He gave him food because he felt sorry for him, even though he didn't really know who the stranger was. Pip gets an invitation to go to a big, old mansion that belongs to a wealthy but unhappy woman called Miss Havisham. She sits in her old wedding dress, trapped in the memory of when she was hurt a long time ago. Estella, her adopted daughter, is really beautiful but also seems far away. Pip can't help but fall in love with her, even though he feels awkward around her coldness. Pip finds out he has great expectations and thinks that Miss Havisham is the one helping him. He hopes that this will make him good enough for Estella's love. He goes to the city, saying goodbye to his friend Joe, who is like a dad to him, and steps into a world of fancy clothes and new friends. At first, he is so excited that he doesn't notice how his actions make others feel bad because he seems better than them or doesn't appreciate what he has. But problems come right after. Pip has a hard time with money problems, feels lost about what he wants to do in life, and isn't sure who really cares about him. The real story about his wealth finally comes out, showing a surprise he never expected. Everything he thought he knew is now in doubt, making him think about what he really believes. On this journey, we meet a bunch of interesting characters: loyal Joe, proud Miss Havisham, cold Estella, and many more who each show Pip something important about love, loyalty, or regret. Pip discovers that true worth isn't always about how much money or things you have. True friendship and kindness can be seen in people who may not have much money but have a lot of love to give. Great Expectations shows how big dreams can make someone proud and blind them to the truth about the people who care for them the most. It says that trying to get attention without being humble can make you feel lonely. The story shows that going through tough times can teach us that kindness and understanding are way more valuable than money or gifts we might inherit. In the end, Pip realizes that his mistakes have hurt the people who cared about him, and he wishes to make things better. His life teaches us to look for value in ourselves and in real friendships, instead of chasing after money or status. 28. Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. Picture a future where babies are made in labs, and everyone is designed from the start to belong to a certain group. This is a place where people value order and happiness, but it comes with a price. People learn to stay away from strong feelings, thinking deeply, or connecting with family. Instead, they focus on having fun all the time and getting what they want right away. In our world, technology and medicine help make sure everyone is happy. If someone feels sad, they can take a pill that makes them feel better right away. helping them forget tough thoughts. Kids pick up ideas from messages that are softly shared with them while they sleep, helping to form their beliefs without them even knowing it. Because of this, people rarely question the system. But some characters feel like something is not quite right. They think about art, religion, love, and the complicated parts of life that people often want to ignore. A man, seen as different from others, is interested in old books and the freedoms that used to be around. Someone feels stuck between wanting to fit in and wanting to really feel their true emotions. When they go to a place called the reservation, they meet people who feel deep sadness and true happiness. They witness birth, aging, and religious ceremonies that change how they see a world without suffering. One of these people is a young man who grew up hearing stories about Shakespeare and old ideas of love and honor. When he returns to the advanced society, he has a hard time fitting in, feeling both amazed and scared by their empty joys. The story looks at how a society focused on always having fun can lose out on real human experiences, like feeling deep emotions, being curious, and growing as a person. It asks if it's really worth it to give up our personal freedoms for a life that is peaceful and predictable. Can real happiness be felt if there's no sadness to compare it to? While the characters think about these questions, the system works to keep things in order, seeing anything that causes strong feelings as a danger. The story shows how a whole society can get caught up in wanting things right away, without taking the time to think deeply or deal with the good and bad parts of life. In the end, Brave New World makes readers think about whether a life without struggles is also a life without purpose. It says that always being comfortable can cause people to stop speaking up for themselves and forget how special real human connections are. The story reminds us that even a perfect system can feel empty if it doesn't include the things that make us real and alive. 29. Slaughterhouse-Five by Kurt Vonnegut. Picture a man who sees time all mixed up, jumping around to different parts of his life. Sometimes he's stuck as a prisoner of war. Other times he's a successful eye doctor. And sometimes he's an unsure traveler on a faraway planet. Billy Pilgrim has a weird adventure as a kind and gentle person caught in the craziness of World War II. In the war, Billy makes it through the bombing of a city that was once beautiful but is now completely ruined by fire. He and the other prisoners see terrible things while stuck in an old slaughterhouse as bombs fall from above. This event sticks with him, changing how he sees life and death. When Billy is back to living a normal life, he seems just like everyone else. He gets married, has kids, and becomes rich. He still says that aliens from outside our sense of time once took him away. These beings say that every moment is set, and they can see all of history and the future at the same time. Billy finds comfort in this idea, which helps him deal with sad times because he thinks every moment lasts forever. In the story, we follow Billy as he experiences different moments in his life. He is a confused soldier, a survivor with haunting memories, a special attraction in an alien zoo, and an everyday guy handling his daily tasks. The way it's written mixes funny moments with strong thoughts about how mean war can be. We see strange moments, like soldiers in big coats that aren't theirs, next to serious signs of damage and sadness. The phrase, "so it goes," keeps showing up every time someone dies or something bad happens. This repeated line shows that war keeps going, even when we look for sense in its chaos. Some people think of Billy as someone hurt by tough experiences, while others see him as a smart person who has found a calm way to deal with life's surprises. Slaughterhouse-Five shows how pointless war is, likening it to a strange and chaotic carnival filled with violence. The book jumps around in time, showing how memories of tough experiences can pop up at any moment, not letting us forget the past. It also asks if we really have free will. If time is set, like Billy thinks, can anyone really change what happens? The novel mixes sad moments, funny parts, and some weird science fiction to explore important questions about fate, memory, and what it means to be human. It shows us that even though war breaks lives, people can still find ways to get through it, even if they have to change how they look at the world to handle its tough realities. 30. Beloved by Toni Morrison. Think about feeling so much guilt and hurt that you'd do anything to keep your child safe from the terrible things you went through. This story focuses on a woman who escaped from slavery, but is still chased by its dark past. She lives in a house filled with sadness, where odd things happen that make it seem like a restless spirit is around. Seeth, a woman, escaped from a harsh life of slavery to protect herself and her kids from the terrible hold of a plantation. In a really tough time, She made a surprising choice to protect her kids from what she went through. And that decision stays heavy on her heart every day. Even though she feels free, her memories and sadness still hold her back. Many years later, a strange young girl shows up and says her name is Beloved. She looks innocent but feels strangely familiar, pulling Seeth and her daughter into a risky mix of love, need, and hidden anger. As things change in the house, hurtful secrets come out into the open. The past and the present come together, making everyone face old hurts that never really got better. The story shows bits of the characters' pasts, pieces that uncover lost kindness, broken families, and the deep marks left by forced work. Even when the characters remember happy times, there's always a reminder of what they lost. They share stories of little victories and moments of standing up against a cruel system. The main idea of the novel is that trauma can stay in a person's mind even after they are no longer in a bad situation. The ghostly figure shows how the past won't stay hidden. The characters discover that trying to escape from what happened only gets them stuck deeper, until they confront their hidden truths. Throughout everything, the connections between women create an important bond. Girls who are friends help each other in ways that others might not get. Care and forgiveness are like a lifeline, giving hope to those hurt by cruelty so they can start to heal. When the community comes together, it can help end feelings of loneliness and sadness. Beloved shows us that the terrible things about slavery didn't just go away when people became free. If we don't deal with our emotional scars, they can be passed down from one generation to another. But it also shows that love and understanding can create ways to make things better. In the end, the ghost shows an important truth. To move ahead, people need to recognize the hurt they hold inside and find the bravery to let it go, no matter how deep it is. 31. Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison. Picture going through life feeling like nobody notices you, even when you talk loudly or do your best to be different. The narrator shares his story from a secret underground room that shines with stolen electric light. He thinks about what happened to him, starting from his childhood in the divided South, where he faces racism that tries to take away who he is. At first, he gets a scholarship to a black college, but soon realizes that those who say they want to help him often have their own plans. One wrong move leads him to be sent away, and he travels north to a busy city, looking for acceptance and a new beginning. Once again, he finds himself in a world that views him only as a tool or a symbol, not as a real person with dreams and worries. Involved in political movements, he wants to improve his community, but finds out that leaders from every side can be tricky. They either show him off or ignore him. Sometimes, when people talk about making things better and working together, they might have other reasons that aren't so clear. As he starts to notice these fake appearances more and more, he finds it hard to figure out his own way, wondering what it truly means to be seen in a world that is divided. Ellison's novel looks at more than just racial barriers. It also shows the common struggle of finding who you really are. The narrator's experiences show how what society expects, like race, class, or beliefs, can make people overlook what makes someone special. Every new job or role he takes on is just another disguise. In the end, a bunch of fights makes him go into hiding, from below the surface. He thinks about what it means to be invisible. Sometimes, it's because of unfair judgments. But other times, a person might pick it to avoid a game that's not fair. Even though he feels alone, the narrator holds on to the hope that by sharing his story, he can help others understand if they are open to it. Invisible Man shows the struggles between people and the groups that say they speak for them. It means that true visibility happens when we accept our own complexity, going beyond the labels that society gives us. The narrator's journey doesn't wrap up nicely. Instead, it leaves us with a tough question. If someone is ignored, how can they ask to be noticed in a way that feels right to them? 32. Their Eyes Were Watching God by Zora Neale Hurston. Picture a young woman who loves to explore and dreams of finding love and understanding herself, even when others try to tell her how to live her life. Janie is a character who goes on a journey to discover her true voice and figure out what happiness really means. Janie grows up with her grandmother, who has strong beliefs. At first, she gets married for safety instead of love. Her first marriage feels too tight, so she leaves with a charming guy who promises fun and a better life. But as he becomes a well-known person in a small town, he tries to make her less unique. He wants her to be more like a trophy instead of a true partner. Janie goes through this for many years, hiding her desire for real love under what people expect from her. After those years go by, a new chance comes along with a fun-loving drifter called Tea Cake. Even though he doesn't have money or fame, he treats Janie like she's just as important as he is. For the first time, she giggles and discovers what she wants without being scared. The two friends go to the Florida Everglades, working together, dancing to music, and dealing with storms that challenge their friendship. Hurston's novel brings together the sounds of Southern life, the power of community, and the deep feelings of love and desire. Through talking, jokes, and really sad times, Janie grows into a person who won't be quieted. She realizes that love needs openness and respect, not control or popularity. The main focus of the story is how important storytelling is. The story starts with Janie coming back to her hometown, and she shares her life story with a friend who listens kindly and without judging her. Hurston's words sound like the rhythm of everyday talk, showing the lively culture that is often missed in more serious writing. Their eyes were watching God. A woman is shown who is set on finding happiness in her own way, even when nature shows its power with hurricanes, and people look down on her free spirit. Janie shows that true strength and real friendship can overcome social obstacles. In the end, she comes back with new understanding. Love and freedom should be felt deep inside, not held back by anyone else's rules or limits. 33. The Grapes of Wrath by John Steinbeck. Picture your family farm turned to dust because of a drought, and the banks taking your home when you can't make the payments. The Jodes are an Oklahoma family who have to load their few things into an old truck and travel west to find jobs and stay alive. They imagine orchards and vineyards in California, thinking that's where chances are waiting for them. But when they get there, they see that the promised land is not as friendly as they expected. Many other families are really hoping for jobs, which makes it super competitive since there aren't enough available. Big landowners take advantage of them by paying very low wages and providing small campsites that don't have good sanitation. The Jodes travel from one place to another, holding on to their sense of dignity even when life is tough for them. At the center of the family is Ma Jode, who is strong and determined, holding everyone together, even when tough times come, like sickness, not having enough food, and being treated unfairly. She makes sure they stay together as one. At the same time, Tom Jode, who just got out of prison, struggles with how unfair it is that hardworking people are seen as criminals when they want to fight for better working conditions. Steinbeck shows us clear images of dry roads, simple camps, and wide fields run by big companies. He also shows times when people are kind and caring, strangers sharing food, a farmer giving a child a leftover peach, or new friends connecting over something they both think is unfair. Little acts of kindness can grow into big hopes in a world that sometimes feels sad. The book shows how money and jobs can make some people feel like they don't matter. Police bother migrant workers, and rich people tell lies to keep them apart. Steinbeck's message is simple. Real change starts when people who are treated unfairly see their strength together. The book doesn't give a clear answer. Instead, it shows the struggle and ends with a mix of sadness and a strong message for understanding others. In the end, the Jodes' journey shows how strong people can be when they help each other out. When faced with unkindness and selfishness, they discover that being together and helping each other could be the best way to get through tough times. Even when things are tough, they believe that people can come together to help each other and bring kindness into a difficult world. 34. The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien. Think about being taken from a cozy home with tasty food into an adventure with dwarves, dragons, and wild woods. That's what happens to Bilbo Baggins, a hobbit who enjoys his comfy home in the ground, filled with lots of food in his pantry. A wizard named Gandalf shows up and tells Bilbo that he has been picked to help a group of dwarves get back their treasure from a scary dragon. At first, Bilbo complains. He thinks of himself as not an adventurer. But before he can say anything, he's on an adventure that takes him through dark tunnels, tall mountains, and spooky forests filled with huge spiders. He feels the excitement of danger for the first time and finds a bravery inside him that he never knew was there. On his journey, he finds a magic ring that makes him invisible and a key that helps him survive many times. He figures out puzzles with a weird, sad creature and has to be careful around clever elves and sometimes even outsmart orcs. At the same time, he discovers that dwarves value loyalty and honor more than gold. even though they are still tempted by the chance to get back their family treasure. When they finally get to the dragon's mountain home, Bilbo has to use his cleverness to quietly move around the huge beast. His friends start to argue as they become greedy. Outside forces are a problem too. Both men and elves are curious about who should get the big treasure. A conflict is starting, putting everyone's togetherness to the test. By the end of the story, Bilbo comes back home changed from when he first set out. Even though he still likes simple things, he has become braver, kinder, and understands the world better. He has made friends that are more than just part of his quiet life, discovering that a kind heart can be just as brave as a warrior with a sword. This magical beginning to The Lord of the Rings shows how even the tiniest, most unsure hero can change the future for many. It shows the fun and the risks of going outside your home. When we look at things from Bilbo's perspective, we learn that taking risks and exploring new places can help us discover our true abilities. Sometimes, the real treasure is the friendships we make and how we grow as people, not just the gold we find. 35. Animal Farm by George Orwell. Picture a bunch of tired animals deciding to stand up against their human farmer. They think they can make things better and fairer if they run their own lives. This story starts with a brave experiment filled with hope. But as it goes on, things start to take a darker turn. The animals imagine a farm where everyone is treated the same. Each one helps out based on what they can do, and they all share what they earn without being selfish or mean. At the beginning, it looks good. They drive the farmer away and create their own rules. No animal can harm another. All animals are equal, and things like that. The pigs, being the smartest, quickly become the leaders. One pig, named Napoleon, really wants power and uses sneaky tricks to take control of the farm. The pigs get to enjoy special treats like sleeping in beds, drinking milk, and even walking on two legs, while the other animals work much harder but get less in return. People get confused when the rules on the barn wall keep changing, and it always seems to help the pigs. Even when some animals remember the old rules, they are told that memory can be imperfect or that the situation is different. Fear and propaganda take the place of the unity they used to share. Napoleon has guard dogs to keep anyone from complaining, and a pig called Squealer changes the truth, telling the animals that things are better than they've ever been. Many, like the hardworking horse boxer, trust their leaders completely, thinking that if they just work harder, everything will be okay. They don't see how their trust is being misused until it's too late. In the end, the farm's hope for everyone being equal falls apart. The pigs start to look just like the humans they took over, enjoying nice things while making everyone else work hard. The last scenes show animals looking confused as they watch a party where pigs and humans are celebrating profits together, making it hard to tell them apart. In this story, Orwell shows how revolutions can go wrong when leaders become too obsessed with power. Even good goals can be messed up if people don't pay attention to being tricked. Animal Farm teaches us that freedom needs our ongoing care, honesty, and the courage to ask questions about those in charge, even if they began with good intentions. 36. Dune by Frank Herbert. In a distant future where powerful families rule whole planets, a young boy named Paul Atreides goes on a journey with his family to a sandy planet called Arrakis. This planet, which is also named Dune, is the only place where a really valuable substance called spice can be found. It helps people live longer, makes them more aware, and lets pilots fly through space. Arrakis is a tough, hot place filled with endless sand dunes, where giant sandworms roam and eat anything that bothers them. Paul's dad, Duke Leto Atreides, takes charge of Arrakis because the Emperor told him to. He knows that enemies are hiding all around. The rival House Harkonnen used to control this desert and wants to come back. The Freemen, who are the original people of the planet, are strong survivors with their own hidden traditions. They wear special suits to recycle body moisture because water is really important. The Duke wants to be a good ruler, but secret plans to take him down are there from the beginning. Paul feels something is wrong because he has weird dreams that suggest he has a special purpose that's more important than what a regular boy would have. When betrayal happens, House Atreides falls apart during a surprise attack. Paul and his mom, Jessica, run away into the desert, far away from everything they were used to. They struggle to stay alive in a land where the heat can be deadly and huge worms react to even the smallest sound on the sand. The Freemen, amazed by Jessica's special abilities and Paul's courage, decide to help them and give them a place to stay. As time goes by, Paul gets to know their traditions, like how they use swords in battles and how they ride huge worms. He becomes friends with these people, who think he could be the one mentioned in old prophecies. Spice is really important to the secrets of Arrakis. It helps Paul think more clearly and boosts his dreams about what might happen in the future. Jessica, a member of a secret group called the Bene Gesserit, shows him how to control his sharp senses and understand small body signals. As Paul gets stronger, the burden of his fate becomes heavier. He dreams about being in charge of the Freemen, leading them in a big holy war all over the galaxy. And that thought really scares him. He is scared of causing violence, even though he doesn't know how to stop it from happening. At the same time, the harsh House Harkonnen is getting stronger, and the Emperor is worried that Paul's quick rise could threaten his power. Despite the challenges, Paul brings the Freemen together, forming a strong group with the shared goal of taking back Arrakis. They work together to use the sandworms as weapons, making the desert their friend. Finally, Paul faces his family's old enemies, ready to save the planet and take charge of the spice that decides the future of empires. Dune looks at how the environment affects culture, how power can lead to corruption, and how prophecies can turn into traps. Frank Herbert mixed politics, religion, nature, and the challenges of a young leader to create a story that led to many sequels and inspired readers for years. At the center is Paul, who has to decide whether to take on the role of a messiah or choose a different way, understanding that each choice holds the potential for both hope and destruction. 37. The Sound and the Fury by William Faulkner, in a calm town in Mississippi. A family called the Compsons, who used to be well respected, starts to break down over time. This story looks at how things go wrong for three brothers. It shares their thoughts and memories as they deal with their own struggles and regrets. Caddy, their sister, is at the heart of a lot of sadness. Her decisions and the embarrassment that comes with them affect everyone in the house. The first part is told from Benji's perspective. He has a mental disability, which makes it hard for him to communicate like most people do. His thoughts jump back and forth between what happened before and what's happening now, sparked by the tiniest smells or sounds. Even if his memories are mixed up, it's obvious that he loves Caddy. When she is around, he feels safe and happy, but when she goes away, he feels really sad and alone. This simple perspective shows a family that isn't looking out for its weakest member anymore. Next is Quentin, a thoughtful person worried about his family's lost honor and his own fixation on Caddy's reputation. Even though he goes to Harvard, he can't get away from his past. Time bothers him a lot, shown by a watch he breaks but can still hear ticking. Quentin struggles with his feelings as he tries to balance the old Southern ideas of honor with the complicated truth of what people really want. His obsession takes him on a sad journey, showing how heavy tradition can be for someone who can't handle it. Jason, the third brother, shares the next part of the story with a voice full of bitterness and anger. Feeling greedy and angry, he thinks life has been unfair to him and blames others for his unhappiness. He takes money meant for taking care of Caddy's daughter and doesn't care about anyone but himself. His mean behavior and not caring about others make the family's problems worse. Quentin worries about what has happened before, and Benji enjoys his own endless time. Meanwhile, Jason looks ahead, driven by anger. The last part changes to a farther away, third-person point of view. The story is about the family's housekeeper, Diley, who has worked for them for many years. She stays strong, giving love and support as the Compsons fall apart. Her belief stands out strongly against their sadness. Diley sees the end of a family that used to be strong, but she still keeps her dignity and kindness. The Sound and the Fury makes readers think with its unique way of telling the story. Each brother tells his story in a way that shows how he feels. Benji's story is all over the place with time. Quentin's is filled with deep sadness, and Jason's is sharp and angry. Faulkner shows a clear image of the South after the Civil War, where traditional beliefs fight against new challenges. Feelings of betrayal, guilt, and lost dreams are present on every page, coming together to show a family stuck because of its past. Caddy is a mysterious person. People love her, but they also feel ashamed of her at times. The title of the novel comes from Shakespeare, who said that life is a tale told by an idiot. This shows the messy mix of memories and feelings that make up the Compson family's sad decline. 38. As I Lay Dying by William Faulkner. This story takes place in rural Mississippi and follows a funeral journey. sharing the thoughts and feelings of different characters. Addie, the mother of the Bundren family, has passed away, and she wants to be buried in a faraway town. Aunts, her husband, and their kids go on a long journey to meet her wish. Every chapter shows a new point of view, sharing secret thoughts and unseen struggles. Cash, the oldest son, carefully builds his mother's coffin right outside her window before she passes away, measuring each board with attention. His talent as a carpenter is very different from the strong feelings going on around him. Darl, another son, struggles with strong feelings that almost push him into madness. He tells parts of the story really clearly, noticing details that nobody else sees. But his strong focus makes him different from everyone else. Jewel, Addie's son from another guy, hardly ever talks. He expresses his love more by what he does than by what he says. He has a strong, bright horse that shows his personality. Jewel and Darl feel a mix of hidden anger and love for each other, creating a tense atmosphere. At the same time, Dewey Dell, the only daughter, is facing a tough situation. She is pregnant and really needs a way out. She views the funeral trip as an opportunity to find someone who can assist her quietly. In the middle of this rough group is Aunts, the dad, who keeps talking about his bad luck and how much his body hurts. He focuses on getting new teeth when they arrive in town, not showing much sadness about Addie's death. The family keeps going, wading through floodwaters and facing tough roads, determined to stay focused on their goal. As the days go by, the smell of Addie's rotting body serves as a harsh reminder of how serious their mission is. As the story goes on, Faulkner shows us Addie's thoughts and feelings from after she has died. Her short chapter explains why she felt so angry about life. She talks about having Jewel with another man and thinks about the emptiness she used to feel in her marriage. The confessions show the complicated relationships between the Bundrens, even though they never talk about these secrets with each other. The trip turns into a challenge of determination. Wagons tip over, people get hurt, and each Bundren faces their own struggles. Darl's mind gets worse, causing him to do something surprising that changes everything. When the family finally gets to the burial site, each person has changed because of what they've been through. Some people feel really disappointed, while others try to take advantage of any opportunity for themselves. As I Lay Dying has different characters sharing their thoughts to show how families can help each other but also hurt each other. It looks at sadness, stubbornness, and the quiet struggle of people holding on to little hopes. In each monologue, Faulkner shows us how people can feel alone, even when they are close to family. He suggests that relatives might never really understand each other's deep feelings and struggles. 39. The Stranger by Albert Camus. This story takes place in sunny Algiers and is about Massault, a regular office worker who feels a bit disconnected from the world around him. When his mom passes away, he goes to her funeral but doesn't show any sadness. Later, he has a fun evening with a new friend and his girlfriend. Like everything is the same. People around him see how calm he is and start to wonder why he doesn't cry or seem sad. Massault meets Raymond, a guy known for causing problems. Raymond says his girlfriend is cheating on him and asks Massault to help him write a mean letter to her. Even though he doesn't really care, Massault just goes along with it because he doesn't see a reason to say no. This acceptance makes him get involved when things heat up between Raymond and the woman's brother. On a really hot day at the beach, with the sun shining bright, Massault comes face to face with the woman's brother. In a strange moment that doesn't make much sense, Massault shoots a gun and kills a man. Surprisingly, he keeps shooting the body even when the danger is over. He doesn't really explain why he did this. The police take him into custody, and before long, the trial starts. In court, how Massault acted at his mother's funeral becomes more important than the actual killing. People who saw him said he didn't seem sad at all. He smoked cigarettes and drank coffee while standing by her coffin. The prosecutor says that Massault's lack of feelings shows he is a heartless monster. Massault doesn't really seem to be able to defend himself well. He says he didn't love his mother like most people do, and that his actions just occurred without much thought. As the trial goes on, the question of why keeps coming back. People look for a reason, like jealousy, anger, or revenge, but Massault doesn't have any. He doesn't give any strong reason other than the bright sun and feeling a bit lost. This worries everyone, because a crime that doesn't make sense disrupts the normal way things are. The jurors think that a person who doesn't cry at their mom's funeral must be really bad inside. Massault, facing the death penalty. uses his time in prison to think about life and what it means. He doesn't believe in God and chooses not to find comfort in religion. A priest tries to help him find faith, but Masalt thinks it doesn't matter. He understands that everyone will die someday, and the universe doesn't really care about our stories. Weirdly, this understanding makes him feel calm. The stranger looks at ideas of being strange and feeling alone. Camus thinks that life can seem random and without a bigger purpose, which makes people uncomfortable because they want clear answers. People are really surprised by Masalt's crime, but what surprises them even more is how he doesn't care about social rules. Some readers think he is cruel, but others believe he is just being truthful about how empty life can feel. In the end, Masalt waits for what will happen to him, kind of hoping for a big crowd of angry people at his execution, because that might give him one last link to the feelings of the world. 40. The Picture of Dorian Gray by Oscar Wilde. Dorian Gray starts off as a kind and naive young man who poses for a painting created by the skilled artist Basil Hallward. Basil is really taken by Dorian's unique beauty, and he paints it with amazing talent. Dorian meets Lord Henry Wotton through Basil. Lord Henry is a smart nobleman who has a pretty negative outlook on life. Lord Henry impresses Dorian with clever comments about fun, being young, and how beauty doesn't last forever. This causes a big change in how Dorian sees things. Dorian looks at the portrait of himself and feels jealous of his future self. He knows that he will get older, but the painting will always stay the same. Feeling overwhelmed, he expresses a wish that the portrait would show the marks of time and wrongdoing instead of himself. Strange powers make his wish come true. After that, his face stays looking fresh and young, but the painting begins to show signs of getting worse over time. At first, Dorian hardly pays attention. He falls deeply in love with a talented stage actress named Sybil Vane, thinking she represents true art. But when she doesn't impress him one night, he is mean to her. Sybil's sadness leads her to a very bad ending. When Dorian gets home, he notices a small change in his portrait. There's a hint of cruelty around the mouth. Surprised, he sees that his wish has really happened. Dorian starts living a life full of pleasure because of Lord Henry's influence. Even though people are talking about his questionable actions, he still looks young and charming on the outside. The painting, on the other hand, keeps getting uglier, showing every selfish choice and mean action. Wrinkles appear, the eyes shine with a wicked light, and the whole appearance turns scary. Dorian, scared of being found out, hides the painting in a locked room that only he can enter. As time goes by, people start to notice Dorian's odd actions and the bad influence he has on others. He goes to fancy parties, catches people's attention, and makes them sad when he leaves. Basil finally faces Dorian, curious about how he still looks the same. In a fit of anger and fear, Dorian shows Basil the terrible painting, leaving him shocked by the proof of Dorian's decaying soul. In a moment filled with fear and anger, Dorian does something terrible, making him feel even worse inside. Dorian feels guilty, but also excited every time he makes a bad choice and avoids getting caught. He thinks about whether he can make things right, but the painting's strange shapes remind him of all his mistakes. In a last attempt to escape, he chooses to destroy the painting, thinking it might free him from its curse. When he stabs the canvas with a knife, a scream rings out in the house. Servants hurry in to discover an old man lying on the floor, stabbed and looking very troubled and scared. In the corner, there's a beautiful, young picture of Dorian, just as he looked at the beginning. Oscar Wilde's novel shows that looking good and being charming can cover up a bad heart. It also teaches that always seeking fun and being vain can hurt your spirit for good, even if you still look nice on the outside. 41. The Sun Also Rises by Ernest Hemingway. This story takes place after World War I and follows a group of people who have moved away from their home countries. They travel around Europe looking for fun and a sense of purpose. The story focuses on Jake Barnes, an American journalist living in Paris. He got hurt during the war, and now he has an injury that makes it hard for him to have a regular romantic relationship. Even so, he stays close to Lady Brett Ashley, an energetic Englishwoman who is dealing with her own feelings of unease. Jake and Brett explore a world filled with late-night cafes and non-stop parties, meeting artists, writers, and travelers who live a carefree life like theirs. People drink a lot, and funny conversations hide their real worries. The feelings from the war still stick around, even when we're having fun. Jake works hard to stay calm, But he can't ignore how he feels about Brett or the hurt of knowing they can't be together like most people. Their group of friends has Robert Cohn, a writer who feels unsure of himself and holds on to his dreams of romance. He feels awkward and a bit jealous, which makes him really close to Brett. This creates some tension in the group, as Jake watches with a sense of giving up. The people around him start to get frustrated with Cohn's seriousness. They soon leave Paris and head to Spain, looking for new adventures. In Pamplona, people see the famous running of the bulls and the exciting bullfights that grab the attention of Hemingway's characters. Jake thinks the matadors are really brave and skilled. He feels a strong respect for the intense battle between people and animals. The festival makes everyone feel more excited and connected. Brett, always looking for excitement, finds herself interested in a young bullfighter named Pedro Romero. This makes Cohn feel jealous and puts Jake in a tough spot. He really cares about Brett, but he has to see her go after someone else. As the festival comes to a close, their friendships start to feel the pressure from feelings of betrayal, fears they haven't shared, and old grudges that won't go away. Cohn gets really angry and it turns into violence, showing just how weak their connections really are. Everyone spreads out, leaving Jake and Brett to face the emptiness that's left when the fun is over. Even though they have a close bond, they can't get past the things that separate them. Their last talk suggests there are things they can never really reach. Hemingway's simple writing style reflects the characters' straightforward feelings, showing their world without a lot of extra explanation. Under the shiny surface of travel and hanging out with friends, the story shows how a generation deals with disappointment. The war has made them feel lost, looking for purpose in quick moments of excitement. Jake's calmness shows how sadness can take away people's ability to show love like they usually do. Brett's restless heart shows a woman who is pushing back against the limits of her time. The sun also rises shows how hard it is to deal with wanting something you can't have, and how tough it can be to find meaning after going through something really painful. The title, taken from the Bible, gently reminds us that life goes on even when we face our own sadness. In these pages, Hemingway shows a powerful part of the lost generation, always on the move, enjoying life, and longing for something more. 42. For Whom the Bell Tolls by Ernest Hemingway. This story takes place during the Spanish Civil War and follows an American named Robert Jordan. He is helping Spanish guerrillas in their fight. His job is risky and requires careful planning. He needs to blow up an important bridge to stop the enemy from moving around. The assignment needs careful planning because timing is very important. Any mistake could put his group in big trouble, and it could also mess up the bigger plan that was supposed to help them. Jordan finds a group of rebels who are hiding in the rough mountains. Pablo, their leader, used to be brave, but now he is careful and hard to predict. Pablo's partner, Pilar, is very loyal to their cause, even when Pablo feels unsure. One of them is Maria, a young woman who has gone through really tough times because of enemy forces. Her innocence and the tough times she's been through make Jordan want to protect her. As Jordan gets ready for the mission, he and Maria grow really close to each other. Their friendship gets stronger fast because they are always facing danger. In quiet talks, they dream of a calm life after the fighting. Jordan realizes he can't let anything get in his way, but his feelings for Maria make him feel more determined than ever. Their relationship is like a delicate safe place in the middle of all the chaos around them. The rebel group is feeling more and more tense, especially because Pablo's doubts might mess up Jordan's plan. Angry debates break out about the plan. Some people think we should take strong steps, but others worry it might not work out. In these stories, Hemingway looks at loyalty, bravery, and how war affects people's hearts and minds. Every character has lost friends, family, or pieces of themselves because of the fighting, but they keep going, hoping that winning will lead to a better future. Time is limited. Jordan needs to collect explosives, check out the bridge, and work with allies who are far away. Every day that goes by, the risk of being found out gets bigger. Bad guys are walking around the fields, and there's a chance someone might turn against us. Jordan has a hard time with tough questions about right and wrong. How many lives should be sacrificed for a bigger advantage? Do these rebel actions really help Spain, or are they just parts of a bigger, harsher picture? When the last hour comes, Jordan and his friends make their bold attack on the bridge. Gunshots sound in the canyon while big blasts shake the ground. Winning looks like it could happen, but it won't be easy and will hurt a bit. Jordan's life and the future of his loved ones depend on how well his careful plan works. After everything that happened, everyone has to face the results of what they decided to do. For Whom the Bell Tolls talks about important ideas like honor, sacrifice, and love, even when things are really tough. The title, taken from John Donne's idea that no man is an island, shows that people are linked by common challenges. Hemingway's characters show us that every loss affects everyone in some way. Even during the harshness of war, they discover brief moments of kindness, holding on to the hope that tomorrow might bring a chance for peace. 43. A Farewell to Arms by Ernest Hemingway. This story takes place during World War I and follows Frederick Henry, an American who drives an ambulance for the Italian army. He spends his days helping injured soldiers get to safety and his nights hanging out with friends. Even though Frederick is in the middle of a war, he feels a bit distant from it all. But then a surprising encounter turns his world upside down. He meets Catherine Barclay, a British nurse who is sad because her fiancé has died. At first, their flirting is fun and easy, but it soon turns into something much deeper. As the two become better friends, the threat of war gets closer and closer. Italians get ready for tough fights against their approaching foes. Frederick goes back to the front, where he sees the terrible sights of artillery fire and the pressure of a crumbling front line. After getting hurt in an attack, he goes back to see Catherine at the hospital, feeling comforted by being with her. Their love grows in the calm places, bringing a little bit of comfort in the middle of the chaos. But the conflict keeps going in the background, never letting real peace happen. Life in the hospital has its little happy moments, laughing together, talking about dreams for the future. But it also reminds them that love during war can be very delicate, like a glass on a shaky table. Their friendship faces challenges from rumors, unexpected orders, and the careful attention of bosses who disapprove of such connections. Catherine and Frederick still dream of getting away to a place where there is no violence. When Frederick goes back to the battlefield, he faces one of the toughest times in the book, a forced retreat in the heavy rain. The roads are filled with exhausted soldiers, carts, and machines. People are really confused, which makes them panic and do mean things to those they think are running away. Worried that he might be blamed for something he didn't do, Frederick decides to take a big risk. He jumps into a river to escape the chaos. Catherine and her companion come together again, and they escape to Switzerland. They cross a lake in bad weather, hoping for a fresh start. In the calm Swiss mountains, they enjoy what seems like a normal life, even though they are using fake names. Catherine finds out she is going to have a baby, and they dream about a peaceful life together as parents. For a while, it looks like their wishes for safety and happiness have come true, away from the loud cannons and deep trenches. But nature can be just as harsh as any war zone. Catherine's labor starts with some problems, leaving her in pain and unsure of what will happen next. Frederick stands there, feeling like he can't do anything to help her or their child. The final result hurts him more than any bullet ever could. Feeling empty and sad, he walks out of the hospital by himself, stepping into the pouring rain. A Farewell to Arms asks if people can find happiness in a world filled with war. In Frederick and Catherine's touching love story, Hemingway shows how strong love can be and how it can also lead to sadness when things don't go as planned. The simple writing reflects the harshness of the time, showing readers that peace isn't always certain, and that often the toughest struggles happen inside a person's heart. 44. The Old Man and the Sea by Ernest Hemingway, Santiago. An old fisherman from Cuba hasn't caught a fish in 84 days. Manolan, the young apprentice, really cares about the old man, but his parents make him fish somewhere else because they think the old man is no longer lucky. Even though he faces disappointment every day, Santiago stays strong and hopeful. He gets up before the sun, ready to show that he can still do things his way. One early morning, he rows far away from the usual places, believing that real treasure is out in the open sea. He waits calmly as he floats along with the water, looking for any signs of fish or other creatures. Out of nowhere, he feels a big pull on the line. Once he sets the hook, he notices he has caught a huge marlin, much stronger than anything he has fought before. The marlin doesn't give up. It swims away from the shore, dragging Santiago's little boat further into the ocean. For 2 days and nights, Santiago stands strong. His hands are bleeding, and his back hurts, but he won't give up. When he feels really tired, he thinks back to all the things he learned from fishing. He remembers a time when he arm wrestled a strong guy to earn respect. The marlin, just as determined, keeps fighting back without giving up. Santiago respects the fish for its strength, but he understands that he can't give up. He feels really hungry, and he's getting tired, but he stays focused by talking to himself. When he's all alone, his voice becomes a friend and gives him strength. On the third day, the marlin starts to swim in circles, which shows that it is getting tired. Santiago uses all his strength to pull the fish close enough so he can catch it with his harpoon. In that happy moment, he feels proud and connected to the creature whose life he has ended. He tied the marlin to the side of the small boat and headed home, showing off his hard work and determination. But the sea still has more challenges for him. Sharks smell blood and quickly go after the marlin, ripping off pieces of its valuable meat. Santiago defends himself using a club and a harpoon he made, but he ends up hurting himself even more. One predator after another takes pieces from the marlin until nothing is left but bones. When Santiago gets to the shore, there's almost no meat left. Feeling tired and hurt, he slowly makes his way back to his small house, where he falls asleep. Manolin, feeling sad for the old man, discovers him in the morning and cries when he sees the marlin's bones still attached to the boat, even though Santiago didn't get to keep the big fish. The villagers are amazed by how huge it was and see how great his achievement really is. Hemingway's simple writing highlights how pure Santiago's struggle is. The old man and the sea shows how a person can keep their dignity even when they face defeat. It also highlights how being strong and not giving up can feel like a win, even if they don't achieve what they set out to do. Santiago's strong determination and love for nature change his story of loss into a powerful example of how people can show honor. 45. The Metamorphosis. Written by Franz Kafka. One morning, Gregor Samsa wakes up from strange dreams and discovers that he has turned into a huge bug. He feels scared but also a bit worried about not catching his train to work. Even though he really doesn't like his job, he thinks it's important to take care of his parents and little sister. In this strange new situation, he finds it hard to get out of bed, only to realize that his body doesn't move the way he wants it to anymore. His family hears weird sounds and starts to feel worried. When Gregor's boss comes in, asking why he hasn't come to work, Gregor tries to talk. His voice sounds all mixed up, scaring everyone. Finally, he is able to open the door, showing his scary shape. His mother is really shocked and grossed out, so she faints, and his dad runs after him back into the room. Gregor feels scared and doesn't know how to talk or make things better. In the days that come after, his family deals with feelings of shame and fear. They keep him shut in his room, giving him little bits of food. As time goes by, Gregor stops enjoying regular food and starts moving along walls and ceilings, finding little joys in his new bug body. His sister, Greta, starts to take care of him, showing some unsure kindness. She tidies up his room and brings him something to eat, wishing to make him feel a bit better. At the same time, the family's money situation gets worse. They can't depend on Gregor's money to pay their debts anymore. Every person needs to find a job. The pressure increases. Gregor listens to quiet talks during the night, feeling the anger in their words. Greta starts to pull away because she feels ashamed of how much of a burden Gregor has turned into. The dad becomes more and more angry, and one time he hurts Gregor by throwing an apple at him. The apple gets stuck in his shell, causing a wound that never really gets better. As time goes by, the family gets used to things. They let people stay in a room to help pay the bills. One evening, the boarders find Gregor, and it causes a big commotion. Feeling really tired of all the stress, they say they might just leave. Greta finally says that the family has to get rid of Gregor, claiming he is not the brother she once loved. Her mean words hurt him more than any cut or bruise could. Gregor is in his room, feeling weaker and weaker. He remembers the fun things people enjoy that he can't feel anymore: music, talking, and laughing together. He understands that he has caused pain for the people he wanted to help, and he peacefully passes away during the night. In the morning, the cleaning lady finds his body and takes care of it quickly and without fuss. It's kind of surprising, but his passing makes things feel easier. The family discovers new opportunities. They take a walk, enjoying the nice weather and thinking about a brighter future. Greta, free from the sadness that used to weigh her down because of Gregor, enjoys the warm sunlight and starts to grow up. Kafka's eerie story shows how lonely it can feel to be useless and not understood. Even though Gregor never feels accepted in his surprising new form, his change shows how weak family bonds can be, and how fast love can disappear when someone becomes a problem. 46. The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann. This story takes place in a quiet hospital high in the Swiss Alps. It follows Hans Castorp, a young German engineer who comes for a short visit, but finds himself oddly attracted to the strange vibe of the place. At first, he plans to visit his sick cousin for just 3 weeks. But a slight fever makes the doctors decide to watch him closely for a while. Before he knows it, Hans gets used to a routine that keeps him there for a long time, pulling him into a place that feels different from everything else. Hans watches as patients recovering from tuberculosis go through their daily routine of eating, resting, and enjoying the fresh air on the balconies. Time doesn't feel like it usually does. Days turn into months, creating a bubble where the worries of the outside world feel far away. In this quiet place, Hans meets different people who make him think about life in new ways. Two important characters are Settembrini, an Italian humanist who supports reason and progress, and Nafta, a Jesuit-educated thinker who believes in extreme ideas like mysticism and violence. Hans is really interested in these smart debates. He listens carefully, asks questions, and gradually starts to understand who he is. People are arguing about what is right and wrong, politics, and where our society is headed. Settembrini thinks that science and knowledge can help people improve, while Nafta believes that sometimes destruction is needed for real change. Hans is stuck in the middle, listening to their arguments, but not sure which way feels right to him. At the same time, Hans feels some strong emotions, especially when he thinks about the mysterious Madame Chowchat. The way she speaks French with a hint of Russian really grabs his attention, and the way she leaves doors open fascinates him. The way they talk to each other is gentle and full of longing, making Hans's time in the sanitarium feel like a dream. Hans feels sick and misses things, and he's really curious about the world. He starts to think that the sanitarium might be changing him into a different person. Sometimes, things happening outside can interrupt us. There are updates about shifting political tensions in Europe. Some patients leave to go home. Some sadly pass away, and new patients arrive, starting the cycle all over again. Life in the mountains goes on in a steady rhythm, and Hans feels both relaxed and a bit uneasy about it. He is amazed at how fast he gets used to the calm routine of life in the sanitarium, while also noticing that he feels more distant from the busy world outside. Over time, the growing international tensions even reach this high place, suggesting that the time for peaceful discussion and thinking might be coming to an end. When Hans finally leaves, he goes to a wild and intense fight that is very different from the calm discussions at the sanitarium. This choice shows that personal growth and deep thinking can't be ignored when history calls for action. Thomas Mann uses the Magic Mountain to look at ideas about time, sickness, and finding purpose in a world that is changing fast. Hans's journey shows the restless feeling of Europe before World War I, stuck between the past and the future, between taking time to think and the troubling events that would soon change everything. 47. Dr. Faustus by Thomas Mann. This book takes a fresh look at the Faust story, setting it in early 20th century Germany. It follows Adrian Leverkühn, a talented composer who makes a scary deal to improve his music. The story is told by Adrian's childhood friend, Serenus Seitblum. It takes place in a country heading for disaster, reflecting the problems in Adrian's mind and the world around him. Adrian, who has a natural talent for music, first learns about theology before he decides to follow his dream of becoming a composer. His work gets bolder, stretching the limits of harmony and shape. But underneath these successes is a person who is struggling. Sickness, feeling alone, and a strong desire to create perfect art make him shut himself away, pushing away real kindness for big dreams. His obsession brings him to a meeting with a scary figure. For 24 years of amazing creativity, Adrian gives up his soul, just like the original Faust did. The text hints that this pact could be real or just a creation of Adrian's troubled thoughts. Still, his music shines in a special way, exploring new and exciting sounds. People who like him and those who don't both say he is really smart and changing the way we see culture. As time goes on, it's easier to see the devil's influence. Adrian's friendships fall apart. Friends see odd changes in his behavior, sudden moments of meanness and creepy comments about sadness and trouble. Germany is feeling a scary sense of danger as it moves closer to fascism. Adrian's unique music challenges the usual rules. Just like his country is moving away from democracy and accepting extreme ideas. In one part, Adrian creates a huge oratorio that shows the deepest, darkest feelings inside him. The music hints at a coming disaster, reflecting the political chaos happening all over Europe. Listeners are captivated but also feel uneasy because of the strange sounds and sharp beauty that suggest something scary. At the same time, Serena Seitblum, who is loyal but feels helpless, watches sadly as both his friend and his country change. Adrian has to pay a really terrible price. In his last years, he struggles with madness, leading to a breakdown where he admits to the terrible deal he made. With guests all around him celebrating, he talks about devils and betrayal, making everyone feel scared. His brilliance turns into a confusing mess. Feeling really sorry, he falls into a deep silence and never makes music again. Thomas Mann's Dr. Faustus shows how being too proud of your intelligence can lead you to make bad choices, especially when evil looks like a big goal to achieve. The story also connects to Germany's sadness, hinting at a shared agreement with darkness that caused the horrors of World War II. Through Adrian's sad fate, Mann looks into the moral and spiritual struggles of a whole time period. The last lines of the book, told by a sad Serenus, show a tough lesson that no victory in thinking can make up for a deal that ruins the soul and takes away our ability to care for others. 48. The Canterbury Tales, written by Geoffrey Chaucer. In medieval England, a fun group of travelers meets at the Tabard Inn, getting ready for a trip to Canterbury to see the shrine of St. Thomas Becket. To make the long walk more fun, the host suggests that each traveler share stories as they go. This framework creates a wonderful mix of stories, each showing the storyteller's personality, background, and unique traits. This collection is written in verse and mixes funny moments, lessons about right and wrong, and a look at how people really are. We meet a group of interesting characters: the knight, who is brave and experienced in fighting; the miller, who is noisy and funny; the partner, who sells fake religious items to make money; and the wife of Bath, a strong woman with clear ideas about marriage and relationships. Each pilgrim shows a part of medieval society, from the simple plowman to the fancy prioress, giving us a glimpse of life during that time. The stories cover many different types of genres. The knight tells a story about a brave adventure, full of noble battles and sweet love. The miller tells a funny story about a carpenter who gets fooled by a smart student. The wife of Bath talks about her life with several husbands, starting a discussion about who holds power in a marriage. At the same time, the partner shows his hypocrisy by sharing a story about greed, even while he is tricking people for money. Some stories are funny and cheerful, while others are more serious or explore religious themes. The tale of the three rioters who try to find and kill death, but end up fighting each other over gold shows important lessons mixed with humor. The prioress's tale shows how deeply people believed in their religion during that time. Some stories are left unfinished, suggesting that Chaucer had more ideas but never got to finish them. As the stories unfold, the travelers sometimes argue or make jokes, showing their friendships and rivalries. The miller makes fun of the reeve by telling a story that mocks carpenters. This makes the reeve angry, so he responds with a story that puts down millers. The wife of Bath speaks openly, surprising some of the more religious travelers. Still, she won't be quiet and stands up for a woman's right to have control in marriage. Chaucer is really good at making each storyteller's voice stand out. He shows what medieval speech and attitudes were like, keeping them alive in fun poems. The characters are funny, but they also represent ideas that everyone can relate to. Desire, wanting more, being proud, staying true, and wanting to fit in are all part of their stories. The way the pilgrims interact shows us that the journey can be just as important as where you're going. Even though Chaucer didn't finish the Canterbury Tales the way he wanted, the work is still really important in English literature. It gives a special look at life in the 14th century, filled with humor and smart ideas. Today's readers still enjoy its funny moments, sharp jokes, and thoughtful ideas about faith and what's right and wrong. The pilgrims' different voices can be heard through time, showing how rich human stories can be and how special it is to share a journey together. 49. Faust by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. In this famous German play, an old scholar named Faust is tired of studying all the time. With dusty books all around him, He really wants to feel everything life has to offer and find out all the secrets that people don't know. Feeling really upset about what he can't do, he starts to think about really bad choices, even ending his life, until a smart demon named Mephistopheles shows up with a surprising offer. Mephistopheles gives Faust fun, adventure, and the chance to discover the secrets of life. Faust has to promise his soul if he ever experiences a moment so great that he wants it to last forever. Wanting to break free from his boring life, Faust agrees, excited to experience the highs and lows of being human. With a dark laugh, Mephistopheles changes the tired old man into a young seeker. Faust's first adventure takes him to a busy town, where he enjoys drinks, laughter, and some fun flirting. He quickly meets a kind girl named Gretchen, whose sweetness and goodness are very different from the cleverness of his new friend. Faust, enchanted by her innocence, tries to win her over with the help of Mephistopheles, giving her gifts and using his charm. But things go wrong fast. Gretchen's mom dies after taking a sleeping potion that Faust gave her, and her brother is killed when he tries to confront Faust for messing up Gretchen's reputation. Faust feels a lot of guilt and sadness, but Mephistopheles keeps telling him to look for new adventures. Gretchen, feeling sad and ashamed, does something really desperate and finds herself in jail. When Faust tries to help her, she won't go with him because she thinks the guilt she feels is too heavy. Her belief is different from Faust's endless search, suggesting that real redemption is found beyond the deals with the demon. In the second part of Goethe's play, Faust steps into a bigger world filled with politics, ancient myths, and big ideas about the universe. He helps an emperor, creates illusions of Helen of Troy, and even works on big plans to get land back from the sea. These episodes help Faust see new things, but they also ask the same question. Can even the biggest successes fill a soul that feels empty? As he gets older, Faust works on a big plan. He wants to change nature to help people. Just when he thinks he's found a moment of real happiness, death takes him away. Mephistopheles quickly goes to take what he believes is his prize, thinking that Faust's soul is meant for darkness. But then something bigger steps in. Angels take Faust away, suggesting that trying hard, even if not perfect, can lead to God's kindness. Gretchen's voice comes from far away, offering a chance to make things right for both of them. Goethe's Faust looks at the struggle between what people want to achieve and what is right. It shows how chasing after knowledge and fun can sometimes make us forget about being kind and humble. It also looks at the idea that really feeling sorry and wanting to do good could lead to a way to be saved. Faust mixes stories, ideas, and poems, making it one of Germany's best books. It encourages readers to think about what it costs to chase big dreams and whether there is hope even in tough times. 50. 1001 Nights by different writers. 1001 Nights is a classic set of stories from the Middle East and South Asia. It is well known for the story of a smart young woman named Scheherazade who tells these tales. When a mean king decides to marry and then kill each new bride, Scheherazade steps up to be his wife. She uses her cleverness and storytelling skills to try to change her fate. On their wedding night, she starts a magical story, pausing at dawn before finishing it. The king, excited to find out what happens next, gives her one more day to tell her story. Every night, she tells him a new story, taking him on a journey through magical worlds full of adventure and important lessons. The collection is full of different things. Some stories explore big adventures, like Sinbad the Sailor, who goes on journeys across dangerous oceans, meeting giant birds, scary monsters, and finding hidden treasures. Some stories, like Aladdin, have regular people who suddenly get amazing luck or find a magic lamp that changes everything for them. Many stories focus on love, trickery, or surprising twists, like when Ali Baba finds the thieves' hideout and says, "Open sesame." At the heart of every story is the mix of destiny and choice. Characters often find themselves in tough situations, like being shipwrecked, betrayed, or turned into something strange, but they use their bravery and smart ideas to get through the dangers. The presence of jinns and sorcerers creates a magical feeling, showing readers that the world of these stories is full of endless possibilities. These stories are more than just fun to read. They teach us lessons about fairness, kindness, and the mistakes people make. A mean advisor might get a poetic punishment, while a nice stranger is rewarded for being generous. Scheherazade shows a lot of understanding and kindness. By keeping the king interested night after night, she not only saves her own life, but also slowly makes him kinder. As time goes by, he discovers that trust, wonder, and kindness can take the place of his anger. Each story has its own unique theme, but they all connect to Scheherazada's main goal: to save her life and change the king's harsh opinion of women. Her plan is successful because she understands how important curiosity is. Every morning, the king delays her execution so he can listen to the next episode. As he learns more, his desire for revenge fades away, and he starts to feel love again. For many years, translators and scholars have changed 1001 Nights, adding some stories and leaving out others as it moved between different cultures. This flowing tradition shows how it remains popular over time. When meeting clever tricksters, royal secrets, or magical creatures, readers discover important lessons hidden in the twists and turns of stories. In the end, Scheherazada's brave choice shows how storytelling can bring people together and help them heal. The characters in her stories reflect the different sides of people: imperfect, optimistic, and always creative, even across different places and times. 1001 Nights gives us a way to explore dreams filled with magic and cleverness, showing that a good story can overcome even the toughest challenges. 51, 1984 by George Orwell. This story takes place in a dark future where the world is split into three superstates, each ruled by strict governments. In a place called Oceania, people are always watched by big screens, and even a tiny hint of questioning the ruling party can result in serious consequences. The party is controlled by its leader, Big Brother, whose face looks down from posters, reminding everyone that they are always being watched. Winston Smith, a regular employee at the Ministry of Truth, secretly dislikes the party. It's kind of funny that his job is to change newspaper articles and history books so they fit what the party says is true now. Even though Winston has to keep making up these lies, he starts to notice the truth and really wants to remember what the past was like. The party uses a language called newspeak. This language is made to stop people from having rebellious thoughts by limiting the words and ideas they can use. Winston starts writing a diary in his small apartment, which is a way for him to stand up against the rules. He writes down his personal thoughts, wishing that one day the truth could last. Meeting a dark-haired coworker named Julia changes his life completely. Just like him, she really doesn't like the party but pretends to follow their rules. They start a secret relationship, meeting in quiet places away from the always watching screens. Their relationship gives a small glimpse of freedom and kindness, which the party wants to destroy. As Winston goes on his journey, he thinks he has found a friend in O'Brien, a powerful party member who appears to understand and support the resistance. O'Brien talks about a secret group that gives Winston hope that he can be part of a fight against the system. But in a society that relies on trickery, it's hard to tell who is really a friend and who is an enemy. Trusting the wrong person can take you right to the Ministry of Love, where the party changes people and makes them follow its rules. In the end, Winston and Julia get caught. Armed guards come and take them away, breaking the delicate bubble of hope they had built. Winston is brought to a place where he is questioned and hurt, and the mental suffering is worse than the physical pain. With so much pressure, he goes against what he really believes in. The party wants to do more than just punish rebels. They aim to change how people think so that everyone is completely loyal to Big Brother. In the intense ending, Winston realizes and accepts the party's control over everything. The regime's victory is clear in his changed thoughts, as he now claims to love Big Brother, the same figure he used to hate. George Orwell's 1984 serves as a strong reminder about the risks of too much power and how easily personal freedom can be lost. It shows how truth can get lost in propaganda, how fear can take away who we are, and how the human spirit, even though strong, can be shaped by constant oppression. Winston's sad ending makes readers think about a tough question. How can freedom exist when those in power use words and fear to change both the future and the past? 52. Pride and Prejudice, written by Jane Austen. This story takes place in the countryside of England during the early 1800s. It centers around the Bennet family, who have 5 daughters that their parents want to marry off. Mrs. Bennet is really determined to find good husbands for each of her daughters because the family doesn't have a lot of money. While Mrs. Bennet is busy trying to achieve her goal, Mr. Bennet watches with a funny look, sometimes making jokes about all the commotion. The main character in the story is Elizabeth Bennet, a clever young woman who cares more about being independent and having meaningful talks than following strict social rules. She soon realizes what society expects. A woman's best way to feel secure with money is usually by marrying a wealthy man. Elizabeth also wishes for a partnership built on real respect and care, not just out of need. A rich single man named Mr. Bingley moves into a house close by, and the Bennet family feels excited about what might happen next. Jane Bennet, the oldest sister, wins Mr. Bingley's admiration with her kind nature. At the same time, Elizabeth meets Mr. Darcy, who is a good friend of Bingley. Even though Darcy is good-looking and wealthy, he comes off as distant and uncaring at first, which makes Elizabeth dislike him. She makes fun of his pride. He quietly doesn't like her lively way of acting. Their first impressions make it hard to see things differently in future meetings. As the seasons change, misunderstandings can happen. Elizabeth meets a nice military officer named Mr. Wickham, who says that Darcy did something bad to him before. When Elizabeth hears Wickham's story, she starts to dislike Darcy even more. At the same time, Mr. Collins, a proud clergyman who is going to inherit the Bennet property, asks Elizabeth to marry him. She turns him down, shocking her mom, who thinks it's a lost opportunity for safety. Elizabeth stands strong, not willing to give up her self-respect. Out of the blue, Darcy tells Elizabeth that he loves her, but he does it in a way that makes her feel small because of her lower social status. Feeling hurt, she rejects him and tells him that his pride and part in keeping Bingley away from Jane have changed how she sees him. In a letter, Darcy responds to her claims, showing how Mr. Wickham lied and explaining that he tried to protect Bingley from what he thought was a selfish relationship. This discovery changes how Elizabeth sees things, starting to make her feel a bit of regret. Things get complicated when Elizabeth's youngest sister runs away with Wickham, putting the whole Bennet family in a tough spot. Darcy steps in to help fix the problem, showing how much he cares and wants to do the right thing. Elizabeth finds out about his help from other people and sees how much he has changed. When they see each other again, the walls of pride and judgment start to break down. In the end, the story shows how Elizabeth and Darcy come together in a surprising way, built on respect for each other and their own growth. Jane Austen's cleverness and sharp eye show the social rules of her time, poking fun at vanity while also valuing the real quest for happiness. Pride and Prejudice is loved for its fun conversations, interesting characters, and the way it shows how being humble and caring can help people get along. It teaches us that real love is about understanding each other, not just how things look on the outside. 53. To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee. In a little town in Alabama during the 1930s, a girl named Scout lives with her big brother Jem and their dad Atticus, who is a well-respected lawyer and a widower. Their calm days are filled with school. Some are fun, and quiet talks about a mysterious neighbor called Boo Radley. From Scout's innocent perspective, we notice a tight community held together by traditions, yet divided by unfairness. When Atticus is chosen to defend Tom Robinson, a black man accused of hurting a white woman, the town feels a wave of tension. Some people admire Atticus for his dedication to justice, while others look at his efforts with anger, showing the strong racial divides that exist in Maycomb's community. Scout and Jem find it hard to understand why their neighbors become unfriendly and throw insults at their dad. Even as kids, they see how silly rumors can change how people are seen. Boo Radley is really interesting, a so-called monster who stays inside his old, falling apart house. Small things, like gifts tucked in a tree's knothole, show that Boo is nicer than what people say. The kids trying to draw Boo outside show their own path to understanding, realizing that how someone looks can be misleading. At the same time, the trial is happening while everyone in town is paying close attention. Atticus carefully points out the problems in the accuser's story, showing where it doesn't add up and explaining the defendant's physical disability. The proof shows that Tom didn't do it. Even with all the evidence, the all-white jury decides the person is guilty, showing how racism and fear can be stronger than the truth. The kids, who trusted their dad's sense of right and wrong, are really upset by this unfairness. This loss in court has effects that go beyond just the legal system. Tom's story shows the danger of going against deep-rooted unfairness. Some people really admire Atticus for his strong sense of right and wrong, but others look down on him because they think treating everyone fairly is a bad thing. He believes that having moral courage often means doing what's right. even if it might lead to losing something. In a surprising turn of events, trouble comes out of nowhere, aiming for Scout and Jem. A mad person from the trial wants revenge, cornering them on a shadowy road. Someone who has been quietly watching over Boo Radley steps in, and we finally get to see what his life is really like. He is not a scared hermit. Instead, he is a kind person whose quiet kindness often goes unnoticed by others. Harper Lee's novel looks closely at how people act, showing how things like unfairness, being innocent, and caring for others are all connected. Scout's young perspective shows her curiosity and confusion about how adults say they value honesty, but still hold onto their unfair beliefs. Atticus's calm guidance shows how important it is to teach by setting a good example. By showing the trial through a child's eyes, To Kill a Mockingbird highlights that moral truths can be straightforward, even when mixed up with adult biases. The mockingbird represents innocence and the risks of hurting those who can't defend themselves, just like Tom Robinson and Boo Radley do. The story asks for kindness and encourages readers to notice the small unfairnesses that happen in daily life. 54. 100 Years of Solitude by Gabriel Garcia Marquez. In a magical town named Macondo, next to a river, the large Buendia family grows and struggles over 7 generations. This story mixes real life with magical things. It follows a family where the members have the same names and face similar fates, almost like history keeps happening over and over again. In these stories, Garcia Marquez looks at love, being alone, and how fate is something we can't escape from. Jose Arcadio Buendia, the head of the family, starts off as a curious dreamer who really wants to learn more about the world. He takes his family to the beautiful place called Macondo, where they want to build a perfect community. His curiosity leads him to explore alchemy and many inventions, slowly making him forget about his important duties. As time goes by, Macondo changes from a quiet village into a busy town, drawing in visitors and the impact of the outside world. But the Buendias feel stuck in their own lonely ways. Wars break out because Colonel Aureliano Buendia can't sit still. He gets caught up in many fights and has kids he never really gets to know. Names like Jose Arcadio and Aureliano come up again and again in each generation, connecting the characters to the stories of their ancestors. Many stories about the Buendia family include forbidden love, broken hearts, and sad journeys. Sometimes, love can bring us back to feeling alone because people can't completely get away from their own sadness. In the middle of daily life, magic flows into Macondo. Ghosts talk to people. Yellow flowers fall from the sky and cover the streets. And sometimes strange sicknesses make people forget things. The strange things in the story seem normal for the characters. This shows Garcia Marquez's special way of writing called magical realism, where the weird mixes with everyday life. Over the years, Macondo changes a lot. Trains come. Outsiders create banana farms, and the town's simple way of life disappears. When outside powers clash, it can lead to violence, ending in a sad event that many people later forget. This shows how society often ignores past wrongs. This erasure shows how quickly memories, both personal and shared, can fade, creating confusion about what really took place. The Buendia family's house turns into a confusing place with locked doors and secret hiding spots. Families face challenges as they deal with their own fixations, complicated feelings for each other, and secrets that are hard to share. Some family members dive into studying, trying to figure out prophecies that show their future. Some people walk around without a purpose, feeling heavy because of their regrets. In the end, the last Buendia figures out old writings that tell the family's story, understanding too late that the words predict both their journey and their unavoidable conclusion. 100 Years of Solitude shows how people feel both a deep desire for connection and a sense of being alone. It hints that we might keep making the same mistakes as our ancestors until we understand the secrets of our history. The story feels like a dream, mixing what's real and what's not, showing how myths can influence how cultures remember things. In the last pages, a huge surprise changes everything in Macondo, leaving only the lessons learned by those who are brave enough to read and remember. 55. The Great Gatsby by F. Scott Fitzgerald. In the exciting world of 1920s Long Island, a mysterious rich man named Jay Gatsby is the star of fancy parties that attract lots of curious visitors. People are curious about his past. Some say he might be a German spy, while others talk about murder, but nobody truly knows him. While the jazz music plays and champagne flows, Gatsby stands apart, looking across the bay at a green light at the end of a dock. The story is told by Nick Carraway, a young guy who rents a simple house right next to Gatsby's big mansion. Nick quickly gets back in touch with his cousin Daisy Buchanan. Her marriage to the rich but mean Tom Buchanan seems empty. Daisy's voice captivates everyone nearby, suggesting a delicate inner world that lies beneath her charming exterior. Nick slowly understands that Gatsby's fancy parties and big shows are all about one big dream: trying to win back Daisy, a girl he loved a long time ago. Gatsby's story comes out in pieces. He grew up without much money, but he fell in love with Daisy because she was so graceful and rich. He promised himself that he would do whatever it took to be good enough for her. In unclear ways, he got a lot of money, thinking he could change what happened before. With Nick's hesitant help, Gatsby sets up a meeting that brings back Daisy's feelings. Daisy feels excited at first, but she is confused about whether to choose Gatsby's love or Tom's stable life. The summer heat makes everyone feel on edge, and soon a big argument happens in a hotel room in New York where secrets come out. Later that evening, a sad accident changes everything for them. Daisy is driving Gatsby's car when she accidentally hits and kills Tom's mistress, Myrtle Wilson. In a sudden moment of panic, Gatsby accepts the blame, wanting to protect Daisy from any trouble. At the same time, Myrtle's husband, believing that Gatsby is to blame, wants to get back at him. The dream that Gatsby holds on to, of getting Daisy back and experiencing their young love again, starts to fall apart because of reality. Nick feels let down as he sees Daisy hide behind Tom's wealth and power. No one comes forward to stand up for Gatsby or to feel sad about his passing. Without the dreams and fantasies around him, Gatsby turns into just another victim of a world that cares more about show than real feelings. Nick plans the funeral, feeling sad about how lonely Gatsby was in his last moments. In The Great Gatsby, Nick shares his thoughts about the dreams people follow. He shows how some think that having money will make them happy, how they long for a past they can't go back to, and how they believe that being important can hide the real story. The green light that shines on the water represents the hope for a better future that feels just out of reach. Fitzgerald's writing shows how exciting and empty the Roaring '20s were, where having a lot of money can hide feelings that are not very deep. In the end, Nick goes back to the Midwest, realizing that the fancy life in the East has messed up his understanding of what is right and wrong. Gatsby's story serves as a reminder that going after a dream too hard can end up hurting the person who dreams it. Still, the story ends with a hopeful feeling, reminding us how people keep trying to move forward, reaching for a bright dream that always seems just out of reach. 56. The Trial by Franz Kafka. Picture this. You wake up one regular morning, and out of nowhere, you're being arrested. But here's the weird part. Nobody tells you why. That's what happens to Joseph K., a bank worker who is confused when he finds two strangers in his room telling him he has to go to trial. He asks why he's being accused, but all he gets are unclear answers. This starts a confusing journey through a complicated system where there are no clear answers and no easy way to find the truth. Joseph K. at first, he thinks there has to be a mistake. Surely someone in the legal system will see that he hasn't done anything wrong. But every time he tries to explain himself, it just makes things more confusing. There are courts and attics, filled with officials quietly talking to each other. Weird clerks go through a lot of papers. Everyone talks in circles, leaving Joseph K. worried and unsure. He feels like someone is always watching him and judging him, even when there's no real reason for it. Sometimes, he runs into other people who are stuck in the same situation. Some people say it's pointless to go against the system, while others think they might gain an edge by making friends with the right person. But nobody really gets how the system works or what it wants. Joseph K. tries to find a lawyer or collect proof, to a big stack of papers and complicated meetings that never really get to the main idea. He discovers judges that are never visible, officials who might be reliable or not, and a confusing system that looks like it just keeps going on its own. As the trial goes on, Joseph K. gets more hurried. His daily routine at the bank is affected because he can't stop thinking about the case. People nearby notice that he is struggling, and some choose to stay away, while others encourage him to believe in a system that seems unfair. Even family and friends give only a little comfort, suggesting that a man who is being suspected must have done something wrong. Otherwise, why would he be on trial? Kafka shows the courtroom scenes and the steps in the process in a way that feels both funny and creepy. The officials show small-minded behaviors and give confusing orders, making it clear that the system is so stuck in rules that it doesn't feel like justice anymore. Every time Joseph K. tries to stand up for himself, he feels even more confused. Instead of understanding, he discovers even more layers of confusion. In the end, Joseph K. faces an outcome he never thought could happen. The novel shows that some types of power work by keeping people unaware. His unclear crime shows how societies or institutions can catch people without giving them a fair chance to defend themselves. Kafka's simple and eerie writing highlights the fear of being judged by an unknown power that won't explain itself. The trial shows how confusing rules and systems can make people feel less human. Kafka shows a main character who struggles to understand the rules of the game. This teaches us that justice needs to be clear to be true, and that people should always be alert to the growing power of systems that aren't held accountable. 57. The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann, in the Swiss Alps. A young German named Hans Castorp comes to a tuberculosis hospital to see his sick cousin. At first, he planned to be there for just 3 weeks, but he feels a bit nervous and strangely curious about the quiet routine of the sanitarium. A slight fever makes the doctors think he should stay for treatment. Days turn into weeks, and then months, as Hans gets caught up in the strange routines of the mountain retreat. Inside, time feels like a dream. People sit for a long time on their balconies, cozy in blankets, looking at the mountains covered in mist. Meals happen at the same time every day, and doctors give clear instructions about resting, checking temperatures, and taking easy walks. Hans feels himself floating away, both in his body and in his mind, to a place where the worries of the outside world disappear. He meets a group of unique people. Settembrini, an Italian thinker, believes in using reason, making progress, and the importance of education to help people improve their lives. On the other hand, Nafta, who was educated by the Jesuits, talks about extreme ideas that can seem a bit crazy. Hans is really interested in their intense discussions about politics, beliefs, and ideas. He sits quietly, listening to their different ideas, wondering which way is best for the future of everyone, and for himself. At the same time, Hans feels deeper emotions starting to grow inside him. He becomes fascinated by Madame Chowchat, a fellow patient whose relaxed elegance captivates him. Their meetings are filled with a quiet tension, showing how Hans is starting to feel new emotions and that normal rules don't seem to matter in this hidden school. The love grows through small actions, quick chats, and meaningful looks shared in the dining hall. The sanitarium represents a place caught between being alive and not, where even small things like checking a temperature carry a deep meaning about life and death. Letters from home come, but they feel less important as Hans forgets what day it is. Patients are often worried about their health, but they also have deep talks about music, art, and science. This mix makes the place feel smart and interesting, but it can also make them feel alone. Sometimes, things happening outside show us that there are problems building up in Europe. Whispers of tension and growing conflicts suggest that the easy discussions and deep talks in the sanitarium could soon face the tough truth of war. Hans stands at the door, unsure if he should stay in this quiet place to think or go back to a world that is about to change a lot. Thomas Mann's The Magic Mountain combines ideas about time, sickness, and what it means to be human. Hans's long stay makes us think about whether being alone can help us understand things better, or if it just keeps us from doing what we need to do. The clash between Settembrini's hopeful outlook and Nafta's more serious view reflects the struggles of a time caught between bright ideas and the threat of conflict. In the end, Hans's journey represents a whole generation stuck between the old ways and the new times, both filled with unknowns. The last pages show that even though someone can grow smarter and become more aware, it doesn't protect them from the challenges of a troubled past that lies beneath the calm mountain tops. 58. Dr. Faustus, by Thomas Mann, in this exciting new version of the Faust story. Thomas Mann brings the classic tale to life in 20th century Germany. Adrian Leverkühn is a talented composer who becomes really focused on reaching new levels in music that will change it forever. In Mann's story, the narrator, Serena Seitblum, shares memories of their childhood together. He describes Adrian as a quiet person, whose brilliance might cover up a risky curiosity. Adrian is really smart and starts by studying theology. But he just can't help his love for writing music. His daring experiments change the usual way of making music, looking for a new sound world. But this kind of creativity often comes along with feeling really alone. Adrian's few friends can't reach the sadness inside him. Even though his friends think he's really smart, he feels like he's always chasing something more. Adrian meets a demon in a surprising twist of fate. This being makes a deal. 24 years of amazing talent for Adrian's soul. Wanting to be better than all the composers before him and create something really new. He agrees. Before long, his music impresses critics and launches him to the front of the new wave of artists. But the devil's impact starts to affect Adrian's personal life. His relationships become tense, filled with distance and sometimes unkindness. Family and friends are concerned as he pulls away more and more, lost in a hard-to-understand dream. His works are amazing, but they also have a strange feeling, like they are hinting at something really sad about the universe. Man compares Adrian's downfall to Germany's move towards totalitarianism, a society drawn in by powerful words, putting their moral values at risk. Serena's Zeitblom, kind and faithful, watches helplessly as he writes about Adrian's risky journey. He notices that Germany is like Adrian, both trying for big successes but ending up in bad situations. Adrian's big work, a musical piece full of eerie sounds, signals the trouble that is spreading across Europe. Critics think it's really great, but they also sense something bad might happen. As the promised years come to an end, Adrian starts to lose his grip on reality. At a party where fans celebrate his talent, he suddenly falls down, talking about his terrible deal. The people in the room pull back, not sure if this is crazy or someone admitting they did something wrong. His problems reflect the downfall of his country into war, showing that achieving greatness through bad choices only results in ruining oneself. Thomas Mann shows us Adrian's journey to explore pride, temptation, and the idea that true genius might come with a heavy spiritual cost. The book shows how being too proud of our smarts can be a problem and also looks at the bad things that happened in Germany's past. Mann combines deep ideas, music concepts, and a spooky theme to show how quickly someone's talent can turn into pride. In the end, Adrian falls quiet, unable to make anything more. The story makes readers think about whether a man who traded his soul for art could ever find redemption. It also raises the question of whether Germany, marked by its own dark choices, can come out of this situation without being damaged. Dr. Faustus is a story about wanting something so much that it leads to trouble. His search for something greater ends up making him feel very alone, reminding us of the old warning about making deals with the devil. 59. The Canterbury Tales, written by Geoffrey Chaucer, in medieval England. This story starts with a mix of pilgrims coming together at the Tabard Inn. They want to travel to Canterbury to see the shrine of St. Thomas Becket. Their host comes up with a fun idea. Every traveler will share stories as they go, and the best story will win a prize. The stories that come next are like a colorful blanket made of words, showing how each traveler has their own background, unique traits, and views on right and wrong. Chaucer starts off his story with the general prologue, where we get to know the pilgrims. There's the knight, a brave warrior just back from fighting. The miller, a funny guy who enjoys telling dirty jokes. The pardoner, a sly man who sells fake holy items. The wife of Bath, a strong woman with strong opinions about marriage. And lots of others too. Their fun conversations show the struggles between different groups, the things people say but don't really mean, and some funny competitions. They make fun of each other, encourage one another, and sometimes express jealousy or respect. The stories are really different in how they feel and what type they are. Some stories are funny and meant to make you laugh, like The Miller's Tale, where clever lovers outsmart a jealous husband. Some stories are moral lessons, like The Pardoner's Tale, which warns us about greed and bad behavior. The Knight's Tale tells a story about brave knights and a love triangle, showing themes of chivalry and romance. At the same time, the wife of Bath shares her stories about her 5 husbands, starting a conversation about what power means in marriage and how women can be independent. Sometimes, the pilgrims have arguments between their stories. The Reeve, upset by the miller's story that makes fun of carpenters, creates his own story to get back at millers. The host helps settle these arguments, urging everyone to keep sharing their stories. Chaucer was really good at showing how people talked back then, making each pilgrim feel real and unique. These stories reflect the values and social life of the Middle Ages. Readers see how the medieval church affected people, the struggles of peasants, the fancy lives of nobles, and the cleverness of tricksters. Even though there are lots of funny parts, like practical jokes, silly cheating, and wild antics, many stories also have important lessons or thoughts about life. The Pilgrim's Journey represents the way we go through life, and each story helps us understand how different people view the world. Chaucer didn't finish all the stories he wanted to write. The collection is still incomplete, even though it's not finished. The Canterbury Tales changed English literature by showing how diverse the everyday language can be. The poet understands people from all kinds of backgrounds, and his funny take on things makes his work popular for a long time. People today still enjoy Chaucer's humor and his understanding of people. The Pardoner's Tale gives strong moral lessons, while The Knight's Tale shows a dreamy kind of love. Each story adds something special to the whole picture. The Pilgrim's Journey wraps up with the idea that every traveler has their own special stories based on what they've been through. By bringing together many different voices in one big journey, Chaucer shows us how literature can connect various viewpoints in a shared experience. 60. Faust by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. In this famous German play, an old scholar named Faust feels disappointed after spending his life reading books, but not discovering the real meaning of life. Feeling alone and tired, he thinks about doing something drastic, hoping to enjoy all the fun and knowledge that seems out of reach for people. During a really tough time, a clever demon named Mephistopheles shows up, making a strange deal. Mephistopheles says he will give Faust endless happiness, power, and knowledge, if Faust wants time to stop and wishes for a moment to last forever. He has to give up his soul in return, wanting to break free from his boring life. Faust makes a deal, giving up his forever for a chance to experience endless opportunities. The change happens right away, from a tired student to a young explorer ready for fun. Their first adventures are bright and full of excitement. Faust walks through a fun and lively world, having fun, drinking, and exploring all kinds of pleasures. When he meets Gretchen, a kind young woman, his feelings start to grow deeper. With Mephistopheles' help, Faust tries to win her over, going against social and moral rules. Their relationship swings between caring love and sad mistakes. Gretchen's mom dies from a bad sleeping potion. Her brother gets hurt while trying to protect her. And now Gretchen feels embarrassed and is going to have a baby. Even though Faust cares for Gretchen, he can't escape the influence of Mephistopheles, feeling really upset about the trouble he has caused but still drawn in by the idea of better adventures. Faust goes even further into the deal's temptations. Gretchen, stuck in a bad situation and feeling really guilty, turns down Faust's offer to help her, thinking she can't get away from what she believes is divine punishment. Her belief and regret are very different from Faust's endless search. In the second part of the play, Goethe moves to a bigger setting. Faust plays around with political partnerships and creates illusions of famous characters like Helen of Troy. His big plans make him change the land, taking back space from the ocean. Faust goes after the dream of helping people by creating big projects that reflect perfect ideas. But, under his big dreams, the agreement with Mephistopheles is still there. Every achievement feels like it might be shadowed by the chance that Faust could finally be happy enough to enjoy the moment. As Faust gets older, he gets closer to achieving his greatest goals. Just when he thinks he has achieved something great, making land available for a thriving community, death takes him away. Mephistopheles quickly comes to get what he wants. But angels step in and say that Faust's genuine efforts to be good are more important than his mistakes. At the same time, Gretchen's voice from above calls him up, hinting at forgiveness that goes beyond mistakes. Goethe's Faust explores what people want, their desire to learn, and the chances they have to make mistakes or find forgiveness. It explores ideas about being saved, what evil really is, and the journey to go beyond what humans can do. Goethe mixes deep thinking, classic stories, and a bit of magic to create a great work that still gets people talking about choices, dreams, and kindness. Faust's last rescue shows that there is hope. Real regret and the desire to do good can help even someone who has made mistakes find forgiveness. 61. Dead Souls by Nikolai Gogol. This story takes place in 19th century Russia and follows a man named Pavel Ivanovich Chichikov as he travels from one town to another. He comes in carriages, with friendly smiles and nice words, trying to make a good impression on the local landowners. At first look, he seems like just a friendly businessman, His real plan is strange and hidden. He wants to buy the names of dead peasants, dead souls, that are still on official census records. He wants to get these fake serfs on paper so he can use them as collateral and look richer than he really is. Why would landowners choose to sell souls that have been gone for a long time? Some people are just easily fooled, while others see an opportunity to get out of paying taxes for peasants who, in truth, aren't around anymore. Gogol shows us a bunch of characters, each with their own unique traits. One person is very emotional, holding on to every little thing in life. The other is unfriendly and doubtful, not wanting to trust anyone. Some people are so caught up in being lazy or caring too much about how they look that they don't see Chichakov's plan. Gogol's humor stands out in these moments, making fun of the landowner's greed, silliness, or arrogance. Every time Chichikov makes a deal, the reader gets to see not just a business exchange, but also a clear look at the lack of morals in a society that cares too much about appearances and social standing. Even though souls aren't really there, they still have an important role in the system, showing how silly the whole administrative process can be. As people hear about Chichikov's strange buying habits, they start to come up with all sorts of crazy ideas. Some people think he could be a spy for the government, while others say he might be a noble hiding his true identity. Many people don't see that they are so caught up in gossip that they miss their own mistakes. Chichikov is very polite, which helps him move easily among different social groups. He takes advantage of people who want to make quick money or boost their reputation. Underneath the funny parts, Gogol points out some serious problems in Russia, like serfdom, inefficiency, and a shallow concern for how things look. Chichikov isn't the only one who tricks people. The whole system keeps up these false ideas, letting dead souls stay on the records like they're still living. The real problem is how people try to look good or important, while they ignore the real lives of the peasants and the true right and wrong of what they do. Even though it was meant to be part of a bigger story, Dead Souls finishes in a way that feels a bit sudden. It is still one of the most important Russian novels, mixing funny moments with a sharp look at how society is falling apart. Gogol's writing makes you laugh, but also think, how often do people go after things like numbers, titles, or stuff that really don't matter? The novel asks what really makes someone wealthy or successful. If a society cares more about looks than honesty, it's easy for a clever person like Chichikov to do well. Dead Souls serves as a warning, showing us that when we treat people like just names on a page, we might forget what it really means to be human. This can leave us feeling empty inside. 62. The Life and Opinions of Tristram Shandy Gentleman, written by Lawrence Stern. This book breaks the normal rules of telling a story. It includes side stories, a fun way of organizing things, and talks directly to the reader. Tristram Shandy, the narrator, says he will tell his life story, but he often gets sidetracked talking about his family, ideas, and the funny parts of language. The story's timeline goes up and down, sometimes stopping important events to explore interesting side ideas. Tristram starts by talking about the strange situation of how he was conceived, suggesting that little events can have a big impact on who someone becomes. He then jumps to his baptism, which goes wrong when the priest mishears his name. Tristram shares a funny story about how a loud door caused an accident that hurt him for life. Every episode shows a family that often gets into wild arguments, especially his dad Walter and Uncle Toby. Walter Shandy, who is Tristram's dad, gets really caught up in theories and big ideas. He writes long papers about raising kids, really believing that a name can shape a person's future. Uncle Toby is a kind person who really loves his model forts. He likes to act out famous battles on the living room floor, partly to help him deal with his war injuries. In the middle of it all is Mrs. Shandy, who puts up with their strange behaviors with a tired but accepting attitude. Lawrence Stern mixes funny moments with smart thoughts about how people act. The story might seem a bit jumbled, but that's exactly the idea. Life doesn't always happen in a straight line. Stern includes fun parts, like pages that are completely blacked out to show sad moments or whole chapters that are blank, to surprise readers. He jokes about writing rules, wondering why a story has to begin at the start of life or go in a straight line. While dealing with his family's funny moments, Tristram starts thinking about a lot of things, from religion to personal interests that take up his time. These thoughts, even if they seem random, show that Stern believed our minds drift, and real stories don't usually follow simple patterns. The book is all about being spontaneous, and shows how people experience random moments and stories that they only partly remember. Tristram Shandy really looks at how delicate our plans can be. Walter's big plans for his son fall apart because of small mistakes. Uncle Toby's interest in war is not harmful, but it shows how people can turn their pain into unusual hobbies. Even Tristram himself says he can't control how his life story goes. Unexpected things shape who he is. Even though it was first published in the middle of the 18th century. The life and opinions of Tristram Shandy. Gentleman seems really modern. Its unique style and funny moments open the door for new kinds of experimental books. Sterne shows readers that real life is messy and doesn't always fit into a simple story. He doesn't stick to a regular plot, which makes us think about how complicated things can be. In the end, Tristram Shandy is both frustrating and charming. The reader looking for a simple biography gets a fun look at how stories are told instead. Sterne's humor and charm guide us through every twist and turn, encouraging us to accept the chaos of life, just like Tristram, who faces it all with a smile and a shrug at what fate throws his way. 63. Candide, written by Voltaire. Candide starts off as a young and innocent guy living in the big castle of the Baron, learning from the cheerful philosopher Dr. Pangloss. Pangloss believes that this world is the best of all possible worlds, and that every bad thing happens for a good reason. Candide believes in these lessons fully until one day. He gets kicked out of the castle for having the courage to love the Baron's daughter. Suddenly thrown into a bigger world, he faces a non-stop series of troubles that test his happy beliefs. Fights, storms, backstabbing, and unkindness happen. Candide sees terrible things like fighting in wars, people going hungry, unfairness, and sickness. He keeps going through tough times, he gets fooled, has things stolen from him, and almost gets executed more than once. As he travels, he meets Dr. Pangloss again and again. Each time, he is surprised that even after losing his home, health, and some body parts, Pangloss keeps saying that everything happens for the best. Voltaire uses sharp humor to make fun of the hopeful ideas that many people believed in during his time. Candide's journey through Europe and South America shows how the church and nobility can be hypocritical, hiding their true nature behind fancy titles. He meets people who talk about high morals but act mean, showing the big difference between what they say and what they really do. Some random meetings bring back the same characters again and again. Candide's dear Cunégonde comes back in really tough shape, showing how love can struggle when it comes to just staying alive. Paquette, the servant girl, and an old woman tell stories about their tough lives, with each story being sadder than the one before. But the way the story feels is a bit funny, like it's saying the world's mistakes are so big that you have to laugh to handle it. During his travels, Candide faces a tough choice between what Pangloss teaches him and the constant pain he sees in the world. Every disaster takes away some of his innocence, but he still holds on to the hope of a better life with Cunégonde. Different philosophers, some negative and some positive, come into his life, sharing their ideas on how to get through life's struggles. In the last pages of the book, Candide meets up again with his mixed group of friends, who have all been through tough times. There isn't a big answer that solves their problems. Instead, they choose a little farm. Dr. Pangloss keeps saying that everything is perfect, but Candide finally realizes that just being optimistic doesn't help with real problems. The best thing anyone can do, he thinks, is to take care of our garden, to do practical work that helps keep sadness away. Voltaire's Candide is a classic story that questions the idea of being overly optimistic. Even though it's funny, the way it shows disasters, like the Lisbon earthquake and the harshness of war, makes it clear that tragedy often doesn't have a higher meaning or plan behind it. The fun story, filled with unlikely events, shows a big difference from the serious lessons Candide discovers. In the end, the well-known phrase, "we must cultivate our garden," means that real goodness comes from what people do, not just from hoping for help from a higher power. Candide is a classic because it shows how strict beliefs can fall apart when faced with real life. It also reminds us that sometimes the best way to live is to keep working hard, taking care of things, and staying hopeful, even when everything seems crazy around us. 64. Germinal, written by Émile Zola. Germinal takes place in the coalfields of northern France and shows the tough lives of miners who are trying to get by in very poor conditions and dangerous jobs. The story begins with Etienne Lantier, a young guy looking for a job, who finds the Vorex mine by chance. Wanting to make some money, He goes down into this dark place where tight tunnels and danger are part of everyday life. At the miners' settlement, Etienne sees families living in tiny homes with very little food. Their health gets worse because of bad air underground and the ongoing chance of accidents. The miners work hard, digging out coal that helps power factories in other places. But they can hardly buy bread for themselves. Etienne becomes part of the group, getting used to the tough schedule of going down before the sun comes up and coming back tired. Dirty and hungry, Etienne starts to talk about workers' rights and how people can come together, bringing a little bit of hope even though he hasn't gone to school much. He thinks that if the miners come together, they can ask for better pay and safer working conditions. Some people are inspired by his enthusiasm, seeing a chance for something great in him. Some people are scared of what mine owners might do, or they worry that if there's a strike, their families might not have enough to eat. Zola's descriptions of work are really detailed. He describes the extreme heat in the mining tunnels, the dark dripping walls, and how important it is for workers to trust each other to prevent cave-ins or sudden floods. The owners, seen from far away, seem mostly uninterested, focused on making money and meeting production goals. At the same time, the kids of the miners are going without food, and the whole community is struggling with tough times. In the end, Etienne's message gets through, and the workers decide to go on strike. At the beginning, everyone comes together, families share what they can, and everyone feels hopeful, thinking that change is just around the corner. As days go by and turn into weeks, hunger starts to eat away at everyone, tempers rise, and the strong friendships begin to weaken. Things got really intense and turned into fights with the police, causing sadness for everyone involved. When rumors start, people get scared, and sometimes that fear makes them betray others. Zola doesn't make the miners seem perfect or completely bad. Instead, he shows them as people affected by tough living conditions and the basic need to stay alive. The strike that seemed like it would bring everyone together turns into a mess when it faces the strong power of a system made to keep things in line for the rich. But there is still a feeling of strong resolve. Even when we lose, there's a small spark of resistance that hints at the beginnings of a future change. In the end, Germinal is not just a story about a fight between workers and their bosses. It looks at how economic problems can hurt whole communities, making them hold on to hope and working together. The title of the novel comes from the French Revolutionary calendar and represents growth and hope that come from difficult times. Zola's honest and direct storytelling shows us that making progress often requires a lot of hard work and sacrifice. It also reminds us that the human spirit can survive even in tough times, waiting for the right moment to grow and bring about change. 65. Journey to the West by Wu Qing'en. Journey to the West is a famous Chinese story about a Buddhist monk named Xuanzang, also called Tripitaka. He goes on an important journey to India to bring back holy scriptures. He is joined by three amazing friends: the energetic and magical Monkey King, Sun Wukong, the hungry Pigsy, Zhu Beiji, and the quiet water demon-turned bodyguard Sandy, Sha Wujing. They work together to overcome challenges that test their goodness, cooperation, and belief. Sun Wukong is the strongest and most playful member of the group. There was once a mischievous monkey who dared to take on the heavens. He was tamed by the Buddha and now wears a golden headband that gets tighter whenever the monk says a chant, helping him control his wild behavior. Even with this control, he is very loyal and clever, fighting against demons and tricksters that are hiding on their path. His ability to change shape and his powerful staff make him really important. Pigsy, on the other hand, shows a lot of laziness and loves to eat. He used to be an immortal general, but he got punished for giving in to human desires. Now he is part pig and part man, always worried about his next meal and sometimes getting into trouble because of his desires. Sandy is calm and reliable. He helps them without the showiness of Sun Wukong or the grumbling of Pigsy. Their adventure is full of risks. Different demons want to eat Xuanzang's flesh because they think it will make them live forever. Some people try to stop the group from getting to their important goal. Wu Qing'en makes every meeting fun with clever talks and important lessons. The friends depend on Sun Wukong's smarts or Pigsy's strong power. Sha Wujing's calmness and Tripitaka's kind heart are really important too. Every challenge helps the travelers grow and become better people. At first glance, these stories seem funny. Sun Wukong turns a hare into copies of himself or talks back to powerful beings with a playful attitude. but there are more serious ideas hidden under the funny parts. Journey to the West shows a person's search for understanding, with each character showing a different human weakness, being restless, greedy, lustful, or doubtful. Getting past these weaknesses is just as important as beating the outside monsters they face. In the story, the group's friendship grows stronger, highlighting how important it is to respect each other and work together. Even when Pigsy complains or Sun Wukong acts proud, they still have to depend on each other as a team. As time goes on, they improve their good qualities, getting closer to the spiritual goals of Buddhism. Xuanzang's faith is challenged many times, helping him learn about being humble, caring, and strong. In the end, they get the scriptures, but the real victory is in the changes that happen inside them. Wu Qing'an tells a fun and exciting story that mixes old tales, magic, and lessons about religion. This makes it a deep and interesting book that has captured the attention of readers for many years. Journey to the West is one of China's 4 great classical novels. It is famous for its creative storytelling and important lessons about trying to be better. It shows us that the biggest challenges we face are often inside ourselves, even when we fight against magical enemies on our way to gaining wisdom. 66. The Tale of Genji is a story written by Murasaki Shikibu. The Tale of Genji is often thought of as the first novel in the world. It is set in the fancy court of Japan during the 11th century. The story is about Hikaru Genji, who is the son of an emperor and a concubine with a lower rank. Genji was born into a wealthy family, but his mother came from a simpler background. He moves through a world with strict rules and complicated social ranks. Since he was young, people have admired him for his amazing looks and skills, giving him the nickname, the Shining Prince. Even though Genji is charming, his life has its tough moments. Politics in the palace, love stories, and changing loyalties influence his future. After his mother died when he was young, he grew up in the fancy world of the Heian court, where people express their feelings through poetry, beautiful writing, and small gestures. Genji looks for happiness and love, meeting different women along the way. Each one shows a unique kind of beauty or personality. These relationships hardly ever end easily. They get complicated with jealousy, secrets, and pressure from others. Murasaki Shikibu shows a beautiful world where things like writing poems or enjoying the smell of incense are very important. But if you look closer, you'll see that human feelings are really strong. Genji really wants to connect with others, but it usually doesn't last long. He becomes fascinated by a mysterious woman who looks like his beloved mother, creating a confusing mix of feelings and guilt. As time goes on, his luck goes up and down, showing that even those who are liked can trip over the tricky games at court. The story also looks at the people in Genji's life, his friends, rivals, and lovers. They talk about their feelings and worries through poems, sharing personal stories that go beyond just Genji's experiences. When the political situation shifts, Genji finds himself in exile, making him face life away from the beautiful palace. This time alone helps him grow up, giving him a calmer view on love and goals. Murasaki Shikibu gives us a clear picture of Heian culture beyond Genji's story. Clothes, seasonal celebrations, and home setups are described in a clear and detailed way. Characters show their feelings by using ideas from old Chinese poetry and the changes in nature, creating a beautiful mix of love and sadness. The story shows that heartbreak is real. People we love can die. Things we find beautiful can change. And the things we believe in can fall apart as time goes on. After Genji gets older, the story goes on to tell about his family, showing how the ways of the court keep going even when important people are gone. This structure highlights how temporary human efforts can be. As the story comes to an end, readers feel that the rich life of the Heian court is about to change, with its bright moments always affected by the passing seasons. The Tale of Genji is a valuable book because it has deep characters and beautiful writing. It looks at big ideas like love, losing things, and how quickly fame can fade away. Even though the story takes place a long time ago, the feelings in the book still matter today, showing us that people can feel sad and want things no matter when they live. Murasaki Shikibu's great work makes readers think about how delicate life is and the strong feelings that can hide under a beautifully crafted surface. 67. Romance of the Three Kingdoms is a story written by Luo Guanzhong. This story takes place during the chaotic times at the end of China's Han Dynasty. It shows how different warlords try to gain power and control over the land. The Han court, made weak by dishonest eunuchs and poor leaders, falls into disorder. Brave generals and noble leaders come together, making friends or fighting in big battles, all wanting to bring the land back together and create peace. Romance of the Three Kingdoms is one of China's four great classical novels. It mixes history, legend, and important lessons about power and loyalty into a big story. The story is about Liu Bei, a kind and honest leader who wants to bring fairness to everyone. With him are his loyal brothers, the strong and faithful Guan Yu, and the bold but brave Zhang Fei. Their friendship, promised under a peach tree, shows the Confucian idea of sticking together during tough times. Cao Cao is different from them. He is a clever warlord, and his smart but harsh ways make him both strong and a topic of debate. At the same time, the kingdom of Wu grows strong under Sun Quan, finding its way through smart deals and careful planning. The chapters of the novel are filled with famous moments: the Oath of the Peach Garden, Guan Yu's amazing deeds, Zhuge Liang's clever battle plans, and well-known fights like the Battle of Red Cliffs. Every episode shows the different sides of leadership. Some leaders are kind and fair, while others use fear or tricks to get what they want. The changing friendships show how wanting power can break even the strongest connections, and how quickly luck can turn in a fight. Zhuge Liang, who was Liu Bei's smart advisor, shows what true wisdom looks like, using his skills in strategy and controlling the weather. He plans wins that help his lord gain a strong position. But the story doesn't avoid sad moments, showing that even Zhuge Liang can't escape what fate has in store. The text highlights that no matter how big a ruler's dreams are, the cycle of dynasties keeps going on and on. Throughout the story, ideas of loyalty, betrayal, honor, and destiny mix together. Characters struggle with their loyalties. Should they stay loyal to a weak emperor, or help the people by supporting a stronger leader? War takes away many lives, and the story shows the sadness and pain of regular people who are caught in the fighting. Even though some warlords say they have good intentions, the truth is that the never-ending fighting makes us doubt those claims. Luo Guanzhong's version, based on many years of stories and history, has influenced Chinese culture. Lots of well-known sayings in Chinese come from these stories, showing how they still matter today. People really look up to the heroes and smart planners from the Three Kingdoms' time because they were great fighters and had strong values. The main idea of the novel shows that even though war can lead to brave actions, real togetherness comes from qualities like trust and kindness. Today, Romance of the Three Kingdoms still inspires new games, movies, and TV shows. The colorful characters and big story show us that being a leader is about more than just having power. It's also about being wise. When friendships are built on respect, they can survive tough times, as long as they care for the people involved. 68. Dream of the Red Chamber is a novel written by Chao Shuoqin. Many people think that Dream of the Red Chamber is the best novel from China. It tells the story of a rich family during the Qing dynasty and shows how they start to fall apart through their family problems. The main story is about Jia Baoyu, who is the heir to the famous Jia family. He was born with a magical jade in his mouth, which shows that his destiny might be unique. Baoyu is raised among many family members, helpers, and cousins in a fancy world filled with beautiful things, poetry, and royal traditions. From the beginning, Baoyu displays a romantic and sensitive nature that struggles with the strict rules of Confucianism. He forms a strong connection with his sick cousin, Lin Dayu, who is both sad and talented, sharing a love for poetry that reflects his own feelings. Another cousin, Shui Baochai, is different from Dayu because she is practical and carries herself gracefully. This love triangle runs through the story, showing the bigger struggle between what people want and what they feel they should do. The book has a lot of characters, including strong mothers, sneaky helpers, and serious students. Chao Shuoqin gives each character their own dreams and weaknesses, showing a rich but delicate society. The Jias live in big houses, throwing fancy parties and reading poems in beautiful gardens. But there are signs of trouble, bad management, corruption among officials, and the uncertain support from the imperial court. As money runs low, loyal helpers become bitter or clever, and family members deal with secret arguments. The novel is special because it mixes everyday things with magical elements. Characters have fun every day, writing poems, drinking tea, or looking at spring flowers, but there's always a big feeling of fate hanging over everything. The first chapters suggest that Baoyu's jade, and some female characters have a connection to a mysterious origin. The story has a spiritual feeling that shows how our happiness and sadness reflect important ideas about holding on and the fact that nothing lasts forever. Chao Shuichen's writing shows how feelings can connect and change in interesting ways. Little actions can mean a lot, and tiny mix-ups can lead to long-lasting hard feelings. Scenes change from happy celebrations to sad moments, showing that the good times in life can quickly turn into feelings of regret. The Jia family's downfall shows how things can change quickly as debts grow, relationships break apart, and sad events happen to loved ones. The dreams of greatness disappear. Dream of the Red Chamber shows how strict social rules can limit personal freedom and create hidden pain for people. Even though they have a lot of money, many family members feel empty inside and chase after things that don't last. Dayu asks a lot of questions, and Dayu feels deeply sad in her poems. Together, they show a strong desire for realness in a world that values appearances. As the story goes on, the main ideas of the novel start to show up. Even though there is sadness, it's amazing to see how these characters care for each other and deal with loss. The last chapters, filled with sadness and maybe some understanding, remind us that life's story is both short and something everyone experiences. Chao Shuichen's unfinished manuscript, added to by later writers, shows that no story can completely explain the mystery of being human. Dream of the Red Chamber is a great book because it shows deep thoughts about people, describes life in the palace beautifully, and talks about love and how things change over time. 69. Water Margin by Shernayan, Water Margin, also called Outlaws of the Marsh, is one of the 4 great classical novels of Chinese literature. It tells the story of 108 bandit heroes who come together at Liangshan Marsh. The story takes place during the Song dynasty and starts with different unfair events that push good people to rise up against it. As time goes by, these outsiders, each with their own special talents and traits, come together to stand up against dishonest leaders. The story begins with selfish officials, greedy landlords, and mean nobles pushing honest people into tough situations. When people experience betrayal and are wrongly accused, they can feel like they have to break the rules. A former soldier who was wrongly found guilty, a respected officer who lost his rank, and a man who had to fight tigers to stay alive. These people become fugitives and eventually meet at the hideout of outlaws. Their motto is bringing justice for heaven, with strong leaders like Song Jiang. These bandits follow a set of rules. They steal from the corrupt but look out for the poor and weak. Their friendship shows ideas of loyalty and brotherhood, even though they go against the official rules that are supposed to keep order. Every character, like the brave warrior Wu Song who fights a tiger with his bare hands, and the clever strategist Wu Yong, has unique qualities that make them special. They come together because they all feel angry about unfair treatment, not because they all come from the same place. Shernayan's story is full of excitement. Local authorities are having tough fights as they try to take down Liangshan. The outlaws fight back with bold surprises and clever plans, often tricking bigger groups. But there are still problems inside the group. Some people want to be heroes. Others hold on to past fights, and what they believe is right doesn't always match the harshness of war. Political problems happen when the imperial court tries to get them to join in fights against outside dangers. Ideas about honor, loyalty, and betrayal are really important. The outlaws are trying to fight for what they believe is right, but they use violence and stealing to do it. Regular villagers might see them as heroes or be scared of them as troublemakers. The book asks if a bad system should be followed without question, or if standing up against it is the right thing to do. Song Jiang feels stuck between being loyal to the emperor and being loyal to his brothers, showing how hard this choice can be. Water Margin shows the importance of friendship, but it also shows how violence can ruin good intentions. The outlaws want forgiveness, hoping that what they did can help the empire in the end. But trying to make peace with a government that has problems might weaken their beliefs. The group's future, with new friendships and tough challenges, shows that these kinds of efforts usually don't end perfectly. The lasting charm of Water Margin comes from its lively characters and the strong story that mixes bravery with sadness. One character after another steps up, each creating their own way based on what they believe is right. The story is really big and exciting, but it also focuses on what people want and their weaknesses, showing what happens when they go against strong forces. Many years later, These outlaw heroes are still famous, showing a strong fight against corruption and a desire for what is right. Water Margin mixes exciting stories with a serious look at unfairness in society. It keeps readers interested with its blend of thrilling adventures and deep thoughts about rules, loyalty, and what it costs to fight against oppression. 70. The Sorrows of Young Werther is a book written by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. This story is mostly told through letters. It follows Werther, a young man full of feelings, who goes to a calm village to escape the pressures of society. He enjoys the beautiful nature around him, writing excitedly about the hills, streams, and colorful flowers. Werther's letters to his friend Wilhelm show that he is a very sensitive person. He gets easily touched by art and often feels really happy or really sad. This strong feeling affects everything he thinks about. In this beautiful place, Werther meets Lotte, a lovely woman who looks after her younger brothers and sisters after their mom passed away. As soon as Werther meets her, he is captivated by her kindness and softness. But Lotte is already promised to Albert, a good and sensible guy who quickly becomes friends with Werther. Werther has a hard time with his feelings. He really values Lotte's friendship, but he also feels sad because he loves her in a way that she doesn't love him back. And it just keeps getting stronger. At the beginning, Werther tries to control his feelings. He tells Wilhelm that he really likes how devoted Lotte is to Albert, so he chooses to stay close as a friend instead of pulling away. His heartbreak grows stronger as he understands that Lotte's kindness, which he finds so attractive, comes from the same quality that connects her to Albert. Werther feels really frustrated because he can't be with Lotte, and this frustration turns into deep sadness. Little things, like holding her hand or listening to her voice, turn into times of happiness and pain. Goethe shows Werther as a romantic person who doesn't fit in with what society expects. While some people say to hold back and be careful, Werther goes all out with his emotions. He complains about a world he thinks is unfriendly, saying that real feelings are better than being polite. As Lotte and Albert get ready for their life together, Werther feels even more sad. He believes he can't be happy without Lotte's love, but he also doesn't want to hurt Albert or disturb her happiness. Feeling more and more uneasy, Werther decides to move to a new place to find some peace. But no matter where he goes, he can't escape the memories of Lotte. Trying to do other things or find distractions doesn't help him feel better. His letters show a downward spiral into sadness, ending with a goodbye that marks his final decision. Goethe showed Werther's feelings and his choice to end his life in a way that was new and different. This had a big impact on romantic stories in Europe, and even led some young readers who were feeling sad to imitate what they read. The Sorrows of Young Werther caused a lot of discussion when it came out. People argued about whether it celebrated or just showed the intense feelings that can lead to self-destruction. Goethe, who was once really moved by these feelings, would later pull away from Werther's intense viewpoint. Still, the book made a big impression, helping to create a romantic way of thinking that valued strong, real emotions more than calm reasoning. Even today, Werther's struggles remind us of how strong feelings can take over someone's life. Some people think his suffering is just for attention, but others believe he represents the strong feelings that come when society stops us from following our dreams. In Werther's letters, Goethe shows us the mixed feelings of love that isn't returned. He reminds us that when our hearts are free to feel, they can lead us to appreciate beauty, but also to deep sadness. 71. The Jungle is a book written by Upton Sinclair in the busy stockyards of Chicago during the early 1900s. A Lithuanian immigrant named Jurgis Rudkus comes with big dreams of making a better life for himself. He brings his fiancée and family, believing that working hard in the well-known meatpacking plants will lead to a better life. At first, the busy city amazes them, with its long lines of factories and hopes of good pay. But they soon find out that the work is really hard, the pay isn't reliable, and there are unfair things happening everywhere. Jurgis and his family move into a small place close to the stockyards, where the smell of blood and waste fills the air. The book shows a really sad view of how animals like cows, pigs, and sheep are killed in large amounts, usually in dirty places. Workers can get hurt by strong machines or get sick from touching bad meat, but they are scared to speak up because they might lose their jobs. Jurgis works really hard on the killing floors for long hours because he needs to make sure his family has enough to eat. Even though the plants say they pay good wages, there are secret fees and deductions that cut down what workers actually earn. At the same time, The price of everyday things eats up every paycheck. Some sneaky realtors trick a family into buying a house with bad mortgage terms, almost causing them to lose everything. Jurgis's wife, Ona, who is expecting a baby, is being taken advantage of by a factory boss. Whenever Jurgis tries to speak up or stand up for himself, he gets into trouble with the bosses. This leads to him losing jobs, going to jail, and feeling more and more hopeless. As the family's problems get worse, from getting sick to facing really cold winters, they see their dreams fall apart. The kids are hungry, bills are stacking up, and shady people take advantage of their tough situation. Sinclair's investigation into the meatpacking industry shows how hard life is for immigrant workers and highlights the shocking lack of concern for food safety. Sick animals and spoiled meat are mixed in with fresh products, and then sold to people who don't know. People were really upset about what they found out, and that led to new rules like the Pure Food and Drug Act. In the middle of the story, Jurgis feels lost and confused after something really sad happens to him. He gets involved in crime, politics, and strange jobs, discovering how dishonest officials benefit from bribes. He finds a little bit of hope when he accidentally walks into a socialist rally. The speaker talks about how workers can come together to fight against unfair capitalist systems, and this connects with what he has gone through. This new way of thinking is Jurgis's last try to find some purpose in the mess of his life. Even though the jungle led to important changes in food inspection, Upton Sinclair famously said that he wanted to reach people's hearts, but ended up hitting them in the stomach instead. Lots of people focused more on the dirty practices than on how much the workers were hurting. The book is still an important part of American literature. It gives a clear warning about the dangers of too much corporate power and shows how whole families can be hurt by a system that doesn't care. Sinclair's clear descriptions of the slaughterhouses remind us that behind the things we buy are real human stories, often filled with hard work, sadness, and small hopes for fairness. 72. The Hunchback of Notre Dame is a story written by Victor Hugo. This story takes place in 15th century Paris and connects the lives of different characters near the beautiful Cathedral of Notre Dame. In the middle is Quasimodo, the bell ringer of the cathedral who looks different from others. People don't like Quasimodo because of his hunchback and unusual looks. He spends most of his time alone, going out only for his work and the big festival in the city squares. Even though he looks scary, he has a kind heart, especially shown in how much he cares for the nice but troubled priest. Claude Frollo. Frollo, a smart archdeacon, struggles with strong feelings inside him. He is really interested in alchemy and learning, but he also becomes very taken with the amazing gypsy dancer, Esmeralda. Frollo is caught between his religious promises and his strong feelings. His obsession gets stronger and starts to affect the lives of almost everyone around him. Esmeralda's life is just as dangerous. She is always chased because of her looks and blamed for witchcraft. So she depends on her pet goat and the kindness of people she meets. When Quasimodo has to ask for mercy in front of everyone as a punishment for something he didn't do, the crowd makes fun of him, but Esmeralda is the only one who is kind to him. Quasimodo feels a strong loyalty for the first time because of her kindness. At the same time, the good-looking Captain Phoebus is also interested in Esmeralda, but his reasons aren't as nice. Frollo, the priest, and Phoebus, the soldier, get caught up in a rivalry filled with jealousy and desire. Victor Hugo describes Notre Dame Cathedral in such detail that it feels like a character with its own life. When you look through Quasimodo's eyes, you can see how amazing the church's buildings are, with their tall towers and secret spots. Big bells ring loudly above, matching the strong feelings people have down here. Hugo wants to show how lively medieval Paris was, with its busy markets and the hidden world of thieves and beggars. A sad moment happens when Frollo's obsession makes him create a terrible plan, causing Esmeralda to be unfairly accused. Quasimodo, really upset about what was happening, saves her and gives her a safe place to stay inside the cathedral, using the old rule that allows people to find protection there. Their friendship gets stronger even though there are soldiers and angry crowds around, and each group has its own plans. Esmeralda looks beyond Quasimodo's scary appearance and sees the kind heart inside him, showing how prejudice and compassion are connected. But sadness hangs over the story. Frollo, overwhelmed by his strange feelings, does bad things that change everything for them. The last chapters show a messy showdown near the cathedral, ending in sadness for almost everyone there. Quasimodo's sadness about Esmeralda's fate is one of the most touching moments in stories. It shows that real monsters can wear the clothes of power, while true love can be found in surprising places. The Hunchback of Notre Dame was first published in 1831 and helped people become more interested in Gothic architecture and French history. Hugo's clear descriptions and his thoughts on unfairness in society make the novel really important even today. In the story of Quasimodo and Esmeralda, Hugo shows us that society can be really harsh and judgmental, often worse than any physical differences. He also highlights how love can stay strong and true, even when faced with the cruelest parts of humanity. 73. Thus Spoke Zarathustra is a book written by Friedrich Nietzsche. Thus Spoke Zarathustra is a unique piece that mixes philosophy and poetry. It shares Nietzsche's daring thoughts through a character named Zarathustra, who speaks like a prophet. Zarathustra goes to a mountain to be alone for a while, but later he chooses to come back down to talk to people about what he thinks will happen to humanity in the future. He wants to challenge traditional ideas about right and wrong and suggest a new way of thinking that focuses on personal growth. A main idea in the book is the Übermensch, which means overman or superman. Zarathustra predicts that people can go beyond their current limits to achieve a better way of living. This, however, means letting go of old religious and moral beliefs that, according to Nietzsche, hold people back from being their best. He imagines a life not led by fear or just believing without question, but by a creative spirit that builds values from personal strength and understanding. The story is told through different speeches, short stories, and conversations. Zarathustra talks to groups of people in city squares, travelers on quiet roads, and even the stars in his thoughtful poems. He talks about how important it is to improve ourselves, changing our old beliefs and becoming better people. Sometimes, he talks about loving the tough parts of life, encouraging readers to see challenges as a way to become better people. This idea of amor fati, or love of fate, shows a strong refusal to just give up. Nietzsche talks about the idea of the death of God, suggesting that old religious beliefs don't have power over people today. Zarathustra says that if we don't have important values, people might end up feeling like nothing matters at all. His idea is to create new values that come from a person's own choices and creativity. He makes fun of the last man, a person who just wants to be comfortable and doesn't really try to achieve anything or think deeply. The style of the work is like poetry and uses metaphors, with lots of symbols and images that mean more than they seem. Readers come across the well-known story of three changes. First, the camel that carries heavy loads, then the lion that stands up to authority, and finally, the child who makes new ideas with a sense of innocence. Another common theme is the idea of eternal recurrence. This means that a person's life might repeat over and over again. It encourages the reader to live in a way that could be happily repeated forever. People who like and dislike Nietzsche have thought a lot about his strong ideas about being true to yourself. They are concerned that it could lead to being mean or thinking some people are better than others. Nietzsche talks about the overman not as a ruler who controls others, but as a person who creates a new way for everyone, based on strength, ideas, and the ability to make their own choices. The way the text is written really highlights his strong challenge to lazy thinking. Thus Spoke Zarathustra is really important in thinking about existence and modern ideas. It combines ideas and predictions in a way that's hard to put into one category. Some people think it's a call for personal greatness, but others warn that it might be seen as just being selfish. Still, its impact on Western philosophy and literature is clear. As Zarathustra travels, Nietzsche asks everyone to rethink their values. He encourages each person to question what they've been taught and to take charge of their own future in a world that might not have a higher power to lead it. 74. The Red and the Black is a novel written by Stendhal. The Red and the Black takes place in France after Napoleon. It tells the story of Julian Sorel, a young man who wants to rise up and leave his poor background behind. But his journey leads to both success and failure. Julian was born to a carpenter, and he really dislikes his family's rough lifestyle. He dreams of being something great. He is charming and clever, and he sees two paths to gain power: the military, shown by the color red, and the church, shown by black. Now that the Napoleonic Wars have ended, a military career doesn't guarantee quick promotions anymore. So he decides to pursue the clergy as his way to move up. Julian starts working as a tutor in the house of Monsieur de Renal, who is the mayor of a small town. Even though he doesn't really believe, He still impresses everyone with how religious he acts and how smart he seems. He has learned a lot by memorizing Latin and religious books. But a strong relationship with Madame de Renal distracts him. Stuck between wanting to succeed and really caring about people, he tries to deal with the tricky rumors in his small town. When Julian moves to a seminary, he sees a lot of pretending and tricky politics. He finds out that wanting power can happen even in places that are supposed to be about faith. He then gets a job in Paris, working for the Marquis de la Mole. There, he impresses everyone with his smart thinking and calm attitude. His relationship with Mathilde de la Mole, a young woman from a wealthy family, turns out to be both a great success and a cause of trouble. Mathilde is really interested in Julian's different background, but she feels both impressed and a bit judgmental about it. Their rocky relationship ends in a big scandal. The novel explores the struggle between being genuine and trying to get ahead in society. Julian changes how he acts depending on where he is, always wanting the praise he thinks he should get. Stendhal shows a France filled with worries about social class, where money and titles are more important than real talent. The colors red and black show Julian's two wishes. He looks up to the soldier's life from Napoleon's story and wants the church cloak that gives him respect right away. As Julian gets up, he feels more confident. But funny enough, every time he succeeds, he gets more worried about being found out. He worries that any mistake will show where he really comes from or how he tricks people. Stendhal shows that the wealthy people are just as clever. They try to gain power, change their morals, and switch sides whenever they want. In this kind of world, love gets mixed up with power struggles, making real feelings hard to see. Julian faces a big change when old feelings come back, leading him to do something careless. This results in a big court trial where he faces the social rules he has tried to trick. Without his disguises, Julian shows his deep bitterness. He realizes that no matter how talented he is, being born a peasant is a heavy burden. The ending shows Stendhal's belief. A determined person can reach high places, but society's deep-rooted biases can bring them down easily. The Red and the Black, published in 1830, showed a clear and honest view of life in French literature. Stendhal's deep understanding of psychology helped later writers explore their characters' inner struggles. The story of Julian's downfall makes us think about whether true passion and being real can last in a world that cares so much about social status. Having big dreams can help someone succeed, but believing in false ideas can lead to their downfall when things start to fall apart. 75. Ivanhoe is a novel written by Sir Walter Scott. In medieval England during the time of King Richard the Lionheart, Ivanhoe tells a story filled with bravery, love, and historical battles in an exciting way. The story begins not long after King Richard comes back from the Crusades, but he is still not there, which lets others fight for power in the kingdom. The Saxons and Normans still don't trust each other after the Norman conquest, creating problems that affect everyone in society. Wilfred, a young Saxon knight in Ivanhoe, has upset his father, Cedric, because he promised to be loyal to the Norman king. Cedric doesn't like Ivanhoe's strong feelings for Lady Rowena, who lives in Cedric's home and comes from a noble Saxon family. Cedric wants to bring back the Saxon line, so he tries to set up a better marriage for Rowena that will help politically. Not giving up, Ivanhoe sneaks back from the Crusades, wearing a disguise to show how good he is in a big tournament. In the tournament scenes, Sir Walter Scott takes readers to a place filled with shiny armor and exciting jousting matches. Ivanhoe fights against the strong Templar knight Brian de Bois Guilbert, whose goals and intense feelings create a lot of the story's problems. At the same time, characters like Robin Hood, known here as Locksley, and his group of outlaws join the fight. They stand for the Saxons who have been pushed to the edges of the forest by the Norman rulers. They secretly help Ivanhoe and save travelers like the proud Jew Isaac and his daughter Rebecca. Rebecca stands out as an important person. She is beautiful, smart, and good-hearted. She takes care of Ivanhoe's injuries after the tournament, showing kindness even though people in that time had strong religious biases. In the middle of everything happening, she catches Bois Guilbert's attention, and he struggles with his mixed feelings. The story highlights the struggles of Jews in medieval England, showing the suspicion and hostility they faced, while also showcasing the bravery and dignity of Isaac and Rebecca. As political plots grow more intense, King Richard shows up in disguise to see if the people who say they serve him are really loyal. Cedric's strong pride turns into a hesitant teamwork with the Norman knights when his family's safety is at risk. Kidnappings, castle attacks, and intense trials make the characters show bravery and honor. Rebecca's trial for witchcraft is a big moment that shows how unfair people were back then and how far they would go to enforce their ideas of justice. Sir Walter Scott shows a mix of dreamy ideas and tough reality. The story shows that even though knights follow codes of honor, it's easy for power to change them for the worse. Ivanhoe, driven by his loyalty to Richard and his love for Rowena, works to bring together Saxon traditions and the rise of the Normans. His personal journey is similar to England's gradual move toward coming together under a king who wants to overcome old differences. The exciting parts of Ivanhoe happen when King Richard shows up, punishing the bad guys and rewarding the good knights. Ivanhoe wins Rowena's hand, showing that the Saxons and Normans can come together. The novel includes some sad moments. Rebecca leaves quietly, knowing that her beliefs and position make her different from the Christian world. Her leaving highlights the main focus of the story on cultural limits and personal sacrifice. Published in 1819, Ivanhoe sparked a strong interest in medieval stories during the 19th century. It helped shape how people think about knights, tournaments, and the battles between different backgrounds, using colorful events and personal stories. Sir Walter Scott tells a detailed tale that shows a time when different identities were fighting and there was hope for a more united kingdom. 76. The Call of the Wild is a story written by Jack London. This story takes place in the late 1890s during the Klondike Gold Rush. It follows Buck, a big and spoiled dog who lives on a fancy estate in California. Buck's life takes a sudden turn when he is taken away and sold to become a strong sled dog in the Yukon. He was taken from a life of comfort and sent north to a harsh place filled with snow, ice, and hard work. When he is put with other dogs, he soon realizes that the rules of people don't matter much in the wild. It's all about strength and survival here. On his first night, Buck sees scary battles for food and who gets to be in charge. In this tough place, he deals with mean people and competing dogs. He has to change or he won't survive. Buck has to pull sleds over icy land, and he becomes strong and smart, as old instincts come to life in him. Thoughts of his wolf ancestors awaken something inside him, suggesting that he is more than just a regular pet. Every day takes a lot of energy just to get through, and every night comes with strong winds and the faraway sounds of wolves. During his journey, Buck meets various owners, and some are nicer than others. He discovers that sometimes people can be cruel because they don't know better or because they want more. Like when drivers make their dogs work too hard. Sometimes, Buck sees kindness, a quick moment of comfort during tough times. Later on, he meets John Thornton, a kind person whose caring nature creates a strong friendship. Thornton shows Buck kindness and care, proving that not every human uses their strength in a bad way. Still, the pull of the wild gets stronger. Buck feels the strong call of old instincts in the quiet woods and under the bright moonlight. He listens to the wolves howling at the moon and feels his heart beating steadily, connecting him to the wild around him. Slowly, he starts to let go of the things that hold him back, caught between being loyal to Thornton and the strong pull of freedom. When something really bad happens and he loses his last connection to humans, Buck decides to do something that changes his future forever. He answers the call of the wild, running with wolf packs through the woods. Even in this new life, he still remembers the love he had with a human friend. Stories spread among the local tribes about a mysterious ghost dog, tall and brave, guiding wolves over hills and valleys. Some say it wanders in places where people and animals rarely go. In The Call of the Wild, Jack London looks at ideas like survival, instincts, and change. Buck's story shows how fast a comfortable life can change, revealing the basic instincts that were hidden inside. The Yukon is a place where only the strong and flexible can survive. With clear and colorful details, London takes readers into a world of ice and lack, where every breath can be a struggle. In the end, Buck's awakening is like going back to where he came from and also showing that he can be his own dog. It teaches us that sometimes we learn the most about ourselves when we face tough challenges. 77. White Fang is a book written by Jack London. In the big northland of Canada's Yukon Territory, wolves and dogs work hard to survive in the cold winds and always look for food. White Fang is a mix of wolf and dog, born into a tough world where every day is about survival and the need to fight or be fought. Since he was little, he feels the strong force of nature. He sees fierce fights for food and soon understands that showing any weakness can lead to trouble, whether from other animals or the surroundings. In the beginning, White Fang's life is all about his mom, a she-wolf who hunts and takes care of her cub with great strength. From her, he discovers the quiet ways of nature, being sneaky, waiting patiently, and noticing the dangers that lurk in the never-ending snow. His curiosity takes him out of his safe den and into a world full of amazing things and hidden dangers. Little mistakes can sometimes lead to big problems in this place with freezing rivers and unexpected storms. His mother, who used to be a sled dog, suddenly sees some men at a camp and realizes they are familiar. They put a leash on White Fang, forcing him into a new life where he has to listen to unfamiliar masters. Some people can be really mean, showing him that humans can be even more brutal than a pack of wolves. Other dogs are mean to him, making him more untrusting. He has to stand up for himself against groups that don't like his wolf heritage. Under a harsh owner, White Fang goes through tough training meant to turn him into a fierce fighting dog. The crowd cheers as he fights against other dogs, creating a strong feeling of anger and fear. This violence leaves a mark on him, teaching that life requires constant fighting just to survive. But not all people are unkind. Saved from a dangerous fight, White Fang meets a kind master who shows him patience instead of hitting him. This change makes White Fang question everything he thinks he knows about the world. He finds it hard to let go of the doubt and defensiveness that used to protect him. Slowly, he starts to feel kinder feelings, reacting to the gentle voice and soft touches that are very different from the harshness he has experienced. As time goes by, White Fang becomes less fierce and starts to trust others. He shows strong loyalty to the person who treats him well. Jack London shows White Fang's journey as a story about the two big influences of nature and nurture. The Call of the Wild is about a pet dog going back to its wild side, while White Fang tells the story of a wild animal learning to live with people. London talks about the North in a way that shows how tough life can be. Every meal is something people really work for, and kindness is something you don't see very often. Even though White Fang goes through a lot of tough times, there is still a feeling of hope that shines through. The story shows that someone who has been hurt can still find love and care if they have the opportunity. As White Fang starts to accept a new way of life, his change shows that a person's character can grow in surprising ways. It reminds us that trust and love can come from even the toughest places. 78. Treasure Island by Robert Louis Stevenson. In a small coastal inn named the Admiral Benbow, a boy named Jim Hawkins leads a quiet life until one day, a strange old pirate named Billy Bones walks in, looking very tired and worn out. Bones is hiding from enemies and can't stop thinking about his crew. He has a secret that pulls Jim into a dangerous adventure. After Bones passes away, Jim and his friends find an old sea chest. Inside, there's a map that leads to amazing treasures, a pirate's buried treasure on a faraway island. Excited for an adventure, Jim decides to join the journey organized by the local Squire Trelawney and Dr. Livesey. They get a ship called the Hispaniola and put together a crew, including the charming Long John Silver, who is a cook with one leg. Silver quickly makes friends with Jim, sharing stories about the sea and giving him advice. His friendly smile hides clever plans, because Silver used to work with the famous pirate Captain Flint. At first, Jim really looks up to Silver, but then he finds out that Silver and some of the crew are planning to take the treasure for themselves. Stevenson's story keeps you excited on every page. The trip over the open water is filled with worry, as signs of betrayal are in the air. Jim accidentally hears some secret plans and finds out that the men in charge of the sails might attack at any time. When they get to the island, all the friendships fall apart completely. Brave men run to the land, while the rebels led by Silver take charge. The thick plants and secret spots create a perfect place for sneaking around and small battles. Treasure Island is full of colorful characters. Long John Silver is an interesting character. He is nice to Jim but can be very harsh when it comes to getting gold. His changing loyalties and smooth talk show the book's two sides. Trust is hard to find among pirates, who might choose to betray someone quickly instead of working together. Jim changes from a shy boy into a clever adventurer. He has to use his bravery, so he takes bold chances that even the tough pirates find impressive. The island is full of dangers, secret forts, traps, and the scary figure of Ben Gunn, a castaway who has been alone for many years. Stevenson's descriptions bring to life the salty smell of the ocean, the sticky feel of tropical plants, and the spooky sounds of hidden animals. Dangerous waves and unexpected storms can make it hard to find help or succeed. The story asks an important question: will greed break everyone apart? Or can honor still lead someone even when shiny coins are tempting them? Some pirates fight for every last coin, but Jim and his loyal crew think treasure is less important than staying alive and making the right choices. Winning in the end relies on how much they trust one another, just as much as it does on being smarter than the mutineers. Since it was published in 1883, Treasure Island has shaped how we think of pirates today. The Jolly Roger flag, mysterious maps with an X, and a parrot sitting on a pirate's shoulder. Stevenson's novel is not just a story for kids. It's a thoughtful look at loyalty, bravery, and how friendship can change when faced with greed. Jim Hawkins shows us a great adventure, teaching that being brave is important, even when there are lies and betrayal around us. 79. Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde by Robert Louis Stevenson. This story takes place in a foggy London and looks at the two sides of human nature through the tough experiences of Dr. Henry Jekyll. Jekyll seems like a good scientist and doctor. People look up to him because he is kind and smart. But deep down, he struggles with hidden feelings that clash with what he believes is right. Wanting to keep his bad feelings away from his good side, he creates a special potion that changes things. When he tries this mixture, Jekyll's body changes into the smaller, meaner shape of Edward Hyde. Without any rules to follow, Hyde walks around the city, doing whatever he wants and causing trouble. At night, he scares people without feeling sorry for the hurt he causes. In the morning, Jekyll wakes up with fuzzy memories, feeling relieved that his good name is still safe during the day. But every change makes Hyde stronger, pulling Jekyll deeper into a bad place. At the same time, Jekyll's good friend Mr. Utterson, a serious lawyer, starts to worry about news of a wild man named Hyde attacking people he doesn't know. He thinks it's strange that Jekyll's will gives everything to Hyde. As Utterson looks closely, he finds strange clues that show a weird connection between the nice doctor and a scary person. The situation gets more intense as Hyde's actions go from being mean to committing murder. Stevenson's London is a great setting. Its foggy air and dark streets reflect Jekyll's hidden wrongdoings. Dr. Jekyll's cozy home is very different from Hyde's hidden place, showing the gap between being proper in society and following our basic instincts. At first, Jekyll feels happy to be free from guilt, allowing Hyde to do things he is too afraid to admit he wants. But the lines between right and wrong get confusing as Hyde becomes more violent. Jekyll has a hard time going back to being himself because he sees that Hyde, his darker side, is starting to take control. The story ends with discoveries in Jekyll's last letters, sharing his scary path to self-destruction. Every dose of serum makes it harder for him to stay in control. In the end, Jekyll can't keep Hyde under control anymore. His last tries to make things right happen too late, covered by the wild side that can't be taken back. The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde makes us think about good and evil and how they are not always separate things. Stevenson says that everyone has both good and bad parts inside them. If someone tries to ignore or hide their darker feelings, those feelings can become really strong and dangerous. Jekyll's experiment shows how fast our sense of right and wrong can fall apart when we let our desires take over. Published in 1886. The story explored the worries people had during the Victorian era about science moving too fast, being fake or hypocritical, and the scary idea that nice appearances could hide something really bad inside. It has become an important part of our culture, shown in phrases like Jekyll and Hyde personality, to describe people who have two very different sides. Stevenson's story is an exciting psychological thriller that shows us we can't just get rid of the parts of ourselves that we feel ashamed of. When we think about having two sides, we start to wonder, can we accept all parts of ourselves without letting the bad parts take over? 80. The Little Prince is a story written by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. A pilot stuck in the Sahara Desert wakes up to a small voice saying, "Please draw me a sheep." This starts a thoughtful adventure where the narrator meets the little prince, a curious child from a faraway asteroid. In talks and easy drawings, the prince shares stories about his journeys to small planets, each one home to a single, funny adult character, a king who has no kingdom, a proud man who just wants attention, and a businessman who keeps counting stars over and over. Every character represents a limited way of thinking that ignores what is really important. On his own asteroid, the prince took care of a single rose. It was delicate and a bit proud, but it meant a lot to him. Confused by her feelings and not sure about her love, he decided to go on an adventure through the universe. As he goes on his journey, he discovers that adults often get caught up in things that don't really matter, like power, money, or stubborn pride, forgetting what truly matters: real connections with others. Feeling lonely and curious, the prince finally gets to Earth and meets a clever fox in a field of wheat. The fox shows him how to tame, creating special connections that make someone stand out. The prince learns that real love means taking care of each other and facing challenges together. At the same time, the stuck pilot is in a hurry to repair his plane before he gets too thirsty. He starts to really like the prince's innocence and sincerity, touched by how dedicated he is to his rose. The prince's questions awaken the pilot's lost sense of curiosity. Saint-Exupéry's writing is simple but packed with deep thoughts about being a kid, making friends, and the important things that adults often overlook. Even though the desert is tough, there is a feeling of hope in every chapter. The prince talks about his past and how much he wants to go back home. He feels worried because he thinks his rose is unprotected without him there. The desert shows how delicate we are, just like the prince's rose. We all need love and kindness to thrive. The drawings in the book, made by the narrator with simple lines, match the honest way the prince sees the world. They show us that sometimes the easiest pictures can share the most important ideas. The main ideas focus on looking with your heart, not just your eyes. The lesson from the fox, that the most important things can't be seen, runs through the story. The prince's adventures on various planets show how grown-up worries can take away happiness, while a childlike sense of wonder can bring back creativity and kindness. The prince's simple requests, like asking to draw a sheep, hide deeper thoughts about losing things, love, and life and death. In the end, the prince finds a special way to go back to his star, making the pilot feel both sad and smarter. Many readers have found comfort in the book's kind message to appreciate what we love, to keep asking questions, and to stay amazed by the world around us. The Little Prince, first published in 1943, is a story that goes beyond age and culture. It shares a gentle tale about how our relationships give meaning to our lives. With the prince's gentle kindness, Saint-Exupéry shares an important idea: the connections we create, even if we can't see them, make our little piece of the universe really special. 81 The Prophet is a book written by Khalil Gibran. The Prophet, published in 1923, is a small book of poetic essays that became popular around the world for its kind wisdom and themes that everyone can relate to. The story is about a wise man named Al-Mustafa. He has been living in a strange city for 12 years, waiting for the day he can go back to his home. As the time for him to leave comes, the people of the city come together, asking him to share what he knows about different parts of life, like love, work, kids, freedom, and more. Every question from the townspeople brings a thoughtful answer from Al-Mustafa, who speaks in a way that mixes beautiful words with clear ideas. He compares love to a powerful force that can both lift you up and bring you down, encouraging everyone to accept both the challenges and the happiness that love brings. He emphasizes that parents do not own their children. Instead, children come from them, but belong to life itself. When he talks about work, he says it's like love made visible. This means that when you do your job with a caring attitude, it can make you feel really good inside. Khalil Gibran uses language that is easy to understand, but also very deep. He writes in a soft way that reminds you of old stories or wise sayings, mixing the thoughts of one wise person with ideas that everyone can understand. Each essay is just a few paragraphs long, but they often make readers think and reflect deeply. Instead of giving strict rules, the prophet shares thoughts that help us look at ourselves and be kind to others. The text shows a belief that all people are connected. This idea comes from Gibran's background in Lebanon and his experiences in the West. He uses pictures of nature, like oceans, fields, and breezes, to show spiritual truths, explaining how the patterns of the earth reflect human connections. Al-Mustafa often tells his listeners that true understanding comes when we connect with the shared spirit that ties everyone together. Some critics think the prophet is too emotional or too simple. Its lasting popularity shows that many people find comfort in its kind view of love and respect for others. Newlyweds wanting to understand marriage, and people searching for the meaning of friendship often look to Gibran's words for help. Maybe this lasting interest comes from the book's effort to connect everyday knowledge with spiritual insights, bringing together personal desires and community peace. When Al Mustafa finally leaves on the ship that will take him home, he gives the townspeople and the reader a final blessing. This shows that the best teacher in life is found in each person's heart. The prophet encourages readers to feel a common connection through everyday experiences, without sticking to strict beliefs or a single religion. Its beautiful writing and wise advice have kept it popular for 100 years, making it a classic in inspirational books. In a world that can be divided by fighting and doubt, Gibran's kind words remind us how important it is to care for each other. Be patient and show love. 82. Siddhartha is a book written by Hermann Hesse. Hermann Hesse tells a short but deep story about a young Brahmin named Siddhartha. He is searching for more meaning in life than what the usual rituals offer, drawing from ideas in Eastern philosophy and his own spiritual journey. Siddhartha was born into a wealthy family and learned a lot about religion. But he still felt unhappy with what he had been taught. Feeling restless, he leaves with his friend Govinda to search for enlightenment, thinking that practicing self-discipline or studying hard might reveal important truths about the universe. They start by joining a group of wandering ascetics called samamas, who give up worldly comforts to focus on spiritual discipline. But Siddhartha feels that just being strict and tough on himself won't satisfy his deep desire. He then meets the Buddha, a person said to have reached nirvana. Govinda decides to stay with the Buddha as his student. But Siddhartha, while he admires the Buddha, feels he needs to find the truth for himself instead of just following someone else's way. Siddhartha leaves his simple life behind and dives into a world full of pleasures and excitement. He is a merchant who likes nice clothes and gets involved in a romantic relationship with a courtesan named Kamala. Even though these treats make him happy for a little while, they later leave him feeling empty, realizing that giving up everything or chasing after his desires hasn't made him happy. He leaves again, feeling lost and sad. The big change happens when he meets a kind ferryman named Vasudeva. The ferryman who lives by the river mostly listens instead of talking. This shows that the river can teach important lessons if you let yourself go with its flow. Siddhartha feels calm and wise, so he decides to stay and learn how to help people by ferrying them across. Every time we cross, we see different details in the water's steady but always changing movement. Hesse shows the river as a symbol of life's togetherness, birth, death, time, and forever all blend in its endless flow. Siddhartha slowly discovers a peaceful balance in his daily job of helping passengers and watching the patterns of nature. He calms his mind to understand the many things in life, realizing that different things can exist together. The visits from old friends, like Govinda, show how much Siddhartha has changed. Even though he doesn't follow a specific belief, he has found peace inside himself by connecting with the river's wisdom. Siddhartha's last position does not reject spiritual teachers or holy texts. Instead, it shows that real understanding usually comes from our own experiences instead of what we learn from others. Hesse's writing mixes ideas from Eastern mysticism and Western thoughts about existence, creating a book that many people from different backgrounds can enjoy. The story of Siddhartha shows how important it is to learn from experiences, care for others, and understand that life's truths can change instead of being set in stone. Siddhartha was published in 1922, and it still connects with readers who are interested in different philosophical ideas coming together. It shows us that we can wake up to new ideas in the simplest ways, like listening to a river, seeing our work as helping others, or understanding that everyone has their own special journey. The book has a calm and thoughtful message that shows how sometimes you have to explore the unknown before you can see the good things inside yourself. 83. Steppenwolf is a book written by Hermann Hesse. Hermann Hesse's Steppenwolf explores the mind of Harry Haller, a middle-aged thinker who struggles with conflicting parts of himself. He feels torn between his human side, which wants art, logic, and a deeper connection, and his wolf side, which is all about instincts, wildness, and being alone. Harry sees the modern world as cold and fake. He has a hard time understanding these feelings and feels like he doesn't belong in polite society. At the beginning of the book, Harry finds a weird pamphlet called Treatise on the Steppenwolf. It talks about his life in a way that feels just right, even mentioning how he feels out of place and dislikes ordinary life. This paper says that he makes his personality too simple by just splitting it into man and wolf, missing all the different parts that make up a soul. Even though Harry feels uneasy, he is still really interested, thinking that the paper might help him understand his feelings about life. His life takes another turn when he meets Hermine, a mysterious young woman who becomes his friend at a dance hall. She encourages him to try new things, like jazz music, dancing, and even dating, by showing him the fun of nightlife. She helps him let go of his snobby ways and encourages him to enjoy being spontaneous again. With a lively saxophonist named Pablo, they guide Harry to a magical theater where he faces illusions, dreams, and meaningful moments that make him think about his hidden wishes. In this strange world, Harry faces different parts of himself. Images of fighting, love, funny moments, and mixed up feelings come together, each showing a part of his mind. The exciting part of the story happens as a wild adventure, mixing dreams with discovering oneself. Harry needs to understand the complicated parts of himself, or he might fall into lasting sadness. People from his life and famous figures like Mozart show up as guides or challenges, highlighting Hesse's idea that art and music can connect the logical and the instinctive. Steppenwolf deals with ideas about who we are, feeling alone, and trying to feel complete in a world that seems broken. Harry really dislikes the middle-class way of life, but at the same time, he feels very lonely and wants to connect with others. He looks up to the great minds of history, like Goethe and Mozart, but struggles to bring their energy into his own life. Hermine helps him see himself in a new way, making him laugh at his own quirks and letting him relax the strict rules he has set for how he should act. Hesse's writing mixes real-life situations with dreamlike moments, showing the main character's struggles inside. The book got a lot of attention when it came out in 1927. Some people really liked it, while others were upset by its scenes about drugs and sex. At its core, Steppenwolf is more about finding a deeper meaning than just enjoying pleasure. It's about rising above by accepting the mix of opposites. Hesse shows that people aren't just one thing, like being all good or all bad, or just like a man or a wolf. He believes that true freedom comes from accepting all the different parts of ourselves. For many years, Steppenwolf has connected with people who want to challenge the rules of society and deal with deep feelings about life. Hesse shows a lonely, thoughtful person who connects with people today who often feel different from what success is usually seen as. The book shows that finding out who you are can mean exploring the tough parts of yourself, and that getting better happens when you learn to move with all the ups and downs of life. 84. Rebecca is a novel written by Daphne du Maurier in the mysterious setting of Manderley, a big estate in Cornwall. Rebecca tells a story filled with romance, suspense, and psychological tension. A shy young woman, who doesn't have much experience, marries the rich widower Maxim de Winter after a fast romance in Monte Carlo. Excited to start fresh, she gets to Manderley but soon realizes she's living in the shadow of Maxim's first wife, Rebecca, who passed away in a strange way. As soon as she walks in, the new Mrs. de Winter feels that Rebecca is still around. Every part of the house shows Rebecca's style and charm, her special stationery, her neatly arranged rooms, and the way the staff quietly compares things. The most important servant is Mrs. Danvers, the creepy housekeeper who really looked up to Rebecca. She controls the shy narrator, making her feel insecure by pointing out how different she is from the bold and bright Rebecca. Daphne du Maurier creates a strong feeling of fear throughout her work. The second Mrs. de Winter has a hard time figuring out who she is and feels like she doesn't belong in the fancy social scene at Manderley. She tries hard to make Maxim happy, but he usually gets quiet or grumpy whenever Rebecca is mentioned. Worries grow even more when strange details about Rebecca's death come out, suggesting there are hidden secrets behind her perfect appearance. As time goes on, the narrator's fears become clearer. Did everyone really love Rebecca? Why does Mrs. Danvers want to make things hard for the new mistress? What heavy guilt might be hidden in Maxim's careful heart? Things get really tense at a fancy costume party when a small mistake leads to a big fight. The narrator's world is about to change as new details come out about Rebecca's personal life and what happened in her last moments. Du Maurier adds exciting details about the sea hitting Manderley's shore and the dark woods nearby throughout the novel. This place reflects how the narrator feels inside, as she starts to see the lies and betrayal hiding behind Manderley's beautiful appearance. As each layer comes off, The fancy surface shows the complicated truth about Maxim's marriage to Rebecca. Rebecca mixes spooky things like a big old house, a ghostly figure from long ago, and a feeling of suspense to change how we see modern romantic mysteries. But it's not just an ordinary ghost story. Rebecca is more felt than seen, like a ghost created by memories and the narrator's own doubts. The story is more about how people can get really obsessed, feel jealous, and try hard to keep up appearances than about ghosts showing up. When the last secret comes out, it shows Maxim and Rebecca in surprising ways, making the narrator question what they thought was true. After everything that happened, she faces a big decision. Can she stay at Manderley with all the secrets she knows? Or do they have to leave the estate behind and its memories? Du Maurier's last notes reflect the loss of dreams and the delicate hope for a future free from Rebecca's influence. Rebecca is a great example of a psychological thriller story. The famous first line, "Last night I dreamt I went to Manderley again," shows a feeling of missing a special place, mixed with a bit of worry. In a story with a quiet main character whose name we never learn, Du Maurier takes us on a journey filled with secrets. She shows us how love and fear can mix together in the deepest parts of our hearts. 85. All Quiet on the Western Front is a book written by Erich Maria Remarque. This story is told by Paul Baumer, a young German soldier in World War I. It shows the harsh and terrible truth of life in the trenches during the war. Inspired by a patriotic teacher, Paul and his friends decide to join the military. Filled with dreams of honor and bravery, the illusions break apart quickly when they encounter the constant attacks, limited supplies, and overwhelming fear in the trenches of the Western Front. Right from the start, Erich Maria Remarque's straightforward writing shows what everyday life in war is like. Soldiers eat very little food, while rats run around in the trenches. The explosions keep going, rattling the ground and getting on people's nerves. Paul's training with a harsh corporal named Himmelstas shows how tough it can be. Some leaders can be cruel and enjoy being brutal instead of building friendships. These experiences break down any trust in the system that sent them to fight. In the middle of death and chaos, the friendships between Paul and his fellow soldiers are their only shield against feeling hopeless. His friend Kat is really clever and stays calm. She has a special talent for finding food when things get tough. Another soldier, Jaden, brings some funny moments that help lighten their tough lives for a little while. The bond they have makes it even sadder when one of them gets hurt by shrapnel or a sniper's bullet. Every loss feels like a part of you is taken away, leaving those who are left feeling empty and lost. Sometimes, when he gets a break, Paul thinks about how war has cut him off from his old life. When he comes home on leave, he finds it hard to connect with family or friends who can't understand the terrible things he has gone through. They talk about great battles and plans, not able to picture the fear of gas attacks or the awful smell of mass graves. Paul understands that his generation has been deeply affected by war. Even if they are still alive, Remarque doesn't make the enemy seem like heroes or villains. Instead, he highlights the shared pain that young men experience, no matter which side they're on. The most emotional moments usually show Paul facing the pain of Allied soldiers. When he stabs an enemy soldier in close combat, he feels a wave of guilt and has to face the fact that the man he just killed was a person too. It's a moment that takes away any hint of a heroic dream. As the war continues, the German forces become weaker because they are running low on supplies. Sickness, accidents, and disappointment spread among the group. Paul and his friends hold on to life just out of habit, their hopes buried in the deep holes left by explosions. Even though there are brief hopes for a better future after the war, the story keeps coming back to the harsh reality of conflict that destroys young lives. When it came out in 1929, All Quiet on the Western Front caused a lot of debate. Some people liked it for being so honest, while others said it was bad for patriotism. Over time, it has become one of the most important anti-war books, showing how big wars hurt people's minds and change how they feel about where they belong. Paul tells his story in a straightforward way, showing how different civilian ideas about war are from what really happens on the front lines. It highlights how war is always damaging for the people who have to fight. 86. Norwegian Wood is a novel by Haruki Murakami. Norwegian Wood takes place in Tokyo during the late 1960s. It tells the story of Toru Watanabe, a quiet college student whose life changes completely after his best friend's death. After that sad event, Toru becomes close to Naoko, who was the girlfriend of his friend who passed away. Naoko feels very sad and has a hard time with her feelings. Her connection with others is influenced by both the things they don't talk about and the memories they share. The title of the book refers to the Beatles' song Norwegian Wood. This song is important because it reminds Toru of a time in his life that makes him feel both happy and sad. Haruki Murakami shows what life is like on a campus in Tokyo, mixing feelings of nostalgia and a bit of unease. Students are taking part in protests against the university leaders. But Toru feels a bit distant from all the excitement. Instead, he focuses on Naoko's weaknesses and his own search for a place where he fits in. Their relationship grows stronger, but there is still a lot of unspoken sadness between them. Naoko goes to a peaceful mountain retreat for help, leaving Toru to figure out the city's challenges by himself. Toru meets Midori, a lively and talkative classmate, who is very different from Naoko's gentle nature. Midori talks openly about sex, jokes around, and shares her family problems, which makes Toru rethink his quiet and careful way of being. Even though he still feels a pull towards Naoko, Midori's lively spirit encourages him to explore a different type of relationship, one that welcomes the chaos of life instead of avoiding it. Toru feels stuck between being loyal to Naoko and wanting a future with Midori. In Norwegian Wood, Murakami's writing style is a bit different from his usual surreal approach. Instead, he tells the story in a more usual way, focusing on themes of loss, growing up, and the heavy feeling of time passing. The clear details about Tokyo's streets, bars, and record stores create a strong sense of location, while the peaceful spots in the countryside provide a safe space for characters to face their inner struggles. Toru shares his feelings in a diary, showing how lonely he is. This loneliness is made worse by losing his innocence and the delicate connection he has with Naoko. Music is really important, like when a Beatles song brings back memories, or when classical music fills Naoko's special place. Every melody connects the invisible spaces between characters, suggesting feelings they can't completely express. The book also explores mental illness, showing how some people's delicate minds struggle with the pressures of today's world. Stepping back from the world might feel good for a little while, but it can make them feel even more alone and cut off from real friendships. Even though there are sad parts in Norwegian Wood, there are also warm and hopeful moments. You can see this in Midori's funny jokes and the small acts of kindness between the students. The deeper message from Murakami shows that growing up means dealing with heartbreak and finding new ways forward, which isn't easy in a city full of changes and challenges. Toru's journey shows how hard it is to remember the past while also trying to move on with life. The last parts of the book feel really sad and make you think about missing people who are gone. They show how hard it can be to keep going in life, even when you feel that way. Through Toru's eyes, readers see the rough change from being a kid to becoming an adult, filled with both the short-lived beauty and the lasting shadows of being young. 87. The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle is a novel written by Haruki Murakami. Toru Okada is looking for his missing cat, and this leads him on an amazing journey through the hidden parts of Tokyo's suburbs in the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle. Toru feels alone and without a job as his wife. Kumiko starts to drift away from him. When the cat goes missing, he thinks it's just a small problem at first. But then, the disappearance leads to a series of strange events that reveal things aren't as normal as they seem. Murakami mixes real life with strange moments. Characters find themselves in dreamlike situations, and mysterious symbols keep appearing, like a deep well in an empty yard. Toru becomes really interested in this well, thinking it might lead to bigger truths. Every time he goes into darkness, it mixes his inner thoughts with pieces of the past, showing bits of Japan's wartime experiences in Manchuria and the harshness caused by imperial forces. An old Lieutenant Mamiya shares his stories, linking his personal experiences to the memories of the nation. At the same time, there are some unusual characters, like Malta Kano and Krita Kano, two sisters who seem to have special powers. There's also a politician named Noboru Wataya, who is actually Toru's brother-in-law. Noboru is doing really well in public, while Toru's life is falling apart. Kumiko disappears suddenly, leaving behind a short note that doesn't explain anything. Toru is really looking for answers, and he gets some mysterious advice from some odd people. They all suggest that he needs to face parts of himself that he hasn't dealt with if he wants to be with his wife again. Throughout these stories, there's a common theme of wells, water, and soft mechanical noises, like the sounds of a wind-up bird that is said to wind up the world. Murakami uses these ideas to show that unseen forces shape our daily lives, like gears in a machine that we hardly pay attention to. As Toru looks into this machine, his mind starts to change. Violence, sexuality, and past wounds are part of his everyday life, showing that the difference between personal secrets and shared history is not as clear as we think. Even though the book is long and has some parts that feel a bit disconnected, there is a strong emotional center. Toru's steady determination to figure out what went wrong in his marriage. Images of him sitting at the bottom of the well show feelings of being alone and starting over, like he can only rise to a new understanding by going down first. The way the past and present mix shows Murakami's idea that unresolved trauma, whether it's personal or from society, echoes through generations, influencing the hidden thoughts and feelings we all share. The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle asks readers to be patient, but it gives back a mix of dreamlike ideas, dark humor, and a gentle look at how finding redemption might mean going back into the deepest parts of our memories. As the puzzle pieces come together, Murakami doesn't give neat answers. The novel wraps up with Toru holding on to some hope. He is determined to save Kumiko and confront the evil represented by Noboru Wataya. The story shows Murakami's unique style, mixing everyday life with magical elements, personal experiences with history, all centered on a calm main character who accidentally discovers big mysteries of the universe. The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle explores Toru's life in different ways, showing readers that the ordinary world can hide surprising places where sadness, family struggles, and new chances come together in unexpected ways. 88. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is a novel written by Ken Kesey. In One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, the story is told by Chief Bromden, a tall Native American man who pretends to be deaf and mute. The book shows what life is like in a mental hospital where Nurse Ratched, a strict and powerful nurse, is in charge. Her ward has strict rules and uncomfortable group therapy sessions that aim to take away patients' independence and keep them calm. The chief quietly watches this government, knowing how the heavy atmosphere makes it hard for people to speak up and be themselves. Randall McMurphy, a bold gambler and small-time criminal, enters this controlled place. He pretends to be mentally ill to avoid going to prison, thinking that life here will be easier. As soon as he gets there, McMurphy breaks the rules of the ward. He pushes back against Nurse Ratched's authority all the time, starting random card games, telling funny jokes, and trying to get special privileges for the other patients. At first, they look at him carefully because Nurse Ratched has always been in control of the ward. But McMurphy's spirit of rebellion starts to spread to others. Ken Kesey shows how McMurphy's carefree attitude is very different from Nurse Ratched's strict control. She seems calm on the outside, but inside, she really wants to be in control. She uses shame and fear in therapy sessions, making patients compete with each other to keep things in line. McMurphy notices that they are scared and works to help them feel better about themselves. Every time he stands up to Nurse Ratched, like when he bets he can make her angry, it slowly breaks down her tough exterior. For the patients, McMurphy's small wins show them a glimmer of hope that they can get back their lost dignity. Chief Bromden's thoughts show how he sees the world as being controlled by a big machine he calls the Combine, which wants everyone to be the same. Nurse Ratched plays an important role in this group, turning men into obedient parts of a machine. But with McMurphy's influence, Bromden gradually stops pretending to be silent. He shares memories from his childhood, realizing that the unfair treatment he faced is similar to the discrimination that affected his tribal background. Inspired by McMurphy, Bromden starts to think about the false ideas that kept him from speaking up. Nurse Ratched, feeling threatened by McMurphy's rising power, starts to use stronger methods. The excitement builds during a lively nighttime party thrown by McMurphy, giving the patients a brief escape from the rules of the institution. The messy results, though, turn out to be really bad. A sad event happens to a weak patient, and Nurse Ratched takes her opportunity to take control again, putting McMurphy through electroshock therapy and finally a lobotomy. The intense ending of the novel shows Bromden taking a strong action to protect McMurphy's dignity, showing how much he has changed from just going along with things. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest shows how institutions can take away people's humanity and how society often pressures individuals to fit in, even if it means losing their uniqueness. McMurphy's choice to rebel against the rules shows that sometimes being free means giving up something important. Kesey uses humor, anger, and deep feelings to show how even a little bit of freedom can bring back a person's sense of who they are. The lasting impact of the novel comes from its idea that real sanity can be found in standing up against unfair systems, even if that stand seems crazy to those in charge. 89. Infinite Jest is a book written by David Foster Wallace. Infinite Jest is a huge book with over 1,000 pages. It dives into topics like addiction, entertainment, and what it means to be happy in a future version of North America that has changed into the Organization of North American Nations. The story connects three main parts: the life of a talented tennis academy student named Hal Incandenza, the daily challenges at a drug rehab center, and a mysterious group of Quebec separatists looking for a powerful media piece called The Entertainment, which is so engaging it can leave viewers in a trance. The story mostly takes place at the Enfield Tennis Academy, ETA, and the Ennett House Drug and Alcohol Recovery House, which are both on the same hill in Massachusetts. It centers on characters who are struggling with their own inner emptiness. Hal Incandenza, whose dad was a talented but troubled filmmaker, struggles with his smartness being hidden by a growing emotional numbness. Don Gately, a counselor at a recovery center and a former thief, faces the tough journey of staying sober while dealing with guilt from something he did in the past. Their stories connect in small ways, showing how David Foster Wallace was interested in how loneliness, habits, and too much media affect how people relate to each other. Infinite Jest has a unique structure that doesn't follow a straight line. It uses footnotes inside of footnotes, jumps around in time, and mixes funny and sad short scenes. The students at the tennis academy go through tough training routines. They work hard to get better at their forehands and serves, but they also focus on building the mental strength needed for competing professionally. Wallace explores themes like obsession, perfectionism, and the pressure to succeed in these scenes. At the same time, the people living at Ennett House deal with the challenges and discoveries of Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous, showing what it's like to struggle with addiction every day. The main idea of the novel is about The Entertainment, a secret film made by Hal's dad, James Incandenza. Some say it can be deadly because it's so hard to resist. Different political and terrorist groups are interested in it because they think using addiction as a weapon can weaken whole communities. The danger of media that is so appealing that people forget they have a choice highlights Wallace's bigger point about how our unchecked desires can trap us. The book shows how people often go after quick pleasures, like watching TV or using drugs, instead of seeking real happiness. Even though it's really complicated, Infinite Jest is full of funny moments and caring feelings. The scenes go from really weird to funny, and the characters' thoughts show how much they want real connections with others. Ideas about being honest, feeling the struggle of awareness, and the challenge of real communication come up often. Wallace's footnotes are not just extra details. They add to the stories, funny comments, and deep thoughts, showing how complicated and overwhelming life can be today. The book ends in a way that leaves some important storylines unanswered. This choice has led to a lot of discussion and different interpretations among readers. Its open-ended nature highlights one of Wallace's main ideas, that the search for complete answers, whether about who we are, overcoming addiction, or solving world issues, can be as endless as the fun things we make to keep ourselves busy. Infinite Jest is an important book from the late 20th century in America. It asks readers to think deeply about its unique style and long side stories. Wallace shows the contradictions in entertainment culture, where we want to have fun but also feel a deep sadness inside. The novel takes us on a journey filled with funny and sad moments, making us think about our responsibilities, how we care for others, and the chance to find hope even when faced with many tempting distractions. 90. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is a book written by Douglas Adams. Arthur Dent is having a regular morning, feeling frustrated about his house being set to be torn down. But things take a wild turn when he finds out that Earth is in danger of being destroyed too. The planet is set to be destroyed by the Vogons, who are just following their rules to create a hyperspace bypass. Just when things seemed hopeless, Arthur was saved by his friend Ford Prefect. Ford is not just any friend. He's an alien researcher for something called the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. This rescue throws Arthur into a crazy universe that's way different from his ordinary life in Britain. Douglas Adams's funny science fiction book enjoys the silly and strange things in life. After leaving Earth, Arthur and Ford catch a ride on the Vogon constructor fleet. They quickly get found out and have to listen to terrible Vogon poetry, which is known as one of the worst tortures in the galaxy. Arthur gets thrown into space and rescued by the infinite improbability drive of the starship Heart of Gold. He ends up with some quirky friends, Zaphod Beeblebrox, the two-headed former galactic president, Trillian, another Earthling who was taken by Zaphod, and Marvin, a sad robot who has a brain the size of a planet, but hates his boring jobs. The main focus of the story is The Hitchhiker's Guide, which is an electronic book that gives funny and silly advice to people who are traveling. The entries, like the important tip to always have a towel, mix funny moments with some useful advice. Through Arthur's eyes, readers see a space civilization filled with confusing rules, funny situations, and deep questions. One interesting puzzle is the supercomputer Deep Thought's answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. After 7.5 million years of calculations, it gives the strange number 42. The funny parts of the book come from surprising twists and turning common science fiction ideas upside down. Spaceships go beyond normal physics in surprising ways. Big questions about life get hidden by small problems. And whole species are based on funny little ideas. Adams's satire makes fun of how big our egos can be and the silly rules that often come with modern life. Like what happens in government offices and space planning teams. But The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy also has deeper meanings, showing that the huge universe makes human worries seem small. Arthur, always surprised, tries to hold on to tea and bits of Earth traditions that, when you think about the universe, seem really silly. Subplots like Zaphod's journey to find out why he messed with his own memory or Marvin's deep sadness show characters trying to understand their purpose, or the absence of it, in a confusing world. Adams creates a funny story filled with unexpected events, clever conversations, and really silly ideas, like the babble fish that helps you understand any language, all coming together in a wild and chaotic way. Even though the book seems light and silly on the outside, it asks important questions about who we are, what our future holds, and how sometimes we can overthink big mysteries of the universe. For instance, when 42 is seen as the ultimate answer, the main challenge is figuring out what the real question is. This shows how funny and pointless it can be to look for a simple answer to life's big mysteries. Since it first aired on the radio and was later turned into a book, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy has connected with readers who enjoy funny stories and deep thoughts. Its famous phrases, like "don't panic," remind people that even when everything seems crazy, a little humor and maybe a towel can really help. In Arthur Dent's Unexpected Journey, Adams creates a funny and oddly reassuring picture of how humans feel lost in a huge universe. 91. The Heart is a Lonely Hunter is a novel written by Carson McCullers. In a little mill town in Georgia during the late 1930s, people who feel different and those with big dreams live their everyday lives, hoping to find connections that always feel just beyond their grasp. The main character of the story is John Singer, who can't hear or speak and works as a silver engraver. Underneath his calm surface, Singer feels deep sadness about his best friend, Spiros Antonopoulos, who was sent away to an asylum. Since he can't express his sadness in a way that others really get, Singer goes through his days calmly and quietly, for characters are around him, and they see Singer as a kind and understanding friend. They share their biggest dreams and hopes with him. Mick Kelly, a young girl who likes to dress and act like a boy, loves music but doesn't have the resources to follow her dreams. A young girl about to become a woman walks around the town, humming the songs she makes up in her mind. She feels safe in Singer's room, where she shares her dreams. At the same time, Dr. Benedict Copeland, an older black doctor facing racism and health issues, holds on to the hope of helping his community. Copeland thinks he has found a friend in Singer, someone who will listen and understand his big ideas. Jake Blunt, a tough guy who fights for workers' rights, speaks out against unfairness, believing that the working class needs to stand up for themselves. The Singer is there, paying attention and not judging, which lets Blunt express his strong feelings. Biff Brannon is a cafe owner who feels lonely and stuck in his daily routines since his wife passed away. He watches people with a kind distance, often seeing things that others miss. All four view Singer as someone who gets them, thinking he agrees with their beliefs since he never disagrees with them. Carson McCullers creates a feeling where being alone affects every moment. The streets in the mill town don't really have much of a real sense of community. Challenges and unfair treatment are really tough. From the clear differences in race to the lack of job chances. Characters move by each other, sometimes getting close but rarely making strong connections. In this setting, Singer's lack of voice shows what each person really wants instead of bringing them together. The title of the novel shows McCullers' main idea, that people really want a special connection to help with their feelings of loneliness. Every character wants to share their wishes with Singer, not knowing that he also carries his own deep sadness. Sadly, the mix-ups get worse, leading to moments that show just how weak their beliefs really were. The Singer's gentle understanding can't take the place of the voice he doesn't have, and it also can't clear up the misunderstandings that others hold on to. The Heart is a Lonely Hunter was published in 1940 and showed that McCullers was an important Southern Gothic writer. Even though her writing goes beyond typical Gothic themes, she looks into the feelings that people experience in their daily lives, seeing how kindness and wanting can be present alongside unfairness and sadness. Her writing shows despair not as a big event, but as a steady pain. Characters hide secrets not just from one another, but also from themselves. In the last parts of the book, each character struggles with the loss of the comfort that Singer appeared to offer. But McCullers gives a tiny bit of hope, like a small candle flame, showing readers that understanding, even if it's not clear, can still bring a little warmth in a lonely world. 92. Midnight's Children by Salman Rushdie. At midnight on August 15th, 1947, India becomes free from British rule. And at that same moment, Salim Sinai's life is connected to the future of his new country. In Midnight's Children, Salman Rushdie uses magical realism to mix personal stories with national events. Salim finds out that every child born in the first hour of India's independence has special abilities like telepathy, super strength, or amazing insight. He realizes that he has a strong telepathic link to all of them. Salim tells his story in a fast and exciting way, talking right to the reader. He feels he has to write everything down before he can't handle the pressure of time anymore. He tells the story of how his grandparents came together in the Kashmir Valley, the changes that brought his parents to Bombay, and his own arrival in a hospital at midnight, which felt special. A surprising twist shows that Salim's cradle was switched with another baby named Shiva, and their lives will keep crossing paths. The Midnight's Children all have special abilities that represent the many different parts of India and its possibilities. But just like India has problems with religion, language, and politics, these kids struggle to stay united. Rushdie shows India's messy democracy with a lot of humor, talking about real events like the wars with Pakistan, the emergency time when Indira Gandhi was prime minister, and the creation of new states. Salim sees important events in history happen alongside his own sad experiences, creating a story where it's hard to tell where one person's life ends and the bigger picture begins. As Salim grows up, family issues mix with big national problems. He moves to the Sundarbans, gets involved in a war he barely understands, and goes through painful changes. Regular people show up, each showing a part of Indian society: uncle who loves business, religious aunts, clever politicians, and strong villagers. Rushdie uses humor to hide a sad feeling about how dreams of freedom can turn into problems and division. The main idea of the novel's magical realism is that India's identity, just like Salim's, is always changing and influenced by different cultures and history. Salim's ability to read minds helps him bring the Midnight's Children together for a short time, but their different opinions and outside influences cause them to split apart. Rushdie shows these conflicts to think about how a young nation loses its innocence while trying to understand who it really is. Rushdie's writing combines the rhythms of storytelling you might hear from someone talking to you with a lot of references, changes in time, and fun language. The story can be a bit challenging, but it pulls you into a world full of bright colors, strong smells, and big human emotions. Midnight's Children shows how India has many different voices and also feels sad about how the country has often let down its own hopes. In the end, Salim's situation, his body breaking down, reflects a country torn apart by fighting between different groups and harsh government rules. The book ends with a feeling of careful hope. Salim shares his story with future generations, thinking that from the broken pieces of a messy history, new voices might come up to help India move ahead. In his writing, Rushdie shows how a place can be full of stories and memories, where new beginnings and endings happen all the time, and everything is always changing. 93. The Unbearable Lightness of Being is a novel written by Milan Kundera. The Unbearable Lightness of Being takes place during the 1968 Prague Spring and the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia. It explores the struggles between being free as a person and facing political control, as well as the shortness of life and the strong bonds we have with others. Milan Kundera's book is about four main characters: Tomas, Teresa, Sabina, and Franz. Their lives are connected and show different ideas about love, loyalty, and who we are. Tomas is a well-known surgeon who likes to date a lot. He values his freedom and doesn't want to get stuck in serious relationships. When Teresa, a quiet waitress with troubling dreams, comes into his life with her heavy feelings, he feels the need to protect her. Teresa's feelings for Tomas are mixed. She loves him, but she also feels angry about his relationships with other women, especially with Sabina, who is very carefree. Sabina is a skilled painter who loves to break the rules and enjoys surprising people with her unique style. For her, the unsure parts of life feel freeing, and trying to get really close to someone feels like too much pressure. Kundera shows how Sabina is all about being carefree, while Teresa really wants to find deep meaning in loyalty. Teresa struggles to understand Tomas's view, which thinks of love as different from romantic experiences. Even so, they stay close because of a gentle care that lasts through the ups and downs in their work and personal lives. At the same time, Franz, who loves big ideas, gets caught up in Sabina's unpredictable personality and doesn't really understand her true self. All around these personal stories is the political chaos of the Soviet invasion. Soldiers and tanks fill the streets of Prague, making it risky to speak out against the government. Tomas writes a critical piece about the government in a newspaper, which leads to him being given a less important job. Meanwhile, Sabina decides to leave for the West, looking for a fresh start. The book looks at these historical events to show how harsh forces can invade people's private lives, making them face tough choices that are hard for those who used to value their freedom. Kundera's story includes thoughtful ideas about Nietzsche's idea of eternal return, asking if the things that happen in life are more meaningful or less meaningful because they only happen once. If life only happens once, could it be so small that it doesn't really matter? Or does the fact that these events can't be repeated give them a special importance? The characters deal with these questions in their love lives, each choosing a different way that either accepts or turns away from commitment. The book looks at different perspectives and includes thoughtful parts that explore feelings and misunderstandings. Kundera's writing combines beautiful thoughts with sharp insights, showing that personal matters are connected to the larger cultural picture. Love, politics, and art all mixed together in a search for being real. Even when some characters leave for the countryside or move to another country, the connections and memories they share keep them tied together. In the end, the unbearable lightness of being shows how politics, history, and personal choices can affect the idea of being carefree. For Tomas and Teresa, the last chapters show a calm acceptance and a feeling of belonging that may seem normal, but holds a deep, though delicate, significance. Kundera makes us think about how the weight of our choices and the shortness of life connect. He asks if taking on the seriousness of commitment is what really makes life feel full and meaningful. 94. A Confederacy of Dunces is a book written by John Kennedy Toole. A Confederacy of Dunces follows the funny and wild adventures of Ignatius J. Riley, a big guy who thinks he's really smart, living in New Orleans during the 1960s. The story humorously shows a city full of quirky characters. Ignatius has a strange way of looking at the world, based on old ideas from medieval times. He thinks very highly of himself and looks down on modern society, calling it silly and unimportant. He likes to relax and write sharp reviews in his journal, but he only looks for a job a little bit because his mom says he should help out with money. Ignatius's big ego creates funny situations wherever he goes. While working at a pants factory, he tries to start a worker revolt, but it all goes wrong. Later, he gets a job selling hot dogs from a cart, but he ends up pushing customers away because of his rude attitude. At home, his worried mother, Irene, thinks about his future and wonders if she has helped him be lazy. Their loud arguments bounce around the small house, showing a mother-son relationship that swings between love and confusion. John Kennedy Toole fills the novel with a bunch of interesting characters. Patrolman Mancuso wants to show his police department that he can be a good officer. He tries to follow some shady people, but things often go wrong, and he ends up in embarrassing situations. Dorian Green is a colorful socialite, and Burma Jones is a clever janitor. They both live in the lively city of New Orleans, each trying to get by in ways that show the city's easygoing corruption and funny rules. Ignatius has a really unique style, especially with his green hunting cap. He often shares his strong opinions about things like pop culture, processed foods, and today's values, which shows how he humorously goes against the norm. But the humor often goes deeper, showing the sadness hiding behind these characters' strange actions. As Ignatius tries to change the world to match his high medieval dreams, he accidentally pulls everyone into a messy mix of drama, confusion, and small acts of revenge. The city is a colorful setting, with the busy streets of the French Quarter, the sounds of jazz, and the old bars and worn-out offices. The humid air in New Orleans makes people feel more on edge, but it also helps them be chill about the weird things that happen. Toole has a special talent for turning every funny mistake into something that feels both really funny and deeply relatable. Even if their ways seem strange, most characters just want to feel accepted or secure, showing that there's a caring side beneath the funny surface. A Confederacy of Dunces came out after the author passed away and won the Pulitzer Prize in 1981 because Toole's mother worked hard to get it recognized. Its legacy is marked by the sad truth that Toole passed away thinking his manuscript would never be published. The novel's success shows how much readers related to Ignatius's blend of brilliance and silliness, along with his complaints and refusal to follow what society expects. In the end, the story leaves Ignatius's future a bit unclear, hinting that his clumsy attempts at change could go on forever. Even though he causes a lot of trouble, there's something really appealing about Ignatius's strong belief in his own way of seeing things. He shows that in a messed-up society, the craziest person can reveal truths that others overlook. In this lively story, Toole creates a funny picture of New Orleans that connects with everyone's desire to find meaning, even when life feels crazy and silly. 95. Lolita is a novel written by Vladimir Nabokov in post-war America. Lolita tells the story of Humbert Humbert, a European scholar who has an unhealthy obsession with young girls. Humbert tells the story of his obsession with 12-year-old Dolores Hayes, whom he names Lolita. He starts by living in her mother's house and tries to take care of the girl after her mother unexpectedly passes away. The story is about their journey across the country, where Humbert tries to control everything Lolita does while pretending to care for her like a father. Nabokov's writing grabs the reader and takes them into Humbert's personal world, which is both gross and beautiful. Humbert makes excuses for his actions, using fancy words to try to explain what is really just hurting a child. His clever jokes and fancy references stand out against the sad truth of Lolita's life, a young girl stuck because of her guardian's harmful wishes. Even though Humbert speaks very well, Nabokov never approves of what his main character does. Instead, the fancy style shows how Humbert tricks people and thinks he is more important than he really is. As they weave through motels and highways, small-town diners and roadside stops, Humbert holds on to a dream of being in a romantic relationship. But Lolita, instead of being a willing friend, goes through tough times and sometimes shows her resistance in little ways. The book shows the ordinary sights of American suburbs, using cheap hotels and bright signs as settings for Humbert's strange dreams. Nabokov fills these pages with sharp irony, while Humbert thinks he has good taste. He is stuck in a bad moral place. Under the surprising topic, there is a deep look at wanting, control, and what it means to be obsessed. Lolita is a bit hard to understand because Humbert sees things in a way that changes how we view her experiences. Sometimes clever and sometimes innocent, she reflects Humbert's inner struggles. People argue about whether Lolita is someone who can't make her own choices or a smart girl trying to deal with a really tough situation. Nabokov doesn't give a clear answer, which shows how confusing and unsettling the story can be. As the story gets closer to the end, a tense chase happens when Humbert thinks someone else is after Lolita. This climax strips away Humbert's calm exterior, showing his deeper feelings of desperation. In the end, Lolita escapes from his hold, getting older and getting married. When she leaves, it breaks apart Humbert's dream, making him face the truth about his wrongdoings and the things he wishes he could change. Even then, he still feels that deep desire when he talks about the memories he writes down. When it was published in 1955, Lolita caused a lot of controversy and was banned in some places. But it quickly got noticed for its beautiful use of language. Nabokov skillfully uses puns, wordplay, and irony to create a story that shows how language can attract the reader, just as much as it reveals Humbert's harmful actions. Lolita is a tough read and can make you feel really uncomfortable. But that's why it's considered a classic. It makes readers think about tricky moral questions, how stories can be twisted, and the fine line between beautiful writing and serious wrongdoing. 96. Catch 22 is a book written by Joseph Heller. Catch 22 takes place on a made-up island in the Mediterranean during World War II. It tells the story of Captain John Yassarian, a bombardier who is trying hard to get away from the craziness of war. He deals with a tricky military rule called Catch 22. This rule says that if you care about your safety when there are real dangers, it means you are thinking clearly. But to be considered insane and go home, you have to ask to be taken off duty, which only someone who is sane would do. It's a confusing situation. So, no one can really be said to be unable to fly. Joseph Heller's book jumps around in time, mixing funny, sad, and strange moments. Yassarian is in the middle of everything, always asking his higher-ups to let him stop flying missions. But every time he asks, they just make him do more missions instead. All around him are a bunch of unusual characters. Milo Minderbinder, the clever mess officer who makes money from war. Major, who gets promoted by mistake. And Doc Danica, a doctor more focused on himself than on helping patients. The funny parts often get interrupted by sudden reminders of how harsh the war really is. Heller's writing uses repeated phrases and patterns, showing how bureaucratic systems can trap people in silly rules. Yassarian tries hard to stay alive while dealing with the army's confusing rules. This shows how institutions can sometimes care more about their policies than about people. Scenes with bomb runs show how survival can be random and how mass violence feels distant and impersonal, even though it has funny moments. Catch 22 also has a feeling of worry that keeps getting stronger. Thinking back to when Yassarian's friend, Snowden, died shows the serious truth behind the humor. In a war machine that turns people into just numbers, Yassarian's fear is the only sensible reaction. Milo's funny adventures with secret deals show that some people think anything can be okay, even selling stuff to enemies, as long as they make money from it. Heller makes fun of more than just the military. He also pokes at capitalism, nationalism, and the idea of smart government. Whenever Yassarian tries to use logic, the people in charge come up with new confusing statements. He notices that people who go along with this messed up system, like Colonel Cathcart, who keeps adding more and more mission requirements, do well, while anyone who questions what's going on is called a coward or a troublemaker. In the end, the story leads to Yassarian's big decision: either follow orders and keep facing danger in meaningless missions, or leave a system that doesn't respect him as a person. The last pages show that Catch 22 is not just a real rule, but it also represents all the silly rules that keep war and bureaucracy going. When Yassarian decides to desert, he is showing that he can make his own choices, even in a world that tries to take that away from him. Catch 22 is a well-known story that makes fun of war, and it has changed how people write and talk about these topics. The phrase Catch 22 became a common way to describe situations where you can't win no matter what you do. Heller uses humor to highlight the terrible truths of war, showing that one of the most ridiculous things about it is how it can make people accept the inhumane as normal. The novel shows how confusing and frustrating it can be for people stuck in a system that cares more about rules than about them. Many readers relate to this because they see similar things happening in organizations that focus on policies instead of people. 97. Dune is a science fiction book written by Frank Herbert. It tells the story of a young man named Paul Atreides, who lives on a desert planet called Arrakis. This planet is very important because it produces a special substance called spice, which everyone wants. Paul faces many challenges as he learns about his destiny and the struggles for power on Arrakis. The book explores themes like politics, set thousands of years in the future. Dune shows a space empire where noble families compete for control over the desert planet Arrakis, which is also called Dune. This tough world is the only place where you can find melange or spice. This special stuff makes you more aware, helps you live longer, and lets special navigators bend space to travel faster than light. Controlling Arrakis means having power over the most important resource in the Empire. The main character of the story is a young boy named Paul Atreides, who is the heir to House Atreides. When the Emperor forces Paul's father, Duke Leto, to take control of Arrakis from the rival House Harkonnen, there are worries that this is a trick to get rid of the Atreides' increasing power. Right after they get there, betrayal happens, making Paul and his mom, Lady Jessica, have to escape into the desert. The native freemen of the planet take them in, teaching them how to live with giant sandworms and dangerous storms, helping them create a new identity that fits the tough world of Dune. Frank Herbert tells a story that mixes politics, religion, nature, and mysterious ideas all together. The Freemen hold a deep respect for the desert environment of Arrakis. They believe in a prophecy about a special leader who will change the planet for the better. As Paul gains special abilities connected to the spice and his mom's training with the Bene Gesserit sisterhood, he starts to become a messianic figure. But with that role comes the scary chance of starting a wild jihad all over the galaxy in his name. The ecological themes in Dune are really noticeable. Herbert describes the desert environment very clearly, from the still suits that help keep body moisture to the way sandworms and spice depend on each other. This shows how closely politics and survival are connected. Whoever controls water and spice can change the fate of whole worlds. The book looks at our planet and gives us important ideas about how we use resources and take care of the environment. At the same time, Herbert looks at how powerful groups like the Bene Gesserit control human genetics and spiritual stories for their own purposes. Paul's mix of agreeing and disagreeing with these plans puts him right in the middle of important events that could change the Empire. The stress he feels comes from his idea of future wars being fought because of him, which makes it harder for him to become a leader among the Freemen. Dune, published in 1965, became popular for its big ideas, mixing space adventure with thoughtful themes about power and predictions. Unlike many older science fiction stories that focus just on technology, Herbert highlights people, politics, and spirituality, creating a deep and interesting universe. Characters deal with friendships, hidden betrayals, and big questions about whether we control our own choices or if everything is already decided for us. As Paul moves closer to facing House Harkonnen and the Imperial forces, a big question hangs in the air. How far will he go to make the Freeman prophecy come true and get back for his father's defeat? The end of the story wraps up the main problems, but still hints at some deeper issues, suggesting that stories of heroes can lead to dangerous movements. Dune has inspired many adaptations and sequels. It is an important story in science fiction because it shows how a planet and its resources can affect the fate of civilizations and the mind of a person who is ready to lead them. 98. Animal Farm is a book written by George Orwell. When the animals at Manor Farm get rid of their careless owner, Mr. Jones, it seems like they have started a time of fairness and taking charge of their own lives. The animals, feeling proud, decide to call their home Animal Farm. They create 7 commandments and promise that all animals are equal. They also agree that no animal should act like humans by sleeping in beds or drinking alcohol. At first, things look good with the pigs in charge, especially Snowball and Napoleon, who help everyone learn to read and promote ideas of fairness. But George Orwell's story quickly shows how the excitement for change can be taken over. Napoleon, smart and wanting power, uses a group of dogs to help him and forces out Snowball, who had big ideas for helping everyone. Napoleon and the pigs change the story to make Snowball look like a bad guy, calling him a traitor. Quietly, the rules change when people aren't paying attention, and the sheep pick up new songs that cover up any different ideas. Orwell shows clear connections between the early revolution in the Soviet Union and the corruption that happened later under Stalin. The workers on the farm, like Boxer the cart horse, Clover, and the others, put in a lot of effort, believing they are creating a better future. Boxer's personal motto, "I will work harder," connects with the loyal workers who are taken advantage of but still help keep everything running, even though they face tough challenges, like building a windmill over and over again. Boxer and his friends still believe in the pigs' leadership until it's too late. The pigs, on the other hand, enjoy the things they weren't allowed to have before: milk, apples, And later on, even Whiskey, Squealer, who works for Napoleon, uses words to change failures into successes. Orwell's story shows how using tricky language and fear can hide the truth. As time goes on, the saying all animals are equal gets a little twist. But some animals are more equal than others. Even when their homes get worse, many animals can't express their problems because the story keeps changing all the time. Public executions of supposed traitors get rid of anyone who remembers the original idea of Animal Farm. In the last chapter, the pigs stand on two legs, wear clothes like people, and hang out with the farmers next door. The other animals look through a window, not able to tell the pig from the man. This shows how the revolution's original ideas have been betrayed. Animal Farm was first published in 1945. It is a strong criticism of totalitarianism and shows how power can change even the best ideas. Its short length and human-like characters have made it possible for people to see different meanings beyond just the Soviet story, reminding readers how easily propaganda can change what we remember. Orwell, who saw political tricks during the wars in Europe, made this story very clear, that power structures often end up repeating the unfairness they wanted to get rid of in the first place. In the end, Animal Farm is not controlled by animals working together anymore, but by a group in charge that looks just like the humans they had kicked out. In this scary change, Orwell shows us an important lesson. Revolutions might say they bring freedom, but people need to stay alert and informed so that new oppressors don't take over pretending to help everyone. 99. Crime and Punishment is a book written by Fyodor Dostoevsky. In the back alleys of 19th century St. Petersburg, Raskolnikov, a poor former student, comes up with a plan to kill a greedy pawnbroker to take her money. He thinks that getting rid of a worthless person might help society and show that he is special. In Crime and Punishment, Dostoevsky starts with Raskolnikov thinking hard, showing a mind that is struggling between smart reasons and deep feelings of guilt. When he finally does it, the terrible act makes him feel really messed up inside. Instead of focusing on police investigations like most crime stories, Dostoevsky highlights Raskolnikov's inner struggle in the novel. The murder and what happens right after throw him into a state of confusion, fear, and uncertainty about what is right and wrong. He thinks about an idea that comes from utilitarian philosophy, that some really talented people are above regular moral rules and can do even terrible things if it helps achieve a bigger purpose. The scary part is how fast his well-thought-out plan falls apart because of people's feelings and stress. Important people around Raskolnikov help him think about himself. Sonia is a kind but shy young woman who has to turn to prostitution to help her struggling family. Despite her situation, she becomes a guiding light for others. Even though things are really tough for her, she keeps going strong with her belief. Raskolnikov feels a strong connection to her inner strength. But at the same time, he is turned off by what he thinks is her weakness. At the same time, the clever detective Porfiry Petrovich talks to Raskolnikov in a way that makes him think deeply about his own mind. Even though Porfiry doesn't have solid evidence, he thinks the young man is guilty and chooses to use a psychological method to get a confession. Dostoevsky shows how poor St. Petersburg feels really tight and uncomfortable. The small, stuffy rooms and busy streets reflect Raskolnikov's troubled mind, with every narrow path and conversation around him feeling overwhelming. Scenes with Raskolnikov's family, like his sister Dunya dealing with a bad suitor, show how money problems can mess up personal connections. As Raskolnikov goes back and forth between feeling proud and feeling sorry, Dostoevsky looks at big questions about right and wrong and how to make things better. Can one good action make up for a really bad crime? Can being really smart make it okay to be mean? Raskolnikov keeps trying to explain why he did what he did, but he can't escape his nightmares and the growing feeling that he can't avoid facing what is right and wrong. Sonia's strong kindness gives him a way to find help by being honest and humble. The most exciting part of the story happens when Raskolnikov can't take the quiet pain anymore and tells the police the truth. Dostoevsky goes further than just catching the characters. He makes the ending feel like a delicate new beginning. Raskolnikov is sent away to Siberia, and at first, he doesn't seem sorry for what he did. But over time, with Sonia's love and support, he starts to realize that he can truly make amends for his actions. This spiritual part shows how Dostoevsky thinks suffering can change people for the better. Crime and Punishment is an important book in the world of psychological fiction. Dostoevsky looks into the mind of the murderer instead of just focusing on catching them or punishing them. He explores feelings of guilt, loneliness, and the struggle between logical thinking and what feels right. The story shows how one terrible thing can break a person, and how love and kindness can help heal them, even when it seems impossible. 100. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray. Published between 1847 and 1848. Vanity Fair gives a funny look at English society in the early 19th century. It talks about people's desire for social success, changing fortunes, and the empty chase for status. The story is about two very different main characters, Becky Sharp, who is smart but poor, and Amelia Sedley, who is kind but innocent and comes from a wealthy background. Both girls leave Miss Pinkerton's academy for young ladies, ready to step into adult life. But they have very different ways of handling their new experiences. Right from the beginning, Thackeray shows Becky as someone who is determined to succeed. She grew up in a poor neighborhood, but she uses her cleverness and friendly personality to make new friends and find helpful connections. At first, she tries to fit in with Amelia and her friends to get closer to the Sedley family. But she only succeeds a little bit. When Amelia's dad runs into money problems, Becky quickly changes her plan, showing just how flexible and focused on herself she can be. Her bravery and cleverness make her really interesting. A person who wants to succeed in a world that looks down on where she came from. On the other hand, Amelia Sedley comes from a well-off family. She is kind and trusting, and she marries George Osborne, who is proud and a bit vain, but soon shows his true colors. Amelia puts all her love into him, not seeing his arrogance and mean side. As time goes on, her kind view of the world keeps bumping into tough situations, like losing money, people not being loyal, and the sadness that comes from war. In these tough times, Amelia's strong loyalty can be both sweet and annoying, as her struggle to see the truth behind her romantic dreams leads to big losses for her. In Vanity Fair, Thackeray paints a clear picture of life in Regency-era society. The Napoleonic Wars are happening in the background, pulling some characters to the battlefield. Money problems affect both middle and upper classes, and social life is all about gossip, marriage deals, and clever partnerships made at fancy parties. Thackeray often talks directly to the reader, making it feel like he's breaking the rules of storytelling. He calls the story a puppet show or fair, showing how vanity is more important than honor or love in the character's actions. Thackeray's critique of class-based hypocrisy is really important to the novel. Becky's journey, while not the best choice, shows how some rich characters get away with bad behavior while pretending to be good people. Amelia's loyalty and innocence show how easy it is for people to get hurt when they trust too much in what seems good on the outside. As people's fortunes change, some due to luck and others because of betrayal, the author highlights how shallow many social ideas really are. Wealth and titles can disappear quickly, making people search for new things to hold on to in a changing world. In the end, some people find a little bit of redemption or realize things about themselves, while others stay stuck because of their pride and desire for more. Thackeray doesn't go for tidy, storybook endings. Instead, he points out that life keeps going no matter what happens to us, showing how quickly our hopes and dreams can change. Vanity Fair is a classic book that looks closely at how people act in society. It has sharp insights and memorable characters, and the narrator doesn't hold back from showing the truth about everyone. The story reminds us that behind polite appearances, there can be a much more complex world of morals.